Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had the power of dragon and had harem, part 3. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Hero of the Green, MidoRyuu by GiovanniPolder. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The first fight had been best Jeanist, who faced off against a team of trappers. Mineta, Siro, Abara, Bondo, and Jozu. Each of them was not known for their hand-to-hand combat abilities or their long-range combat abilities. No, they were used to trap their opponents and that way win the fight. But they were going against one of the all-time greatest in that field. It was like a bunch of high schoolers going against LeBron James in a game of basketball. They were grossly outmatched. And while their tactic of stay close might have worked normally, it was foolish against best Jeanist. If you had no shame, the best you could have done was go completely naked and fight in head-on. His quirk doesn't work when there isn't clothing to control, but that was a little strange, so best if they just ran. The next fight was a weird one. While Izuku understood why it was made, it was still weird. Crust is an extremely well-rounded and skilled hero. He is one of the top 10 heroes. So having a pretty well-rounded team would do well, but there it showed their problems. One, Ryuko's team showed it best. They needed teamwork. Bakugo and Rumi both had egos the size of stadiums, neither would ever want to ask for help. So they fought a losing battle themselves. They fought a battle against Crust. But they also basically fought against each other. It was something Izuku wanted to change. Same for the three that captured Crust by working together. They should have been more outspoken about their idea. But he doubted Rumi and Bakugo would have listened. Team Tetsu was kind of sad to see. Snipe had played his role perfectly. They started out confident right off the bat. They were going against someone most known for his long-range ability. Of course, they would think they have the upper hand. It was human nature to try to find the bright side of a situation. But they were fools. They were against a teacher and a known pro-hero. They should have either worked together and tried and capture him, or just run for the gate. It was the only logical plan that Izuku could come up with. But instead, they played right into Snipe's hand. And lastly, Team Ryuko. Oh, was Izuku proud of them. They had played it perfectly. Ryuko acted as a shield, her large dragon body perfect for that. Subaraba acted as a backup if the need arose. Tsuyu used her fast swimming in the water to stay hidden until the perfect moment, and Kirishima and Kaminari used a fool's technique that only they could pull off. Everything worked out so well, and in the end, they earned that victory. Izuku didn't. No, they could have done any better. But now the next fight would start. It was Team 5. Ochako, teaming with Yui, Ojiro, Hitoshi, and Himiko. A decent team in close combat. 3, and that was exactly what that team assumed. We are most likely gonna have to fight hand to hand. So I guess Yui and Ojiro and I will keep in front. Himiko and Hitoshi, you two stay at the back. Try and sneak up on him or cuss him out, something that makes it easier. And what if it's a long-range fighter like Snipe or Hawks? Ochako had not thought of that. She scratched her head, thinking about what would be the best idea. But that idea came from the side. At that point, the best idea would be to run. You all have limited range attacks. 2 inches, yeah, think that is the best idea. They looked toward that side. And while they at first thought it was Ojiro speaking, they were extremely shocked to see it was in fact Rush, standing next to them with a smile. What are you doing here? Hitoshi spoke, hoping to catch Rush quickly. Rush opened his mouth to respond before smiling and shaking his head. He started steaming as he just zoomed away. They instantly went into formation. Ochako is in front. Yui to her left. Ojiro to her right. With Hitoshi behind Ojiro and Himiko behind Yui. 3, they moved quickly yet kept an eye out for their surroundings. They were extremely uncertain of everything. The last fights had all sorts of moments. Attacks from the shadows. Mental warfare, brute force. They were scared of what Rush was gonna bring. But they quickly noticed. Rush had blocked off nearly every street except the main street. Come, let's not play in his hand. Yui calmly said as she walked up to one of them. Always. She noticed a chair in the middle of the garbage pile. And she just touched it and grew it to a massive size, giving them an opening. They got in and stalked the alleyways. Thankfully, Hitoshi had his scarf. The same one his father had. He sort of hoped they would have fought against each other, but he didn't mind. But tying it to Ochako's ankles as Ochako removed the weight herself. She acted like a balloon, floating in the air, but giving directions to the gate. They were not gonna try and fight Rush. They knew his speed. They were 10,000% gonna lose that. Even if Rush would only fight with one arm. So they were gonna make a break for it. Two and Rush had no idea. He stood 50 meters away from the gate. Out in the open on the main street. He was gonna have them face him. It was the best fun he could have had. He would teach them what real martial arts were. But they just didn't come. Here he was sitting on his butt watching the empty street and watching his watch. That was until out of nowhere, kind of scaring him, he heard it. Team 5 has walked through the gate. The 5th exam is over. Please make your way back to the rest as Team 6 gets called up. 6. He looked back and sure there they were. On the way back he was told that thanks to Yui they were able to just get through. Rush facepalmed as he overlooked that. But as the 6th team walked up, they were left to wonder why they were picked. Momo, Monoma, Tokiyami, Nana and Shoto. While they were all powerful, they felt weird as a team. As the exam started they quickly found out who they had to fight. On top of a building. Laying down and eating a sack of chips. Hawks looked relaxed. It was here that it showed why they were chosen. One each had a different idea of what to do. Momo, who had recently started dating Izuku, still wanted to show that she in fact was not a bitch and was nice, so she wanted to either capture Hawks or run away. Tokiyami, who saw Izuku as not only a great friend but an inspiration, wanted to team together and face off against Hawks. Because that was what heroes did. They faced evil, no matter how tough. Nana wanted to prove to Izuku how good she was. She wanted to show that she would fight even losing battles because that is what he did. 3. Shoto wanted to become a hero like Izuku, and he fought everything by himself. The USJ him against monsters. Stain, him against a killer. Him in the sports festival. Him against everyone. It didn't matter who Izuku fought, he did it alone. But that would be the wrong call. Izuku fought everyone alone. Because he didn't want anyone else to be hurt. But he knows it's wrong. He knows that fighting as a team is stronger than fighting alone. So the group, instead of working together, had transformed into a screaming match of what was the correct way. 3. With the only voice of reason being Monoma. I will face him myself, you just get to safety and pass the gate. No, we should do that together, nobody needs to get hurt here. I got it myself, me and Coco will defeat Hawks alone. I am more suited for this battle, just leave it to me. Monoma scratched his head. He was at a loss for words. So he had to think. What would Izuku do? He was the only person beside Aizawa who could silence a room full of kids with one word. So he cleared his throat. 5 inches silence. Monoma loudly yelled, stopping the yelling and causing all eyes to be on him. I don't know what kind of shit you all have in mind. But we are against Hawks, ranked 3 in the hero rating. Anyone who thinks they can fight him alone is a fucking idiot. So we are going to face him together. We are going to team up and work together in order to capture him. We try that for 5 minutes, and if that doesn't work we are making a break for the gate, am I understood? It was silent for a second before Nana talked. 2 inches who died and made you king. She clearly was not a fan of taking orders, because if she did, how could she ever show her skills off against Izuku? I made myself king since all of you are acting like goddamn children. Have you all learned nothing from MidoRyuu? We can't win alone. So we have to win together. As he brought MidoRyuu up, the group felt more willing to help. They were kinda shocked that Hawks were still on the roof, but he was just bathing in the sunlight with his cheese puff chips. 10. They quickly came up with a plan. Monoma at first wanted to copy Nana's quirk, but thanks to its factor of needing a stockpile of energy it would be useless. So next was Momo's quirk. Nana and Tokiyami moved to face Hawks at close range. Nana used one for all to jump right at the building he was in, and Tokiyami used his abilities of flight to do the same. It's over. Give up and we might leave the chips with you. Hawks laughed as he stuffed a new hand of puffs in his face. His cheeks orange with cheese dust, as were his fingers. Come on now. 4. Hawks said, mentally moving 2 feathers. He had surrounded himself with feathers to keep himself busy while they were fighting. So it wasn't strange to see them flying around. He liked the fact, the flair and drama it gave him. But then, like a jerk out of nowhere, the 2 feathers hooked themselves on the back of their clothing and threw them off the roof. That was if Shoto had not used his ice to create a far larger surrounding roof. He had moved in with Monoma and Momo. Although Hawks didn't know where they went. That was until he had to fly up to dodge the 2 nets fired at him through a cannon. Wow, really? Cannons, that is kind of much. Well, it was the easiest I could draw. Momo said, hoping to keep him busy as Nana went for a punch at his back. Hawks easily flew out of harm's way. While he wasn't as fast as Rush on the ground. In the air, nobody could outspeed him. He was able to reach places faster than most planes. Hawks laughed as they attempted it a couple more times. He glared at the 2 cannons that kept getting fired at him. Before his eyes went wide. It was just Momo. She was just firing cannons alone. Where was that other one? 3 Monoma had vanished from Hawks's sight, just like he planned. He had an earphone in that connected him with Shoto, who had a clear view of the battlefield. He is just in front of you. I would say, 4 meters in front, 7 above. Got it. Monoma took a deep breath before raising his left arm. Flames came forth and easily melted the floor and hit Hawks right in the back. Burning some of his feathers, but most importantly stopping him for a second. Enough for Nana with around 8% to slug him hard in the stomach. 5, and while Hawks could take a beating. Even he needed some minutes to recover from a punch that hard. And those minutes were not given as Tokiyami and Dark Shadow pinning his feathers to the ground, allowing Monoma to cuff him. The 6th team has captured their opponent. Please make your way back so Team 7 can start their exam. Yeah, it's my turn. Mina cheered as she saw her name on the board. This turned into a flurry of joy as it was a full girl group of pure excitement. Mina teamed up with Setsuna, Nejire, Namori, and Kaneko. Each of them could be seen as nothing more than a ball of energy. And they more often than not did like to think as much. So they happily skipped down to the exam site. Laughing, giggling, and joking the entire way. They believed they were gonna win this easily because of girl power. To the exam site was a massive industrial site, warehouses, containers. Even trucks were around the area. When they used their mind, most of the girls could make wonders. Each of them skilled in their own right, but now, they were having too much fun. They should have known that Nezu would have made a matchup that would be hard for them to win. But instead, I don't care if it all might, I will just. Mina jumped up high a little bit before kicking her leg up. Hey ya, the girls shared in laughter. As they kept walking forward. No plan, no idea what they would do. 2. Oh, will you now? Out from behind them a voice they were all too familiar with spoke. Each of them had the shared reaction of a loud scream, a jump, and spinning to face their new attacker. Aizawa stood behind them. His face emotionless and cold. His scarf relaxed around his neck. I got this, Nemuri said as she stepped forward. Aizawa took a step forward as well. You're going to gas your friends as well. She looked around. The 4 other girls were far too close. Just like Aizawa, they would be passed out. 2. In reality, this was the best course of action. None would die and the villain would be stopped instantly. Aizawa even allowed her to use her quirk. But she didn't want to hurt her friends. She didn't want to cause friendly fire. I got him then, Mina said, her arms covered in acid. Aizawa just ducked low before dashing at Mina, tripping her to the floor. Before looking at Nejire, who tried to charge up her quirk. Kaneko was about to blow a bunch of mushroom spores right at Aizawa, covering him completely. But he was faster. 3. He threw his scarf around her hand and her head. Before pulling tightly, the result was exactly what he wanted. Kaneko's hand smacked herself in the head and she was wrapped. Mina this time acted efficiently. She threw her acid right over the scarf, melting through it and making sure Kaneko was freed from Aizawa. Fastball fist. Setsuna yelled as she threw her fist at Aizawa. Even from his crouched position, he easily caught her hand. Really, the best you could do. Softly throwing it. He was doing this while canceling Nejire's quirk. It was absolute chaos and they had no chance of beating Izuku. But Aizawa's eyes started being irritated. 7 inches phase 1 is done, let's see how you do in phase 2. Aizawa wrapped his scarf around a beam and pulled himself away. Right as Mina and Setsuna went for a kick. Both just kicked each other and fell on their butts. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. How are we gonna win again, Mr. Aizawa? Mina whined, not liking how her exam went so far. She really hoped they would have fought for 5 minutes and ended up winning. But here they had been fighting for like 10 hours and they had their butt kicked without even being hurt by Aizawa. 4 inches, yeah, and what did he mean with phase 2, shroom? Kaneko added, confused by what he meant, knowing Aizawa, maybe a style of fighting. Phase 1 is close combat. So maybe phase 2 will be long range. Or guerrilla warfare. Before he once or twice talked about it. Not sure what it really means. I had more important matters at that time. Nomori said with Mina rolling her eyes. Staring at Izuku, you call more important matters. Nomori just nodded proudly, but phase 2 had already started. 3 Aizawa stood on top of a beam. His scarf wrapped around a weaker beam that would cause a collapse. Not close enough to hurt, but close enough to scare them. He stretched his back as he stood back up, pulling the scarf as hard as he could. I am getting too old and fat for this work. Inko really has to stop making those great cookies, Aizawa said as he petted his belly. If the other teachers just heard what he said, Aizawa without a doubt would have gotten his butt kicked. One of the highlights of the office was the fact Inko brought them cookies on a weekly basis. But with that, the beam broke. The supports crumbled and the weight started breaking down on them. Ah, the world is breaking, run, run, run. Nejire screamed in fear as everything around them started crashing to the floor. They sprinted in different directions. Only Kaneko going for the gate. This was the start of the end. None of the girls knew the layout of the map, and they only had Nejire and Setsuna to scout the area out. And Aizawa knew. They were his first targets. Dropping down from the sky, as silent as a cat. He landed and threw his scarf around them. 3 after Nejire and Setsuna. Kaneko came next, and lastly Mina and Nomori, but they all got captured and knocked out. Team 7 has been captured. Please escort them out of the area and have Team 8 get ready for their exam. It was here the final 10 students got happy. Because now they knew who would be on what team. Kuroiro, Manga, Kamakiri, Yanagi and Kaibara. This team didn't really have massive faults together. Their problem was more along the lines of Team Bakugo. Each of them had the problem of not being very vocal. But each of them walked right into their exam site. A large parking garage. Just an open field of concrete with lampposts and some cars. It however didn't hide its challenger. In front of them stood All Might. He stood tall and proud. His chest puffed up. His arms are on his hips with a big smile. Hello students. Show me your pride, face me head on and try to defeat me. All Might clapped his hands with force. The air pressure itself kicked cars over and threw some at the group. Wall, Manga yelled out. Out his mouth, the colored words wall came out and acted as one. Blocking the damage from reaching them. 4 They could now see him slightly better. Around his arms and legs, All Might wear a total of 8 bands. The same ones that each of the other heroes wore. They had the sole purpose of weighing them down, making it harder to move. It had the added benefit that attacks would also have more weight behind them. Of course, All Might didn't need that. He had more than enough power himself. We need a plan for him, Manga said, but it was too late. Everyone had already split up. Kaibara had jumped through the wall. It was already gone by now. He rushed right for All Might. He sighed. You never rush someone like All Might because he outclasses you in every way. You act smart. Death Scyth, Reaper's Blade. Kamakiri screamed as he created 2 large scythe-like blades around his forearms. He sliced at All Might, trying to slice him across the chest. It didn't even break All Might's outfit. Not would it have left a scratch on his chest. All Might however just pushed Kamakiri. A single arm push. Threw him back as if he was punched with all the force in the world. He ragdolled over the floor as Yanagi now took her chance to attack. She used the destruction to her advantage. It was the exact reason All Might chose to start the match like this. She took control of plenty of rubble and fired it all at All Might. Covering his eyes slightly to make sure no rubble entered his eyes, but with a little force and a backhand even the rest of the rubble flew back. She did not have enough force to really hurt him. Even when she fired off a car door at him. A mere swipe and they were destroyed. In perhaps the first and only moment of teamwork. Kaibara showed up at his back. His first rotation at an incredible 69 rotations a second. With a small quarter rotation of the shoulder. Caused an extremely hard and painful fist right into the rib cage. If this would have been All Might's other side. He would have been brought to his knee. but now it felt like an annoying smack that drove some air out of his lungs, but with that, his arm also felt like he just fully forced a rock wall. 3. It felt broken. All Might looked. Only Unagi and Manga were standing. He was sure there had to be 3. Boom boom boom. Manga screamed. Just like that, the 3 versions of Boom rushed at All Might before exploding. Which stopped Kuroiro's plan. He had hidden in Kaibara's shadow and had stepped into All Might's shadow at the last second, trying to wait for the perfect moment to either stop him or to free to the gate. But with the explosions, Kuroiro was thrown out of the shadow and into the floor. All Might had to brace himself. 4. But he was fine. He had yet to really move. He had kept still on his 2 feet. He had no need. If the need arise, he would stop them if they went for the gate. Good plan. Just need more power. All Might said as he ripped out a chunk of earth, before throwing this right in front of Manga. Bang! He called out at the same time. Manga was kicked back by his own attack. Knocked out. He really should have known to keep moving. To keep running around. Now it was just Unagi. She had the cuffs under her control now. Do you think you can get them on me before I get to you? His voice bounced with confidence. It was as rude could be. He held his chest up high, but Unagi kept being herself silent self. She however did add more power to her punch. She started floating the rest of the cuffs. The other 4 cuffs were also under her control. She had 2 around herself to make sure they could get to All Might if he got close. And 2 were at All Might trying to clasp his arm or leg. 2. He crouched slightly as he kept smacking away the cuffs. They weren't fast enough to surprise him even slightly. It was calming. Just swiping away toys. Even so, he forgot to pay full attention to the others and they got their own plan. They would need to help Unagi stop All Might. They knew just how they were gonna do that. Bind, rope, tie, stuck, glue. Manga screamed a variable of different words that all seemed to work to tie All Might. But even with that, the others were not gonna sit idly by. 4. Kamakiri jumps in between All Might's legs. He shot blades out of his arms, getting stuck around All Might's feet and slowing him down. Kaibara and Kuroiro jumped on his arms trying to slow him down, all just fast enough for Unagi to finally clasp the cuff around All Might's wrist. All Might has been captured. Please the area so the final team of Izuku MidoRyuu, Kyoka Jiro, Toru Hagakure, Mei Hatsume, and Yosetsu Awase can take their exam. It was the final exam and all of them were excited as Izuku had a pretty good idea why this team was made. So what is our plan? Awase asked. His team was weird. They only had one real fighter with Izuku. He was most likely gonna face whoever it is on his own as the rest can't really compete with them. Then you had Mei, Toru, and Kyoka who are all non-fighters. They if anything would be classified as support or rescue heroes. And then Awase, while he has some fighting skills. With his welding quirk, he wasn't gonna really do much against people like All Might or anyone in the top 10. 3 inches well, it depended on who we get, but I will fight them alone. Izuku said as she stretched his arms and legs. He was gonna have to go beyond plus ultra for this one, but then again he did give the okay to be beaten to near death. Izuku, I know you're strong, but you really think you can take down a pro hero alone? Izuku smiled. It gave a boost of confidence to those around him. Oh no, I will 100% get my ass kicked. But me winning is not the plan. I will try and keep him as busy as I can. While you 4. Either escape. Or you try and capture the hero with cuffs. Mei can hopefully make a cannon or something. Kyoka should be able to make sure you're not close to the fight. Toru can find the items without being spotted. And Awase can weld whatever you need together. 4. While it was not the perfect plan, it was sure as shit a good one. They all nodded as they walked through the gate. Proudly they stepped into the exam when they were met with pure dread. Waiting on them. Quirk active and burning hot. Endeavor the number 2 hero stood in front of the 5 students. MidoRyuu, while I appreciate what you have done for my boy, I will as Nezu asked of me, for your own good, beat you into the floor. Izuku smirked. 5 inches I would be offended if you did anything else, sir. The stare-down started. Endeavor glared at the students. Each feeling the heat and intensity of Endeavor's power. Each felt their throats dry up as sweat began pouring out of them. The 4 backed down with a step. Izuku however stepped forward. Please start the exam. The voice rang, giving the starting signal. 2 inches go now, Izuku ordered. His entire body transformed as he went into his hybrid form. But Endeavor was also moving, pulling both his arms back. 2 balls of flames forming at his palms before pushing his arms out along with the 2 fireballs. They went right for Izuku, who through tearing his coat apart spread his wings as wide as they could, blocking the students from the flames. The 2 balls of flames were small, not even the size of a basketball, but as they exploded the flames were everywhere, covering nearly the entire street. 2 back at the viewing group, some called out in shock. The amount of flames would scar any normal person. Massive flames covered the floors and they were worried for all. But with a flap of the wing, it showed Izuku as he walked through the fire. All the other students are gone. You should know, Endeavor. Flames like that won't work on something like me. Endeavor smirked at the bravado Izuku put up. These flames have taken down plenty of dragons, boy. He extended his arm to the side. With a small ember of a flame, it expanded, turning into a spear of flames. 3 But now Izuku smirked. I ain't just some dragon. I am a dragon emperor, and flames can't hurt a dragon emperor. This was not a fact of life. Endeavor had taken down dozens of dragons, and it never mattered if they used flames, ice, water, stone, or even wind. None could withstand the flames for long. But Endeavor nodded. You are not just some dragon, no, you will be one of the strongest heroes in the future. But only in the future. Now you're just a bratty little boy thinking he can swim with the big fish. Endeavor rushed Izuku, spear in hand. 5 Izuku moved as well, cracking the ground and easily outspeeding Endeavor. Endeavor stabbed his spear forward. Just barely, Izuku got his shoulder below it. Either just fast enough or he didn't want to extend as much movement, and as he got close, he could land a free shot at his midsection. Any attack could have been landed: stomach punch, liver shit, kidney blow. Any was open. But instead, Izuku with both his arms grabbed the wrist of Endeavor. His sharp claws dug into the weighted wristbands he wore. I want you at your strongest, Endeavor. I need to see the distance, Izuku said as he clenched his hands. Like butter, the weights crumbled into chunks, but it left Izuku open to Endeavor's knee, connecting hard with his ribs. Izuku moved with force as he was lifted slightly, right into Endeavor's flaming palm, which slapped Izuku across the face, flinging him into a building, landing hard on the wall before dropping to the floor. Then grab a long-range scope because it's not close. Endeavor's voice rang through Izuku's head, and he hated the fact it was right. Izuku's cheek stung at the smack he got. 15 inches. Fuck. Get out, get out, get out. Kyoka softly whispered as she started pushing everyone out of the room. They were 1 building away from the fight. Yeah, just let me get this right here. Mei grabbed one of the ovens, using her suit for a boost of strength before she fucking threw it hard on the floor. Kyoka nearly shat herself in fear of Endeavor hearing, forgetting that she listens to everything on 200 to 300%, and Endeavor was outside fighting with Izuku and she was next to it. Awase here, weld this part with this part, please. Hagakuri, can you find me a rope or something like that? 4. She had a cool baby in mind. She had no interest in explaining what the baby would do, just that it would be super cool. So they had to wait and see, but Mei was working fast and efficiently. Izuku was about to do the same, dashing for Endeavor again. Izuku now, instead of dodging the spear, just punched through it. His dragon skin protects him from the incredible heat. But Izuku finally landed a blow on Endeavor. Izuku punched Endeavor's hand, but his face didn't change. 1. In reality, Endeavor might have broken his hand at the force of Izuku's punch. His pointer finger, thumb, and middle finger didn't seem to want to move from his closed fist position, so he just tightened his hand and was gonna punch through the pain. Izuku, however, wasn't stopping. His other fist went down low, now indeed going for a stomach shot. Endeavor, however, saw it coming. Pushing his fist forward with a bunch of flames, Endeavor landed a rocket punch right on Izuku's face. Both were not stopping. Izuku's fist kept moving and landed snugly in the ribs. Without care, Endeavor again with a rocket-like punch, now slammed his fist into Izuku's face. 4. The nose bone cracked as Izuku was pushed slightly back. Endeavor's attacks were faster and far stronger than Izuku's. It was new. Izuku was always the strongest. Nothing was able to outprefer him before. The walls were soft punching bags. Wood broke like paper, but since he has met more and more adults that could outdamage him at every turn. First, at the USJ, they were just stronger, nearly killing him. Then Rush, then Stain. And now Endeavor again. Izuku hated that feeling. 6. It reminded him of the times he got bullied. The times when he couldn't do anything because everyone around him hurt him more. He hated the feeling of helplessness. He could go through that. He had to become stronger, for himself, for his mother, for the women he loved. Rog, Izuku screamed as Endeavor's flurry of blows did not stop. While Endeavor did not fight with hand-to-hand combat all the time. He was still one of the strongest without his quirk. But he could see something he had never seen before. Izuku was already in his hybrid form. His skin was thick, a black-green leather like scales, rough and strong. But he saw it transform. The scales became more defined. 8. He even gained horns. On his shoulders and forearms. Izuku had started to gain small pointy horns. His face gained more power. And Nezu with some quick counting. And some closer looks. Noticed that around the head of Izuku, he seemed to grow horns or a crown of sorts. A total of 12 horns were visible with a clear open stop for a new one. And Endeavor's furry stopped. His fist stopped moving. Izuku had grabbed his hands and they were stuck. My turn. Izuku's voice had dropped. 3. It seemed millions of times deeper. Pure dragonic. It gave a chill down Endeavor's spine as he had only seen this once before. Even All Might felt a chill as he noticed the resemblance. And instead of fear, he felt joy, he felt glad. Izuku pulled his arms back, pulling Endeavor toward him, and Izuku just pushed his head forward, landing a headbutt on Endeavor, breaking Endeavor's nose just like Izuku's nose had been broken. Izuku repeated this twice. 2 more headbutts landing before with a spin and some force, he threw Endeavor as hard as he could. Cracking buildings as he wasn't stopping. 2. Kyoka again, nearly blew a casket as Izuku just had to throw Endeavor into the building the group was hiding in. Done. Mei screamed with glee. It took but a moment before 6 hands covered Mei's face hoping to silence her. In a whisper, Toru spoke, he is next door, so shoot the cuff cannon at him. Mei looked at her. Oh, the cuffs, yeah, no, this is not that. This is a rocket heat gun. It shoots hot air. I got the idea from Endeavor's fireballs, hee. She said with a smile which resulted in Kyoka chopping her on the head. 5. Idiot, we fucking need something to cuff Endeavor. Not to fucking act like him. Peef. I got this. Mei walked out and waved at Endeavor. Sir, look. Mei made 2 fists. Before slamming both fists hard on her chest a total of 3 times. Right in the middle of her boobs, a flap opened and a small explosion happened. A small thing flew at him before it covered him in a thick white foam. Really, child? You think this can hold me? Ha ha ha, no. Mei laughed before she sprinted away. Right at the viewing area. I remember that, didn't Mei said it was. 1. Endeavor created a spark to free himself. That small flame made contact with the foam, which turned them into a massive fireball explosion. That had Endeavor in the midst. Everyone saw it. Flammable. Momo finished after the fact. Everyone had their mouths agape. See, now we can pass the gate. Mei said, laughing like an insane person that a slightly failed baby still had a great use. As they stepped out they saw Endeavor. Standing tall, but his skin was red as if it was a slight burn. I like your spirit, girly. Not hide. I am killing your classmate. Endeavor said, sending out a small flame around the 3 students, and rising the flames up high, trapping them in a flame tornado. 2. As Endeavor sprinted back to Izuku. Their fight started right away. Only Endeavor gained the upper hand right away again. He started throwing fireball after fireball, and Izuku could only cover up his arm hurt as these flames were nearly as hot as Endeavor could make them. While Endeavor of course was still holding back. To see Izuku could withstand this kind of power was impressive. So much so that he was enjoying his fight. He was enjoying being able to face such a strong foe. And just like many that enjoyed themselves too much, they did not notice their surroundings. Toru, who had dropped her gloves and shoes, and sneaked right behind Endeavor and clung the cuffs she held in her arms, around his leg. 3. stopping his flames. The final exam has been completed. Endeavor is captured. Please make your way to the viewing area. There will be robot helpers to assist Mr. MidoRyuu. This confused Endeavor. He looked back at Izuku. Izuku was standing with his arms up. Now back to his normal skin. Second-degree burns all over them. His head slack. He had lost consciousness. Only a few seconds ago Izuku had used all he could and he was done. Endeavor had given him all he could handle in the heat department. But he had a smile on his face. As he fell forward, dropping on the ground, knocked out. As Izuku collapsed, some sprinted right for him. Kyoka and Mei, being in a relationship with him, were the most worried. Kyoka, however, was slightly more worried. The first thing that came to mind when Izuku dropped was his birthday. He went outside and he nearly died thanks to that hero Boomfist or something. She ran and instantly checked his heart, but it was beating. I perhaps had gone a little overboard, Endeavor said with sorrow in his voice. He never really cared for others that much. 3. Sure, he came if Nezu asked and taught a guest lesson here or there, but he never really joined with exams because he was busy. But this year not only was his son joining, but the boy helped fix his relationship with his son. The boy saved his son from losing an arm. He would be forever grateful to Izuku. And right now he might have just hurt the boy forever. It's not that, sir. He is glad you did. I have known him since we were little kids. He is happy that he fought you and you had to fight him with your real power. 4. Kyoka pressed her hand on his chest as she closed her eyes. Her jack near his hand, listening to his heartbeat. Excuse me coming through. Excuse me coming through. Excuse me coming through. An automatic robot voice spoke as two robots came up. Which one is it, Bob? I don't know, Rob. I thought it was a boy. Same. Excuse me, which one needs medical attention? The robots spoke. It was one thing Nezu had worked on. While other schools had robotic staff, only UA had robot staff with human behavior. Nezu and Powerloader had, for the first 10 years of their robot staff, worked on an AI that took information from all the teachers and students and would create a normal yet enjoyable robot that did their job. 3. It's him. Please take care. Sure thing. Don't drop him, Rob. Says the robot that oiled his wheels not 2 weeks ago, Bob. It's not my fault. I want to look good. I might ask Robin out soon. The robots bickered slightly as they moved Izuku before everyone went back to the waiting area, where Nezu was waiting for them. Thank you all for today's exam. You will all be free today. I would appreciate it if you could thank the heroes for their time, but that is all. The results will be shared tomorrow during class. 3. Nezu said, but Ida raised his hand. Yes, Ida, what is it? Sir, will the results be personal or per group? So if I did more than, let's say, my teammate, could it be that I pass and they fail? Nezu nodded. All results are person-based. But I will say, passing the exam does not mean you get a passing grade. Same for failing does not mean you get a failing grade. It affects your grade but does not control it. Now dismissed. 2. With that, the students went toward each hero and thanked them for the lesson and their time. Before promptly going home, Izuku would have to stay back for a bit, as he was still resting. Something Nana was really glad for, as she also had to wait and chose to wait by Izuku's bedside. As he slept, Nana looked at him with a soft expression. He looked so peaceful and sweet. Nana chuckled slightly as she finally had come to terms with her feelings. And how crazy the younger her would have reacted. 1. She would have blown a fuse if she was told she would fall madly in love with a dragon user that could break her neck if he wanted to. Nana never liked being seen as weak. When she was young, her parents died thanks to a dragon. It was where her hatred came from. But Nana, her entire life was just skinny and soft. And she got bullied for it, but then without her parents, Nana trained and trained and trained some more. She got taller, stronger, and a lot meaner to those that bullied her. Nana made a vow to herself that she would never be weaker than anyone else. 3. But now, she was okay with it. She didn't care if she was stronger than Izuku. She just wanted to be strong enough to stand close to him, to stand next to him, hand in hand. You are really in love with him, aren't you? A voice said from behind her. It was Toshinori in his smaller form. What are you talking about? She stuttered with a bright red blush. Nana felt his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry Nana, it's fine. MidoRyuu is an honorable boy and he is a good fit. Boo, but dragons are evil, right? You told me that. Toshinori sat on the other bed. I have also told you, candy past 8 is poisonous. Santa is real. That eating my bacon gives you a beard. I can be wrong. MidoRyuu has shown me as much. Dragons are not all bad. I was mistaken in that, but if you love him, go for him. Do not be held back by the ideas of others. Love is beautiful and should never be held back. Tell him how you feel. If he does not feel the same way, it's fine, but you cannot hold it back or it will become a weight heavier than even you could carry. 7. All Might spoke before walking off. I will finish some paperwork, but we will leave in 30 minutes. Don't get lost in time, he said, embarrassing Nana slightly, but in the end, she grabbed Izuku's hand and with a soft smile she looked at his face. Knowing that Izuku is the man she could spend her entire life with. The man she would want to spend her entire life with. I will confess, I will tomorrow. 1. And tomorrow came as fast as she could have said it. They had their final class. They were gonna hear who passed and who failed and hopefully why. Each name was written on the board and next to them were 2 boxes, passed and failed. First team, you all lost against best Jeanist, and in reality, you all lost big time. The only 2 to pass are Mineta and Abara. Abara showed great leadership and quick thinking. Same for Mineta. Sadly the rest just failed to live up to what we had in mind. Zero especially. I understand wanting to help your fellow heroes. But you all were outmatched. Getting help would have been the best option. 2. Next group. I won't go into detail because it's too obvious. Bakugo and Rumi fail. Pony, Aoyama, and Rin pass. Kendo, Tetsu, Ida, Sato, and Shishida, you all also fail. You all reacted with pure emotion and played right into his hand after being insulted. Heroes have to act with their brains, not their hearts. Now then, the first team that fully passed. Well done Kirishima, Kaminari, Tsuyu, Saburaba and Ryuko. Each of you did great and worked well together. You worked like real pro heroes. 1. The second team fully passed. Uraraka, Kodai, Ojiro, Shinso and Toga. Again, a great idea not to fight and not follow his rules. That was great and smart. It made me proud to see you all think and not decide to fight one of the greatest hand-to-hand fighters in the top 10. Now Nana, Momo, Monoma, Tokiyami and Shoto. If you all acted like the first seconds for the entire fight, only Monoma would have passed. But you all teamed up perfectly and did great, so you all pass as well. Now then the team that faced me. Aizawa said with just clear disappointment. 2. I do not know how many times I have to keep repeating the same fact over and over again. Harrowing is not a fun thing. You cannot joke around with the girls during a mission. If I was someone like Stain, you all would have been cut from butt to brain. I won't ever allow such actions to be done again. I understood. The 5 girls nodded. Aizawa was pissed because in a real fight, they could have died and Aizawa cared a lot. It won't happen again, sir. We apologize, Mina said with her head down low. 3. The second to last team. If it was up to me, all but Manga would have failed. None of you wanted to team up. But in your fight, you all teamed up and were able to capture All Might. Now do know that All Might was going very easy on you all. He was even reprimanded for going to light and giving you all too much leeway in the fight. But you all pass, barely pass but a pass nonetheless. I do expect you all to improve a lot, understand? And the final group, you all pass. You worked great and having MidoRyuu fight the big bad was indeed the smartest option. Had you all fought together it would have ended in 5 deaths in the field. 2. But with that, Aizawa had explained who failed and who passed. A total of 15 students did not pass the exam. Now like it was said, those that did not pass would get punished. Those that passed would go to camp. That was a lie. You all are going to camp. Those that passed however won't be allowed to join in the fun evening activities as they will be forced to study. 5. The roller coaster of emotion was extreme for those that failed. They didn't know how to react. Now the camp will be hosted by the hero team, the Wild Pussycats. They exist of Pixie, Bob, Mandalay, Ragdoll, and Tiger. They also have a young boy with them named Koda. The camp will have housing, but you will still need some items. Here is a list of required items. And just in advance, if anyone has any trouble finding an item or even finding it for a normal price, please talk with one of the teachers, we always have extra supplies. 2. Aizawa spoke from experience. One of the items was an air mattress or a bed to lay on. He didn't have one, so he went to look and could only find one for a couple of $100, which was out of his budget. But thankfully Nezu had one or two extra at all times that he just gave away to the students that didn't have one. Now, so you all have extra time, I convinced some of the teachers to drop their classes on Friday. So you are completely free. If you all do the required homework from Friday tomorrow, then you can spend the day shopping then. 1. But with that, class was over, and before people left, Nana stopped Izuku and his girlfriends. I need to talk with all of you. Nana was dead serious. They had only seen her once like this, and that resulted in Izuku getting his face beaten in. But they walked away from the group as they stood in the corner of the classroom. What is it? Momo asked, confused. She looked Izuku dead in the eyes and took a deep breath. I am in love with MidoRyuu as well. I do not expect an answer straight away. I just needed to tell you all. I have been in love for a while, and I can't hide it anymore. Nana then turned around and walked away, leaving everyone in the group wide-eyed. Wow, was Izuku's reaction. He had not seen that coming. I guess we have to talk if it's big enough for one more, right? Ochako asked the group as they nodded. 2. It's up to Izuku if he likes her. I guess we also have a say, but we are already larger than normal, so. Rumi said. She knew how she would have felt if she wasn't able to date Izuku. She knew how sick that would have made her. But they had a big relationship, so that didn't happen for her. And she also didn't want that to happen with Nana. Yeah, I guess so. Izuku, what do you say? I don't know. The entire class had come to the mall. Izuku didn't want to go, but he had a list that needed to be filled. It wasn't that he hated his class, but right now, he had stuff to think about. His quirk gained more strength for some reason, which he didn't fully understand, but the thing he wanted to understand was Nana. Nana was a complete mystery to him. The first day of school she hated him, they fought and she went crazy. And she stayed to hate him during their entire time. 2. But over time it lessened and lessened. And Izuku felt like they might have been friends. And that was already something strange for Izuku. But she loved him. She loved him. It was such a strange concept. He knew the girls he dated loved him too. And he knew that he loved them too. They were extremely kind and sweet, and he got this feeling when he was around them, that he needed to be there. But he wasn't sure about Nana. Did he have that same feeling? Hell, he wasn't sure if he hated her. 4. It was a lot for Izuku, and with each moment that passed, Izuku had this rock added to his stomach that made him uncomfortable. It made him feel uneasy. He wanted to tell Nana the truth as quickly as he could. If that was he loved her too, or if he hated her. She deserved to know, but Izuku wanted to know what he was feeling. But he and she would have to wait. As right now Izuku was walking through the mall, with Ochako in one area and Nemuri in the other. It walked a little strange, but the girls had won the right to do so during a game of rock paper scissors, so Izuku accepted it. 3. They had some stuff to get. And Mina and Setsuna came up with a plan. Izuku, you wait here, we will split up a bit, and get all the boring stuff like bug spray, and a lamp, and then we can shop for some swimwear. Deal, Mina said, with Izuku shrugging and sitting down. He could use the piece to think. Of course, Mina had made the deal with Setsuna. Momo and Ochako would team up and they would fight over price so that they could rush over and grab Izuku's arms for themselves. 3. And the girls exploded in their directions. And Izuku was alone, but not for long. 2 hours ago, somewhere unknown. Master, is this needed? Why do you want me to do this? Shigaraki spoke into the TV. The voice spoke back. If you want to possibly take my place in the future, you must learn how to strengthen your ranks. Jiren might be a little shady, but he has always been a good help to us with items and manpower. So see if you can strengthen your ranks, Shigaraki. I have other matters to attend to. The voice said as the screen got turned off. 1. Fine, Kurogiri, send them in, Shigaraki said as he pulled out a DS and started playing whatever game was in the slot. Yes, of course, young master, Kurogiri spoke as he bowed his head slightly, The door opened shortly after, and a scruffy middle-aged man walked through. "Hey, how are my two favorite evildoers doing? Good and evil, I hope." Jiren joked as he was followed in by two people. "Now I got you some fresh meat. Now I know they aren't your normal cup of tea, but believe me, these two right here are worth it," Jiren said with a coy smile. Only for Shigaraki to glacé at him. "I don't like tea." 3. Jiren was what you called an underground broker. He made deals and set up meetings between groups. For a payday, of course. He wore a slightly larger purple suit that was messy and open. A white button-up shirt with the top two buttons open, giving him a lot of breathing room. A scarf around his neck, and he constantly smoked. He wore sunglasses no matter where he was and had messy hair. Now please allow me to introduce Tamura Shigaraki, leader of the League of Villains, which according to the news had Stain as his subordinate. 2. Jiren of course did not know if this was a fact. He tried to get an answer, but Shigaraki never told him shit, and Kurogiri was a robot of a man. Well, first, this little lizard-looking friend is named Spinner. And I know, he hasn't got a lot of murders to his name, but believe me, I have faith in this dude like he was my criminal son," Jiren said, throwing his arm over Spinner's shoulder. But he wasn't done. "Now right here, we have one crazy son of a gun. Twice. Yeah, not once but twice. I am not crazy, oh yeah we are." Twice spoke, two different tones. "Yeah, so while he has been a criminal for a couple of years now, he may or may not suffer from a split personality disorder, but come on. With all the fun he has, it's worth it." "I have no fun. Fun is everywhere." Each time Twice spoke he seemed to be disagreeing with himself. Shigaraki, annoyed, just decayed his DS. Why? Why what? We want to join the same group as Stain. I look up to him. 2. Spinner said, annoying Shigaraki more and more. "Why you want to join because of Stain?" Shigaraki slammed his hand down on the table, dusting the table. "Stain this, Stain that. What is so fucking great about Stain?" Shigaraki stormed off. "My apologies, Jiren, Spinner, Twice, it seems that our leader has a lot on his mind. I would ask you to leave and I shall make sure to get your answer by the end of the day. I will also add an extra to your finder's fee, Jiren, as an apology," Kurogiri said with Jiren walking out. "Fucking brat, acting like a fucking child. I am his elder, at least show some respect." 2. Shigaraki started walking, annoyed at why everyone was talking about Stain. During Hosu, the Nomu injured so many heroes. So many people nearly died. But no, it was all about how Stain was captured, how he got stopped. Sure, Izuku did it, which filled Shigaraki with joy. He was already working with them, he just didn't know it yet. But the whole media spun that Shigaraki and Stain worked together. Shigaraki would first work with heroes, then Stain. But as Shigaraki walked through the city, he mindlessly wandered around. Before, almost like faith, he saw just who he wanted to see. 2. Back to the present. Izuku looked mindlessly at his phone, staring at the black screen as he was deep in thought. He felt fingers go around his neck as he snapped back into reality. Thinking it was one of the girls being weird, he looked at his phone. Guess who? A male voice spoke from behind him. His long, messy light blue hair ran down his face as the hood hid most of it, but that dry skin, sick wide smile, he recognized everywhere. Tamura Shigaraki. "Ah, you remembered my name. We are truly bestest friends." 4. Shigaraki sat down, his middle finger just inches away from Izuku's neck. "Now Izuku, can I call you Izuku? It feels like we are almost brothers now, so I will. Izuku, I don't want to hurt you. But so you know, the second you yell for help, I will dust these sheep around us. You might be able to stop me, but can you stop me before I kill Susie's mama and papa? So behave please." Izuku, annoyed, agreed. "Fine. Now what, Shigaraki?" Izuku turned around, looking at the sick smile of Toruma, only a couple of feet away. 4. Izuku wanted to beat Shigaraki. He wanted to take him down right here and right now. But he didn't know if he could. Would Shigaraki be too fast for him? For the lives of those around him, he had to wait. "Please call me Torora. Izuku, we are close as brothers, and I know so much about you. But I am not here to exchange numbers. I won't force you to join, you will on your own, when you realize that everyone on the good side just hates you." They want you as a weapon and nothing more. 7. They want to use you as a tool for their fame, a stepping stone to reach the next stage. They lie and deceive you of the truth. We would never do that to someone like you. Shigaraki spoke. Izuku could hear the admiration in his voice. It confused him so much. What was so messed up in his idiot head that he ever thought of Izuku joining them? So why are you here? Just a coincidence. But I am so glad. I wanted to thank you for taking down Stain. I hated him, he was mean. 4. He worked together with you, right? Izuku asked as Shigaraki grabbed a leaf of the plants next to him, before dusting it. No, he wasn't part of our Osofun group. We asked but he was too good for us. How? Just like us, he is a killer, a murderer. Izuku scowled at the use of US. Izuku knew that he included Izuku in that idiotic group. So you were smart, right? Why is that? Why does he feel that he is better? And for a good answer, I will give you 2 gifts, one for taking him down, and one for helping me again. And know what happens if you don't say anything. Shigaraki dusted another leaf. 1. Unlike you, Stain's action had a reason. He in reality wanted to create a better society by getting rid of the sickness. Izuku said this as he plucked off a dead leaf from a plant. He wanted society to be beautiful with just righteous people acting as heroes. You have no real goal. You want to create chaos for the sake of chaos. You are evil because you want to do evil. That's why you and he are different, but in the end, I will make sure you both go to jail. Shigaraki laughed. Oh, you're so smart. You really must come to your senses and join us. I can get you as many women or guys as you want. It would be a pleasure to see you unlock your true abilities once you pass that little step. But my gifts. 7. First, right down Main Street here. There is a lab growing that is working on a new form of narcotic that is designed for high schoolers. I give you this information so that even when they knew you did something good, it won't matter. They still hate you. And here, Shigaraki grabbed a pen and paper from his pocket. He wrote down some information on it. This should help you grow in strength some more. 2. Shigaraki then walked away. Izuku stepped up to follow behind, but Shigaraki quickly bumped into a small child. Pink hair with a dark dress. Oops, sorry, I must look where I am going, he said, pressing 4 fingers against the top of her head. Izuku quickly dropped back to the seat which had Shigaraki remove his hands. 5. As soon as Izuku knew Shigaraki didn't see him anymore, he needed to call the cops, but his phone was dead. So he ran to one of his friends. He noticed the UA bag standing next to a changing booth. He knocked once before quickly opening, not thinking of anything, only to see Nemuri topless, standing wide eyes at Izuku, her top in full glory. Izuku looked down before up before down again. I need your phone. Shigaraki was just here, Izuku said, still looking slightly below her face. Nemuri with a proud blush quickly nodded as she grabbed her phone from her back pocket. And then pushing Izuku out, who instantly called the heroes on both pieces of information. It took a total of 8 minutes before the heroes had been able to show up. The entire area was closed off nearly instantly and a search was done for Shigaraki, but true to his word, he walked away without killing anyone. They also raided the other location Izuku told them about. And just as he said, there was a massive drug creation operation. It was a drug that worked perfectly on both adults and kids, but thanks to a set of hormones mostly found in children, it had a more effective high. 8. They were able to arrest around 20 people, with 3 people having a direct link to more known criminals. They also were able to confiscate a total of 20 pounds of the drug. But now back in the mall, Izuku was placed in the back office, where the 2 heroes that arrived first were now questioning him. Come on, Dragon Boy, why did he meet here with you? Izuku groaned. He strongly disliked people like this. Because of their own hatred, they did not use their own brains. Because of their hatred for Izuku's quirk, he had to team up with Shigaraki. 1. Like I have said for the last 10 minutes. I don't know why Shigaraki came here. No, we did not meet. He held me hostage with the threat of killing random people. I was unable to really stop him because I didn't want people to die. But just like the times before, they did not stop their question. That was until the door opened and 2 new heroes walked in. All Might and Rush. You, MidoRyuu. I was in the neighborhood and decided to help. Nana called me, telling me you were brought away by some heroes. 14. The two heroes in question nearly shat themselves. Here they thought they finally could earn some prestige by bringing down a villain in hiding, but instead, they were now face to face with the extremely high-ranking heroes. Now then, I assume he told you all he knew. With such a short meeting, I really doubt there was a need for 10 minutes of talking. Rush said with the heroes quickly stepping back and admitting defeat. Yes sir, thank you for cooperation with our investigation. The heroes spoke with Izuku standing up and following the two top heroes. 2. Thank you, sir, they really did not stop with the same questions. Rush chuckled. Fools. But then again I can see it. Shigaraki is a dangerous person, and finding him does take priority. But we got all we got, now then go meet up with your friends. And get to home safe. Also not sure why, but Kai said if you don't accept her wordle request if you don't she will hunt you don't. Izuku just nodded as he started walking away. How strange. Shigaraki here, was it luck or did they have a way of finding MidoRyuu? All Might thought with his hand on his chin in thought. 1. Thankfully getting home was easy. Hey Mom please help stop. Izuku said being bumrushed by Inko who wrapped her arms around Izuku's torso, before applying pressure. Izuku's bones cracked, compressed into itself. But then Inko let him go. Izuku crumbled down to the floor, holding his midriff. Oh don't be such a baby, you just survived a meeting with a villain, you can survive a little hug. Izuku from the ground, I have a better shot surviving villains. Izuku said struggling to get back up. Come I will make you some food. Just stop acting like a baby. 5. And she did, after giving Izuku a nice warm plate. She offered a second plate for Hitoshi, but he did not eat after school. He preferred to nap. After the meal, Izuku went back outside. Going toward the large playground, waving at some of the younger kids having fun playing and moving toward the grassy patch nearby before laying inside that. It took 2 minutes of him staring at the clouds but someone joined him. Nemuri joined him. Her face was red but as she joined him, they had an opportunity to talk. 1. Izuku, about the mall thing. Izuku even blushed now. Yeah, sorry about that. It didn't even matter. Not that I did like seeing you, 'cause I did, but not like that. Well kinda like that 'cause we are dating, but like not in a weird creepy way. Just sorry for peeping on you. Nemuri herself was hiding her blush. I am fine with you, looking at me. It's just that it would be nice for a warning next time. But their moment was ruined. As Mina and Kyoka rushed over and joined Izuku on the patch. Mina gave him a large smooch on the cheek. MidoRyuu got a kiss from a girl Iu. One of the many children that were playing nearby yelled as he was still on the stage where girls were icky. Mina the ever-playful person jumped up. And so are you, come here. Mina yelled before making smooching sounds as she ran behind the kid who screamed with terror. His friends joined his fearful screams as Mina sprinted around the kids for a bit. It was great fun and it showed the community they had. Everyone cared for each other. Everyone knew each other. It was beautiful. 4. Nothing really happened apart from that and a couple of days later they were back at Ua. Getting on the bus in order to drive out to their camp. Now listen everyone. The car ride will be around 4 hours. Because of the current time right now. The bus will be dark to allow for sleep. Keep in mind that we don't want it to be loud. Snacks and drinks are allowed, but there will be no pee breaks. And any garbage left behind will be cause for punishment. Now sit where you want to sit, I don't care, nor does it matter. Aizawa was simple, but he wasn't alone. 3. Both me and Aizawa will come with you. We are your only source to the outside. Is there a problem with that? Awase rose his arm. Sir, I know this might seem stupid, but I have been quite active in a phone game where I have a daily thing I need to do. Is that allowed to do? Vlad looked at him slightly strangely. Sorry but no. No phones nor electronics will be allowed to be brought with us. This is done for safety. Yo little man, I can help with that if you want, Present Mike said. 5. He himself was a phone gamer as well, as it was a great way to pass the time. And he himself had like a 2-year login streak on one of his main games. Awase bowed in thanks before writing what he did daily on his phone. Just which to do what on what day to use the energy. But then, everyone was allowed into the bus. Izuku was pulled to the back. Momo and Ochako were the ones that grabbed his side instantly. On the side next to them would be Mina and Himiko. 1. Then again Izuku did not sit with them the entire time. From time to time, Izuku fell to the floor. Ryuko had a similar reaction, only slightly less. Izuku was extremely sick in cars. Like his entire energy source was removed. The girls absolutely loved it. He leaned on them so often, but then sometimes with a turn. Izuku fell on the floor moaning and groaning about how he felt sick. Aizawa knew why. Inko told him, the stronger the dragon, the stronger the motion sickness. Thankfully Inko was rather weak comparable, and with a couple of motion sickness tablets, she was safe. Ryuko was a little worse, but again with some tablets it was bearable. 3. For Izuku, he would sooner overdose on them, than that they would be able to help him. He just had to go through life like that. Don't worry, I will make a baby that will help you soon enough. Then you can get a cool bike for other fantasies. Mei said without shake, admitting that at least one of the girls wanted to be a sexy biker chick. Nana chose to sit in front. She had confessed to Izuku. 1. She confessed that she loved him. It felt so weird, but she felt better because of it. She felt amazing. Yet there was this crazy heaviness still on her. She assumed it was because she still got no answer. She understood. Izuku was still figuring out how to deal with a relationship. She then also threw a bunch of extra weight on top of that. The drive for everyone was fine. All except Izuku. He felt like death, but as the care came to a stop, Aizawa grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him out. Thank you. Izuku struggled out as he was thrown to the floor. He finally had time to regain his life force. 2. This is your time to stretch your legs a little. Sir, where is the toilet? I really need to pee. Mineta asked, but Aizawa didn't respond. Instead a different car drove up. It was a black sedan. As it stopped, 2 ladies jumped out, as well as a small kid walking out normally. The 2 ladies were recognized by a group of 8. NYA. We are your feline fantasies. Taking the world by storm. We are Pixie Bob, the blonde-hair woman said, striking a cute-like pose. And Mandalay, striking a different yet also cute pose. 1. We are the wild pussycats. Those that already went with them for their internships knew them. It was why they had a plan on the bus. For the entire bus ride, each and every one of the girls had been feeding Izuku a lot. Each and every person that knew the wild pussycats knew the things they did. One of the first things they ever did, the first night, was an eating competition. Whoever ate the most didn't have to do any chores. And for as long as they knew Izuku, they knew he was a fucking black hole of pure food. 3. The bags Izuku got from Inko were always empty as they went back. And he always had room for more. But he was also better at chores than anyone they knew. So they had a plan. Feed Izuku bags of food. And the sick Izuku happily took food to hopefully feel better. It resulted in a total of 3 bags of chips, half a loaf of bread with different toppings, half a bag of M&Ms, 2 chocolate bars, and even 2 shakes. It was purely meant to fill Izuku up. 2. Who is the kid? Izuku, who was now sitting on his butt, asked, seeing a small kid with them. Oh, that is my nephew Kota, us pussycats take care of him. Yo, pleasure to meet you. Kota walked up to Izuku, his red cap with horns and serious eyes. He stood in front of Izuku, face to face as Izuku sat on the ground. Nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya, Hero Stew. Izuku wasn't allowed to finish as Kota punched him in the face. Dent, well, that's a weird greeting. Izuku was absolutely unaffected by the punch. Sadly, the same could not have been said about Kota himself. 3. Kota grabbed his fist in pain, tears on the edge of his eyes. Clearly in pain. Loser. Kota screamed before running back to the car. Well, let's get back inside the bus, right? Zero said, but the large bus just chose to drive away without them. Please, I need a toilet. You have a total of 10 miles to walk. Taking into account a calm pace that takes most 4 hours. We were able to do it under 1. So let's make it fun. You all get sent on your own. The first one there gets to have their way with me, Pixie Bob said before getting smacked in the head by Mandalay. That's not true. The first one there. We'll get some sake at dinner if they want. Seeing everyone as an adult, it's fine, right? Mineta all of a sudden did not find this interesting. But just like that, dirt shot up and threw them into the forest. Everyone was thrown down to the ground, being forced to figure out how to land. Thankfully Pixie Bob, who had been the one controlling the earth, had just caused them to fall down and not break anything. As everyone landed, they quickly all wanted to get in competition mode. Being the one to win. Everyone stop. Izuku yelled. Listen, we are all lost and confused. This first one down shit doesn't matter, we have to work together so nobody gets lost. Izuku said. He knew he could easily get down first. Only Ida was faster than him, but he had to deal with trees. Izuku could fly and run through them if he wished. 2. Fuck you, you just wanna win for yourself, Bakugo said, flipping Izuku off. I don't care about the sake. Sure, it would be nice after a hard day of training, but anyone else can have it. I just want to make sure we don't arrive there with people missing. Now just move in a group, Izuku ordered. The group agreed. None had any experience going hiking in the woods, so they moved as a group and it quickly became the best idea they had. I have to piss and get away, Mineta screamed, running into the woods. His bladder was about to burst, just as he got away far enough. 2. He was leaning against a tree, glad to finally relieve himself. Just as he was about to relieve Minnie from his underpants, he looked behind him. A massive, dirt beast-type golem stood behind him, getting closer and closer. Mineta, who had been holding with all his might at this point, was unable to hold it longer. He screamed as he let all his muscles go, urinating his pants before sprinting back to the group screaming, "Monsters, they have monsters here." Moving as fast as he could, Mineta rushed through the group, passing through them and hiding far behind them. 1. The more combat-focused group quickly took the front, mentally preparing for perhaps a bear or whatever there could be. But then they saw it, pushing down a tree with one paw. It was a nearly 10 feet tall beast made from dirt and earth. Damn, what the hell is that? Bakugo said, not expecting it. TTHATS Pixie Bob's doing. They filled the forest with beast we have to fight, Mina called out. 2. Izuku smirked as he rushed it. Pulling his fist back, he swung at the beast his leg. It swings back, but dirt against dragon. Dragon always wins. The dirt broke in on itself before the best collapsed as Izuku landed his second punch. Okay, these things are not that strong, but if you don't think you can take them out alone, work in teams. Izuku looked up at the sky, breathing in heavily. He was gonna make a straight shot to camp with a fire breath, that was until he felt Rumi kick him in the head. 1. We are in a forest, dipshit, trees burn. She yelled with Izuku just now making that connection. True, I forgot about that, cool. Well, I guess I just use my hands. Izuku had been training a lot with his new ability. The flames were cool but hard to use. He had trouble with the after effects as well, but it was one of his strongest moves. Kai, who had been texting him a lot, mostly because he was one of the only high-ranking dragons she knew. She had been doing a lot of research for him. 1. Nezu was doing the same, but both had different methods. Nezu used interviews, books, videos, myths, and all the like to get somewhat of an idea of what dragons could do and either share that with Izuku and the teachers, or keep it to himself and see how Izuku acts with the new training. Kai, on the other hand, while she wasn't dumb, did not have that level of skill. She used other people she knew. She used the dozens of thunders that she was aware of and got information that way. Both the different styles which resulted in completely different answers. But both had shared one answer that was the same. Izuku was going to get a lot more abilities than just fire breathing. 2. Fucking hell, you call them easy? That's an insult to easy, Bakugo said, just as he slid under the legs of one of the beasts and pressed both his palms to the beast his belly before blowing it up. Chunks of ground blasting everywhere. They might not be strong, but they never end, Nana said, her entire body covered in OFA before she punched through the head of one of the beasts. Everyone was working at their best. For some it was easy. Izuku, Bakugo, Nana, Ryuko, Rumi, Shoto, and the likes. This was just annoying. Izuku had decided to test the waters and see how strong the beasts themselves were. He walked up to one of his arms to his side, allowing the beast to swipe at him. The beast stomped on him, crushing him into the ground. It's not that painful, but keep W. Izuku wasn't finished before the beast bit down on Izuku and started shaking him, only to snap its head and chuck Izuku away. He landed rough against a tree but was fine. His shirt wasn't. Try not to get eaten or stomped, Izuku said, removing the fragments of the shirt. 2. He would just get topless, stretching his arms freely as most of the group got a good clear picture of Izuku's body. They were shocked. They were aware of Izuku's tattoo and the fact he had a scar, but now they saw it. The scar was about the size of a basketball. But that wasn't even the weirdest thing. Izuku looked jacked. While they had seen Izuku before, he looked fit and in shape. He always looked like that. The girls he grew up with knew this. 1. Izuku even as a kid looked in shape. As he got his dragon's rest there was a chance. He grew taller and more muscular. But again it just looked like he went to the gym. He got more muscular by the time he got to Ua and grew there, but now Izuku seemed he was on 1% body fat, abusing steroids, and constantly working out. His was shredded. All his muscles were defined. This came out of left field for everyone including Hitoshi. But mostly the 13 girls that were head over heels for Izuku froze. Their brains had frozen on Izuku's body. 1. Standing with his black pants. Small fragments of white cloth still attacked and handed down. One arm was on his hip with the other was behind his head, scratching his head. His chest and abs were visible yet covered with dirt and earth. It was too much for them. They froze. Watch out, Itsuka called out, jumping behind them before karate chopped one of the beasts down the middle with her enlarged fist. Focus, stop daydreaming, and focus on the task at hand, she told them, with the girls shaking the impure thoughts out of their heads, before moving forward. 4. Nana bit her lip as she moved alone, staying away from Izuku as it was hard for her. She had still not gotten an answer from him about her feelings. So she tried and stay clear for now. As the class went through the forest each one of them had started to reach their limits. Sure, a normal hike would have taken 4 hours. They could have done it in 1 if they just had to run and shit, but no, they had to fight each step of the way. Each one was reaching their limits, but they would normally hate the pain they were in. 1. Now it was different. Not only were they pushing themselves, Izuku was pushing everyone else. Because you had 2 groups at his point. The first group, the group that wanted to surpass Izuku. Izuku took down each monster with all he had. He poured his heart into each punch, kick or swipe, and they saw it. Izuku was covered in sweat and seemingly taking out twice the amount of monsters. He also from time to time allowed the monsters to hit him. This was so the slightly less combat-focused group could still help and show they were not dead weight. 1. But then you had the second group. The group that didn't want to surpass Izuku. No, they wanted to help him. They wanted to stand next to him and show that his faith in them was now wrong, that they were powerful. And just like that, both groups enjoyed the constant battle. And after 6 total hours of just fighting, orientating themselves, and more fighting, they had finally gotten to the camp. They saw the final part of the woods. The final tree line that they had to cross, when the challenge given came back to mind. Everyone wanted the sake. They had gone beyond plus ultra and some sake was just what they needed. 2. But they all also understood how they made it this far. So seemingly agreeing telepathically with each other. They fought one less battle. Tsuyu and Abara moved first, Abara's hair and Tsuyu's tongue wrapping themselves around Izuku's hands and feet. Tsuyu had his arms while Abara had his feet. Ochako came up behind him, her 5 fingers touching him on his back, removing his weight. Before Kendo with her large hands grabbed his feet and together with Tsuyu threw him. Sato and Kirishima tackled down a tree that was in the way, which allowed Izuku 2. to be the first one that came down the hill. But as he landed on his face he was extremely confused. One moment he jokingly says who will be first, and the next thing you know, he is attacked and thrown over the finish line. Well, it seems we have our winner. MidoRyuu right, now you want me now or later. Pixie Bob joked, still acting like she was the price, but Mandalay just like before, only now with a slipper smacked her on the head. Behave yourself, woman, he is not interested in a grandmother. 1. What did you just say? I will claw your eyes out, Pixie Bob screamed as she swiped at Mandalay. Being held by a new arrival, Tiger, only for Ragdoll to laugh on the floor. What? You won, so you get some sake with dinner. As this was said, the other group came out walking together. And each of them was visibly tired and had something. Ida had been limping. Mina had been scratching parts of her hand. Kyoko was rubbing her ears. Each and every one of them had been reaching the limits of their quirks and their bodies. Sadly for all the losers, you get, also sake, we lied. Mandalay said with Ragdoll standing next to each other. Backs against each other. 1. Both had one eye closed with their tongues slightly out. In a playful look as the group shared a look of annoyance and gratitude. They were glad that each of them could have some sake to relax, but it really made their action dumb. Now they just attacked and threw their friend for no reason. Sorry Izuku, Ochako said, pushing her index fingers together as she looked down at the ground. Izuku pulled apart the vines around his legs like they were paper. 1. It's fine. It's not like I got hurt, just surprised. Nice teamwork though and quick action. Izuku said, proud of their teamwork. As he got up again, Aizawa threw him a shirt. Get dressed before Pixie Bob kidnaps you for kittens. He said with Izuku putting on a shirt. Thankfully Pixie Bob was still trying to kill Mandalay for the comment about her age, so Izuku was safe. Now then maggots, I am Tiger. I will be your combat instructor for your time here. This will mean two things. The more combat-focused maggots will die multiple times by my hands. Second, each of you will die at least once by my hands, am I understood? Tiger screamed at them, almost like an army drill instructor, and everyone could only nod and respond with, yes sir. Everyone had gotten their stuff out of the bus, and the group was split into two groups. The guys and the girls. The guys were following Tiger while the ladies followed Ragdoll. Listen up maggots, you will have a total of 4 buildings in your group. Figure out who goes where yourself. I want no loud noises after bedtime. Wake up time is 7, not a second later, am I understood? Tiger spoke fast, loud, and honest. And the group responded just the same. Sir, yes sir. Good, now get to unpacking. Explore a little if you want. Dinner will be ready in 2 hours. 2. So girls, if you see here, this is the way to the hot springs, which has 2 sides. Guys and girls, please, even if you are dating, keep to your correct side. Don't want any problems with that stuff. Now then, it will get dark at night with these trees, but a flashlight should solve that problem. Here are your buildings. There are 4 total rooms, but you don't have to use all of them. Now then, the wake-up time is 7. If you don't wake up, Tiger will wake you up, and he does so with water. Ragdoll explained sweetly. 2. This was all old news to the 8 people that had already been her once before. Setsuna even hid behind Momo the entire time because she fully remembered what kind of insane, chaotic monster genius Ragdoll was. That woman was to be feared. Now then, unpack your items. Toilets are in the bunks. Back at the main area there will be where we eat. It should be done in 2 hours or so. Till then, Ragdoll waved before skipping away, happy as can be and seemingly so innocent. 2. As the girls began to unpack, they still had to make sure Izuku kept eating. It would be 6 hours since Izuku got filled, and that was not enough time. Thankfully they had plenty of snacks. Are we gonna stuff ourselves into one room or? Momo asked, unsure how they were going. While it would be possible to stuff themselves, it would be pretty weird and cramped. I say 2 buildings split. That way we still have room. And hell, we can just sleep inside and talk outside, right? Maybe even set up a small fire or something in front to talk. Kendo suggested. 4. The guys were easier. They just planned on sleeping there, so it was just give each enough room and done. The girls chose to see who wanted to sleep next to whom and who would take what room. It was a hassle, but even in the end, they got their rooms set up and fed Izuku a bunch. The guys had been doing that from the start. Snacks, drinks. Izuku should have been stuffed. But as the 2 hours passed, everyone was called to the main area. Picnic tables were set up with plates and drinks. As the pussy cats explained. 4. Now kittens, every time we have new guests, we do a little game. Each game has to have its own little price. Now for this game, it's all you can eat. We have a bunch of curry here, with a bunch of rice. The person that eats the most. Based on the number of trips we see them take, win. What do they win, you ask? The winner has to do no chores. No cleaning the hot springs, no chopping firewood. No cooking, no cleaning dishes. Nothing at all, Mandalay explained with Izuku's eyes going wide. Really, that's why everyone has been feeding me, Izuku said with his jaw on the floor. 1. The group tried holding back their laughter, but they failed. Most exploded in laughter as Izuku felt betrayed. Even Aizawa cracked a smile at the action. He understood though. Izuku was a black hole. He still remembered the time they were thrown out of an all-you-can-eat restaurant because Izuku ate so much food. Plus Izuku was great at chores. Then again he was good at a lot. So teaming up to win was smart. Oh, I am eating everything now, Izuku said, getting a fire in his belly to defeat everyone in his eating competition. 6. Hold up, kitty, there are rules as well. Rule 1. No stalling. If you have leftover food on your plate without taking a bite for a bit, you are out. Rule 2. No throwing up. That's yucky and weird to eat again. Rule 3 is no throwing food away. We fill up your plates. Now for drinks, we have water, syrup, and sake. Please don't get drunk, Mandalay explained, remembering a group before where they had one guy get wasted on sake who then was hungover for the entire week. Now come get your food, Ragdoll said, opening the first large pot, and the smell was great. Izuku, who had a slightly better nose than most, was in heaven. There were so many complex flavor palettes. He smelled garlic, thyme, oregano, cilantro, the curry. It got his mouth watering just by the smell alone. Grabbing his plate, he was one of the first ones there. What the fuck? He ate a whole bag of chips and 4 sandwiches just 20 minutes ago. How can he still eat more? Kaminari spoke as he blinked to make sure he was seeing this correctly. 3. Here you go, hunk. Made with extra love just for you. Pixie Bob sing-songed as she gave him a large scoop of white rice. Just cooked to perfection. Thank you, ma'am. Izuku was hit over the head with the scoop. I ain't that old, call me Pixie. Or else. Izuku just nodded. He really wasn't trying to comment on her age. Ignore her, she might have gotten senile in her old age. Ragdoll giggled as she gave him a good scoop of curry. Now enjoy. Thank you. Izuku quickly ran back to his seat and started eating. And oh boy was he loving it. 2. The taste was so great. It lacked a little heat for him, but a lot of foods lacked that now. But the flavor was great. The sauce covered and infused the rice with a deeper flavor. The sausages were so soft that they nearly melted on his tongue. The carrot had just enough bite to be noticed yet was soft enough not to stand out. The potatoes were nearly silky smooth. The sweet onions gave that extra bit of texture. Before Izuku knew his plate was finished, he was up for his next one. And the battle started. Everyone was hungry. They had gone without food for a bit as they fed Izuku mostly, but even the fact they ate. They also used a lot of energy during the workout. 4. So they were starving. Mostly everyone had a combination of 3 plates. Some went beyond with Ochako stuffing 5 down. But in the end, the group maintained out of a couple of people. Rumi burned a lot of calories with her hard workouts and thus needed a lot of food, but even she was getting full with her 7th plate halfway done. Bakugo, who was at 7, just had pure willpower. Nana was at 8 plates purely thanks to OFA. 6. It burned more calories and allowed her to eat a lot. Momo with 9 plates. Her quirk was a cheat code for food, but even that had its limits. Ryuko at 10 was full but took 3rd place and fought for 2nd and 1st plate with 15 plates each. Izuku and Kyoka. Now for Izuku, people were annoyed. He was legit eating the entire world. He had eaten so much and still came at the top. It was a fucking shock and a half with how much Izuku ate. But he was pushing himself, and after 15 he dropped to the floor, his belly extended, unable to move. But Kyoka just swallowed her last spoonful and walked for more. 6. Where the fuck do you keep all that food? Setsuna screamed angrily. Setsuna worked out a lot and watched her diet to a certain extent. She wanted to look pretty. But here stood Kyoka, one of the most petite girls in the class. With the amount Setsuna saw this little girl eat, she expected Kyoka to have a belly, or a bigger ass, or even large tits. The fat had to go somewhere. But no, Kyoka was so petite. And Setsuna found it cheating. 4. I don't know. I mostly eat normally, but yeah, sometimes I eat a lot. Kyoka said calmly. She was going to suffer a bit because of the amount she ate, and she definitely had a food baby at the moment as her belly extended far more than normal, but so did Izuku's and mostly everyone that went past 5. But Kyoka got her plate and finished it. Before giving up at 16. She was the winner. Jesus Christ. How the fuck could they eat so much? Pixie Bob said shocked. They had seen the plan to give Izuku snacks, and now they wanted to know. How much could he eat in one sitting when he was hungry? 2. Well Miss Jiro, you are excused from cleanup duty. We will make a schedule tomorrow, so the first group is out, please help clean up. Those with only 3 plates nodded. The rest had just gone through a battle of wills and were down. So they would help. Anyone needs some sake? Mandalay asked with some people raising their hands. Cold I take some sake to the hot springs later perhaps. Izuku struggled saying with his belly full. 2. Sure thing. That's more than possible, Mandalay said to the down Izuku who closed his eyes before starting to snore. Let him lay, he will be awake in a bit. Hitoshi explained. Izuku had often had something like that. He would eat his fill before falling asleep and being ready for war after. He was weird, but as everyone enjoyed themselves. Shigaraki stood inside the bar smiling sickly at the group in front of him. Now take note of the plan. In front of him stood a group. 2 that were seen before, Twice and Spinner. 3. With them more. There was a large man. While he had a hood on which covered most of his body. It was clear as day that he had muscles. He was buff. Who cares about the plan? I just wanna kill some heroes. He spoke, impatient with the waiting. We know Muscular, but the plan is not to just kill heroes. The plan is to murder some hero students and leave with that dragon boy, right? Shigaraki nodded. C and Izuku are like brothers. We have a connection. And he is confused. But if we kill some heroes he will see. 4. Shigaraki laughed. His plan was perfect in his mind. When Izuku saw these weak future heroes die, he would understand why he needed to be a villain. Or he got angry, killed those extra weaklings, got addicted to it, and still joined him. Even if he didn't kill them, those fake heroes would blame him. Any situation would lead him home. Should we offer him something like money or power? Yes. The voice spoke. The voice was from the television. The one that confirmed the plan wondered. He was sort of the leader of this team. A veteran villain. 2. His quirk flame weapon creation was great to burn those heroes to death in the woods. Offer him everything. Women, power, money, status, offer him your loyalty if need be. I will be happy over that little hunk my body. A curvy older woman said. She was around 40 years old. With large breasts, and wide hips. Her quirk succubus sounded a lot more fun than it was. She had been responsible for hundreds of sexual assaults turned murders. Because she sucked the life energy out of her victims, but such a strong dragon would be great to tame her. She groped her own breast as she thought about the joy, ignoring the others in the room. But we are still lacking some people. So rest, prepare, and relax. All in good time. The voice spoke calmly as he sat far away. 14. He sat in a dark room. Completely devoid of light. The screen shows but parts of him. He wore a dark navy blue suit. He had sharp teeth showing them off in a grin as he looked at the group. His nails are sharp, almost claw-like, grasping an expensive glass of whiskey. And importantly his eyes. Bright red slits. All in good time. It was a good night for everyone. Izuku after 20 minutes stood up and was ready to do anything. Something slightly scary, but going to his hut. He grabbed some extra shorts. And underwear. Slippers, a towel, and some shampoo. He was gonna clean himself before the hot springs. On his way there, Mandalay gave him a bottle of sake and told him to be careful. He bowed his head before walking away. The walk was extremely calming and it got him to accept one of Kai's theories. 3. In between some games of Wordle, Kai gave Izuku advice. When possible, find a place that gives you great peace and meditate. Calm yourself fully and see what you can find mentally about the dragon heart within you. He found it weird, but as he walked, his head cleared. Hearing nothing but the sounds of nature. The birds chirping, the crickets, the trees shaking in the wind. It was calm, as he walked into the hot spring. After quickly cleaning himself, he wrapped the towel around his waist, naked for the rest, before sitting in the water with the towel next to him, leaning his head back as he enjoyed the warmth of the water and the calm of the forest. 2. After a minute, Izuku poured himself some sake as he sat in silence and drank. He finished half the sake bottle before deciding he should meditate. He stepped out of the water before stretching, giving a loud sigh. His first vocal showing, right next to him, on the other side of the hot springs. The girl sighed. Nana sat with her eyes wide and arms crossed over his body and the mental want to peep on Izuku. She wanted to see him in his full glory, before punching herself hard in the face to stop herself. 2. The next morning started rough. Everyone was tired. They were sore from the hike and needed 4 more hours of sleep each. But Tiger did not care. "Get out, maggots, get out, get out, get out." He screamed as loud as he could. He told them the wake-up time was 7. But now it was 5. Each one of the boys ran out in different stages of dress. Some like Ida wore an entire pajama, night hat and all. Some like Bakugo had sweats and shirts on. Some like Kirishima had on shorts. And even those like Kaminari dressed in their underwear. However, the weirdest was Izuku. 1. Because he didn't walk out with them. He did come out, fully dressed from the side. Shorts, t-shirt, shoes. He was already awake and dressed. "Sorry, sir, I went for a morning walk. I don't sleep that well in new areas." Izuku apologized, with Tiger not caring. "I didn't tell you to speak, maggot, now get in line." Izuku quickly nodded before adding to the line. "I will give each of you maggots a total of 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes I want you all dressed and ready at the main camp, which walking is 5 minutes away." I understood. 2. He was and he was not. Kaminari was confused. Did he want them to invent time travel? "Sir, yes sir." They all screamed before pushing and running into their respective huts. Izuku already started following Tiger. Thankfully everyone was at camp. The latest being Kaminari, who arrived with 20 seconds to spare. "Now get in a line. 2 lines facing each other now, damn it." The line split. Standing face to face. "Take 2 large steps back and I want 50 push-ups together." I understood. 4. Everyone dropped to the floor. Chest flat on the floor, arms next to them. Before is an entire glass, they pushed. "That's not 1, Kirishima," I said with the class nod before. "Do it again." For some that were able to push out 100 push-ups quickly, this sucked. The likes of Kyoka and Toru were not used to doing push-ups. So it took a bit. In the end, a total of 92 push-ups were done by everyone. "Now stand up and give me 100 class squads. I want ass to grass people, ass to the fucking grass." Tiger ordered. 3. Now most believed this was the workout plan for today, but they were oh so wrong. In reality, this was the warm-up. This was what they had to do in order to get ready for the extreme workout. Thankfully the squads were easier to complete. It wasn't easy, but with a total of 133 squads they were done. "Well done, you pathetic group of maggot shit, you did well. Now give me 10 fucking rounds across the camp. If I see anyone slacking, it will mean everyone will do 10 more." Tiger screamed, scaring the group as each of them started running. Thankfully even now they have started to understand the fact they had to work together. So they ran in a group. Everyone making sure none of them were slowing down. Tiger smiled proudly as he started to make sure who would work out with whom. They had 4 teachers able to train. Tiger would focus on everyone's skill on hand-to-hand. So he would mostly train with those already known in hand-to-hand. Everyone would get their own lesson with him at least once. This was easy enough. His group would be made out. Sato, Ojiro, Kirishima, Ochako, Izuku, Bakugo, Rin, Awase, Kamakiri, Tetsu, Shishida, Kaibara, Kendo, Himiko, Shinso, Nana, Rumi and Ryuko. 1. It was by far the largest group, but Tiger was more than capable of beating all of them. Perhaps only 1 or 2 would be able to beat him. He was wondering how his battle against Izuku would go. Dragons were scary. It was one of the reasons Tiger assumed that Kota was so far away from Izuku the entire time. But the rest could rush him all together and Tiger would still win. He was the cat combat commander. There were very few that would win hand to hand. 2. But then Mandalay would take the combat generals. Those that would be best suited at the back, making the plans and working out who does what for the best form of survival. These people were either ones with extremely powerful quirks that would allow someone to fit every role, or an aura of authority or care. Those always helped. This would be Kyoka, Momo, Tsuyu, Honi, Abara, Honanuki, Monoma, and Mei. Each of them could help any team they are placed on with calm ideas and fill each faulty team. And Mandalay was the best for this. 3. While their team was perhaps not ranked that highly, they were an extremely respected team, with even some of the top 10 heroes seeing Mandalay's skill as a leader. They had a forest villain not that long ago. They had Endeavor, Rush, and some in the top 20 as well. The one who gave orders was Mandalay. But then next, the Queen of Control, the ageless kitty of the Pussycats, Pixie Bob. While most would assume she is a dumb woman, more obsessed with the fact she is getting older and a constant heat. This is all a show. While she does of course have those fears, in reality, Pixie Bob has top-tier quirk control. 2. She can perfectly create and control hundreds of large dirt beasts that move on their own. The pure mental strain is extreme, but Pixie Bob can do this all while talking and playing around. Once they have tried maxing out her quirk in a landslide accident. She was able to move nearly half a mountain out of the area. She was going to teach all these newbies how they should really work their quirks. How to push that limit away and go to the moon with endurance. 1. For this group, you had Mineta, Aoyama, Kaminari, Tokiyami, Todoroki, Kuwaro, Kodai, Bondo, Saburaba, and Nejire. While Tiger knew he was evil, he would work each of his students to the bone and would keep going until they would rise out of their ashes like a phoenix born anew with more power than they could dream. But Pixie Bob did not do that. Her training was paramount to torture. Because that's how someone's quirk grew. In moments of great pain, worry and life and death situations. That's when someone's quirk went beyond plus ultra, and that was Pixie Bob's plan. They were going to cry for mommy. 2. Sadly the worst was Ragdoll. The reason for this was Ragdoll's personality. Ragdoll herself was one of the sweetest, softest, most loving people on the entire earth. She would stop her car and set out in order to help a small bird that might be injured. She would pull the shirt off her back if she knew it would possibly help people. But Ragdoll lived in a state people hated. She loved chaos. Ragdoll was Chua's. Her mind was a web of insanity and chaos. And it showed that she knew everything about people. Her quirk is extremely scary, giving her a mental page out of someone's book. 3. It said their stats, their likes, dislikes, their name, age, bloodwork, and even their location. Which meant she was extremely useful at finding people, when they have seen them before at least. So she knew how to train people because of her stat sheet. What they were good at and what they were bad at. But Ragdoll used this to her advantage, as she went around a battlefield like a chaotic child dancing. Cartwheels, jumps, spins, it never mattered, she would just dodge all attacks. And the sad fools that would deal with that were 3. Toru, Hanta, Mina, Tenya, Kineko, Manga, Reiko, Setsuna, and Nimari. Either because they needed to change their extremely serious form of life a slight bit, or because they would live perfectly in chaos. It would be a great laugh to see how and who would survive at the end of this week. Tiger was aware. They each of them had an extreme amount of potential. Rag, this is their 8th round, so maybe finish up. Tiger spoke to his friend. Ragdoll nodded as she finished writing some stuff in her notebook. She was tasked by Nezu with an easy mission. 1. Because the dragon quirks were not studied a lot, they missed a lot of information, and Nezu and Kai were slowly filling in all the information they needed. Nezu would really get some facts written down by Ragdoll. As she was doing this, Kai was on a call with a new Thunder. She had contacted her mother's old best friend. She gave her contact to an old man who was the leader of a different Thunder. He then gave her a new contact. This was an elder dragon. A very high-ranked dragon. 2. She was wrong. Kai had through her years always heard about a group of dragons. Common Fold, Lords, High Lords, and Emperors. This was wrong and right. She was missing some ranks. 2. While quirks are weird, Those 4 ranks were the most common dragons. The safest. Emperors are scary, capable of taking down entire countries. But the 2 above them are worse. The man she talked to was known as Archdragon. One of a select few, so powerful barely anyone could touch them. These were around the same strength as an emperor unless they found their horde. This could change for all of them. Power, sex, money, food. They would become near unbeatable. 2. And then on top of that, the scariest ones, a divine dragon. They come from a single bloodline. And even then it's rare. The old man who thanks to dragon blood reached an age of 217 years old. Only knew of one his entire life. A rough man at the start of quirks started raping thousands of women in hopes of getting an heir. He was insane but never succeeded that the man knew. He hoped they never met one like that. Because according to legends, it had 2 possible outcomes. A power-hungry monster. Someone who wanted everything. Gold, women, food, drinks. They often got more powerful with a harem of women. But then again it could have been lies. Or the ones that wanted peace. That wanted to protect what they held dear. 7. But that would be based on their soul. Do they believe the world is something they hold dear? Or is it just themselves they hold dear? Kai thanked the elder for his time. Unsure if it was even reality, but she was more than glad with this info. But he ended it with something. A fully matured archer divine dragon has the ability to sense other dragons of their own rank or those below them. Ragdoll smiled happily as she looked at her group. A total of 9 students are in her care. Each one had a special thing to learn from Tomoko. Now, you all must be wondering, why am I training with Ragdoll? She is just a small little girl who can't fight. I would be better under Tiger or Pixie Bob. She spoke in a different voice as she walked around, having absolutely no path and making turns at random. That's where you're wrong. You see, they fight with order. Some of you fight with the order, but 1. Ragdoll just randomly did a cartwheel before sitting down on her butt. I move and act in chaos. All my actions are done to confuse my enemy. Like engine feet kid, I want to call you, Tanta. She spoke. She again did this to mess with people. She knew his name was Tenya Ida with the quirk engine. She knew that he needed juice as fuel for his quirk. She knew it all, but this was more fun. It's Tenya Ida ma'am, Tenya. Yeah, Tanta Idol. You run in straight lines. When you do that, you not only know points A and B, but your enemy also knows that. 1. With me, that won't be the case because I might halfway sit down for a bit. I might turn around and go back to point A. Hell, I might visit point Z while I am at it. That's what you will learn. Some like Mona Lisa over there will need to use what I teach them in their day-to-day. While others like Hangman Zero will need it to work better in the norm. So how to do train miss? Ragdoll jumped up from her seating position. 3. This alone was an incredible feat of ability. But as she landed she then jumped again, nearly clearing a 150 centimeters distance in one go, to jump of Ida. Pushing him to the floor. To either attack me or not have my attacks land on you. Ha ha ha. Ragdoll with her paws on Ida did a cartwheel of him, face to face with MidoRyuu who tried to punch Ragdoll. Who just hugged her. It stopped the punch completely. Keep her still, Mina said coming from behind planning to punch normally. 1. But as she came close, Ragdoll, showing extreme power lifted MidoRyuu and turned around, causing friendly fire, before pushing MidoRyuu away, stumbling into Mina. All as Ragdoll rolled on her back away to her feet. Wrong move Ragdoll. Zero called out shooting a line of tape but Ragdoll just stood completely still. He didn't expect that. Normally they move, so he accounted for her to keep the momentum and move backward, which caused his tape to miss. Cage. Manga called out above Ragdoll, hoping to capture her, but it was without use. She simply skipped out of the way. Try and dodge this, Ida called out, using his super speed to rush at Ragdoll in a lightning-fast move. 1. Ragdoll simply jumped up, moving her feet forward slightly, right on Ida's chest before falling and stomping both heels on his chest. Before stepping on his face and walking off. Come on, I thought you wanted to learn, Ragdoll said before randomly laying on the floor. This was perfectly timed as not a millisecond later, Reiko had thrown a branch at her. This now went over her and landed right on Kineko who fell because of it. How are you so good at this? Setsuna screamed, sending 2 of her hands at Ragdoll. This she wouldn't be able to dodge. 4. And she didn't. As she got back up, Ragdoll went full sprint toward the fist. This confused Setsuna, who just kept going. She was going to complete this task. But right as the fist was about to make contact, Ragdoll came to a stop and turned 90 degrees before sprinting again. Now Manga was her victim. She bashed her shoulder into him. As her shoulder made contact with her chest, Ragdoll lifted him slightly before he shot back. In the end, Manga flopped nearly 2 meters away with almost a meter of height at its peak. 1. Mom, how are you that strong? Nemuri said, still rubbing her back from the punch. I don't know, hi. I just train for randomness and my body does the rest. Sure, Tiger can beat me up. And I am sure some of you can do as well in a boxing match, but I am undefeated in real fights. You all must learn to do what you do before thinking of what to do. Follow your thoughts and let's see if you guys improve. Ragdoll ordered, and they would. None of them had any idea of how the training worked. But like Ragdoll said, you did it without thinking of doing it. Satoru and Mina started doing what came to mind. For Toru, it was skipping. For Mina, this was dancing. Good girls, now I am gonna throw rocks. Do something with it, haha. Ragdoll said before grabbing a bag of frozen peas. As well as a blow dart. Was it throwing rocks? No, but it fit with her teaching. She sat in the forest so her attacks would be sneaky. But for the first 5 minutes, nothing happened. Ragdoll did absolutely nothing. But then out from behind Mina, Ragdoll appeared and bit down on her ankle. 2. Mina screamed before falling to the ground and trying to crawl away. Having nearly been scared to death. But without missing a beat, Ragdoll threw a handful of peas as Toru with them just covering her. Randomness, not actions that seem random. Ragdoll screamed as loud as she could, but it didn't sound angry, she sounded confused. Do it gooder, she said before starting to combat roll back into the forest. Toru sighed. She tried, but doing something only for the sake of randomness was hard. 4. Everything had a goal, but shortly everyone started doing more. Ida started walking up to trees before introducing himself. Manga was playing tic-tac-toe in the dirt with himself, but instead of circles and crosses, he used C's and 5s, all while sometimes not even writing one down in the game. Reiko was playing patty cake with a stone. Kinkiko was talking to the grass. Siro was making himself a mummy with his tape. Setsuna was tickling herself. Nemuri started doing push-ups before randomly swapping to a different exercise. Everyone was trying their best to act with randomness in mind. But that was the problem. 1. They didn't understand the challenge. They did not get how Ragdoll chose to do her actions. To them, everything had to have order. If you run, you have a set distance you run, you have a goal you want to reach. You want to run, it has a reason. You couldn't do anything because you would make that mental choice to do that thing. So when they did it, it felt forced, it looked forced, but Ragdoll made it seem like she was completely normal in her insanity. But that was the idea. 1. As Ragdoll sat a little away, Aizawa walked past. I still don't get why you want to embarrass them. Your actions aren't random, you calculate each possibility before making an action. Ragdoll just laughed. It wasn't completely right, but it wasn't wrong. Tomoko herself lived for randomness because everything in her eyes was calculatable. She could see from someone's personality and their likes and dislikes how they would act. Like Ida, the boy was strict personified. Everything about his screamed order. His movements, his likes, his hair, his personality. Thus when he fought, he acted in straight movements. Straight punch. Running in a straight line. 2. That was the thing that needed to change. Because no matter how fast he was, if you always run in a straight line, one of these days he would run into a trap and die. He needed to have alterations to his actions. Oh, randomness, you can say, ha ha ha. Ragdoll said to Aizawa's question before walking away. It made no sense to Aizawa, but then again, he couldn't really fight Ragdoll himself. While he loved to spar with her, hitting her was just something outside his range of capabilities. Only someone who could speed blitz her to the extent of All Might would be able to hit her. 2. Even then, he had seen her dodge some of his grapple attacks. That woman was a force to be reckoned with. But he couldn't observe her. He had his job to do. And Tomoko went back to training her kids. Okay, so you guys suck. But that's a good thing because everything I just asked you to do was a joke, haha. She laughed after seeing the faces of all the students. They were shocked. Ida had spent the last 15 minutes talking with a tree about its roots. 2. But now you understand the first lesson. Don't assume someone knows what they are talking about, make your assumptions. Just because I am a teacher, does not make it so I know everything I talk about. In reality, my fighting style seems random to the untrained eye, but it's just a type of martial arts. It's random martial arts. Tomoko's fighting style. You see, after fighting a lot of different people I realized something. That people like to act a certain way no matter who they are. Ragdoll pointed at Nemuri. Come stand here and punch when you want. 1. Nemuri stood right in front of Ragdoll. Ragdoll even had her eyes closed. But as Nemuri moved her hand to go for a weak jab to the chest, Ragdoll moved her chest out of the way, grabbed her wrist, and threw her down over her shoulder. Doing a shoulder toss. See, you act brash but still shy. You were sweet so you wouldn't attack quickly or with power. The largest place and one where it would hurt the less would be my chest. So I acted on that information. You through life and actions leave a trail on your personality. 1. Idle. You are very set in your ways, but you strive to be more like an older figure in your life, one that used to be like you, but now is freer and loose. Right. Ida looked shocked. She was exactly spot on. But how? Your running is straight, how you learned, and your admiration is obvious in how you move. You were taught by someone. But you talked with trees. Something free and weird. Something too weird for you. So something you could see someone else do. An older figure. Everyone had wide eyes. This was creepy. It felt like the woman they had just met was fact stalking them their entire lives. 2. You don't have to get as good as me. That would be far later, but to have a base understanding of it would work. There are of course outliers that act differently in moments, but overall understanding the base concepts of the world and the people in it will keep you far safer than any skill someone could teach you. B. But what about the random acts you did, like biting my feet? Ragdoll giggled. I did have to sell the fact I was doing randomness for random's sake. And thought scaring you would be funny. I was right. Hi. 1. But my real lesson. Go around and look at people you know. Look at your classmates, your friends, the ones you know their personalities, and look at how they train. How they fight. Make the connections. Someone with pride, how do they walk, how do they throw a punch? That sweet soft-spoken one. How does he throw a punch? How does she kick? Learn from your classmates and use it to grow. Before dinner, I will ask each of you about one person. You don't have to be right about them, but I want to feel like you have tried to understand the assignment. Good. Everyone nodded with Ragdoll smiling. Good, now peas out nerds. She screamed before throwing 2 handfuls of peas in the group's face. One that Setsuna was able to dodge by sitting down just before. You read that correctly, Zitsuna Hokage. Pixie Bob smiled as she looked at her own group. In her group, you had Mineta, Aoyama, Kaminari, Tokiyami, Todoroki, Kuwaro, Kodai, Bondo, Saburaba, and Najire. Each of them could use her to learn more about their abilities. Now then, my little kitties. Be honest. Who of you thinks that they can beat me in a one-on-one fight? Come on, be honest. Both Todoroki and Tokiyami raised their hands. Okay, and why is that? You can create dirt beasts. We already fought against them. It was hard because you were far away. If you were closer like a one-on-one fight, I would have attacked you directly. Shoto spoke. 1. While he was aware of the fact, Pixie Bob was a pro hero. Shoto had undergone training since he was younger. He might not be able to face certain beasts, but most normal people he would be able to face. And you Toki, why do you think you can beat little old me? It would be a 2 against stone. If Coco can't get tired, the victory would be mine, as the dirt creations would mean nothing. Pixie Bob just started laughing. Well then, let's do it. 2 against 1. 1. Pixie Bob smirked as she walked a little away. Around 20 meters of range in between them. If you guys win, I will do your cleanup duty. If I win, you two will act like my maid for the week. Fine. It's not like I will lose. I also agree, Perhaps it's a good way to sense the distance. Aoyama, please give us the signal to start, Pixie said. Aoyama nodded before waiting. At random he fired his belly laser. And it was over in a second. As the signal was given, both Shoto and Tokiyami went into action. They moved, but Pixie Bob's hands were on the group. Grab. 1. 2 massive hands, almost titan-sized, came out the earth, grabbing both Shoto and Tokiyami and squeezing hard. Both Shoto and Tokiyami were unable to move. They could only groan in pain as they tried escaping. TTHIS ain't nothing, Shoto struggled to say as he tried getting out. Oh well then, sink. The 2 hands started moving down back to the ground, leaving both Shoto and Tokiyami with just their heads exposed. I think I won, right? Pixie said sweetly, with both boys giving defeat. That's lesson 1. 2. Pixie led both boys up. Just because you have seen me make weak things doesn't mean I am weak. Sure, it might not work against the stronger ones like that MidoRyuu boy. But even he won't get close without a fight. You see, in my team, I have 2 jobs. My job is to work the surrounding areas to our advantage, as well as make sure enough things are active on the field to ease the fighting for my teammates. I control each of them beast mentally, which requires a lot of strain. But why Pixie? Why not make one large tough beast? 1. Najire wondered. Good question. Because that was more effective than one large beast. The objective was to tire you out. While one large beast might have given you a harder fight, a horde of hundreds of beasts would keep you tired and busy for longer. I gave them that size for the fear factor. Pixie Bob pressed her hands down on the ground. See here, she made a wolf-sized beast. It seemed a lot cleaner than the normal creations she made. The rough look made it scary. The size made it scary. These things are important in a fight. 2. This time Mineta was wondering. What does fear have to do in a fight? You see, fear causes people to act on instinct, on her base actions. They run or fight. It gives the other force an advantage. Some of you use their abilities incorrectly. Like Tokiyami. While that little birdie looks for Coco, right? Dark Shadow nodded. Yes, the name is Coco. While that look is cute, the simple fact, it's not scary. You more look like a chicken than a demon-like shadow monster. For example, remember your sports festival, when Todoroki went against MidoRyuu. Which one would you rather fight, normal MidoRyuu or that version? 1. Everyone instantly knew their answer. Normal MidoRyuu. The other one seemed like a monster. And it was clear. They understood what she meant. Exactly, kitties. When faced with something people fear, they are more likely to surrender. But that's not the only emotion you can play. Every emotion is playable, but that will be later. First, I am going to destroy you all down into nothing so I can build you up correctly. This will cause you all great harm, and just know, it's the only way to succeed. To train my quirk I have gone through countless migraines and headaches. Now then Mineta, your training will be made of 2 parts. Not only will you repeatedly pull those grapes off your head, you will throw them. I want you to throw them further and further, until you reach that tree. The middle of that tree. So you need range and aim. From, let's say here, Pixie Bob had given him around a 50-meter throw range. Mineta just swallowed as he nodded. It would be pointless arguing as he walked over. He instantly started. Pulling off the first couple of balls was not hard. But as soon as he started throwing the 100th ball and more, the irritation started. 1. Aoyama, your belly starts to hurt if you use your laser for too long, right? Aoyama nodded. Good. I want you to fire that laser and run around as you do. You will not be able to stand still for a second, and you have to keep firing your laser until you are able to an exact spot. Let's see, 10 times in a row. Hit the mark completely only counts. Hitting half doesn't. Pixie Bob said with a smile as Aoyama nodded. He already hated the training. But he started running and firing. Something a lot harder for him than he thought. 1. Okay. Kaminari, right. You are that kid that goes stupid when they use their quirk too much. Kaminari sheepishly nodded his head. Well then, let's see how dumb you can go. Over there we have a couple of empty car batteries. How about you fill them up? Then when all are filled, you empty them, before filling them again. I will come by some time and stop you. Kaminari didn't like how she ended it. But he nodded as he started walking. Hopefully, she would show up. 3. Tokiyami, you and Coco need to work on the fear factor. But also about control. I heard you still can't keep your shadow under control. For a hero, lack of control means failure and death in the field. Up that mountain, we have a cave. Enter it and focus on gaining control. Go deeper the more control you get. Start out light but aim to reach the end. There is something hidden in the end. I want a more scary version of Coco to grab that and bring it to me. If I don't like how Coco looks you will redo it. Tokiyami and Coco nodded. 1. Cute little lady killer Shoto Todoroki. Pixie Bob said with a smile. I think it's best for you to use both sides of your quirk to the absolute max. But more importantly, your body needs to get used to big changes in temp. So in a little bit, we both go grab a large pot. And then I want you to cause the water to boil. Sit in the boiling water for 30 seconds, before freezing the water and sitting in ice for 30 seconds. Repeat this until the water reaches your hips. Fill the pot back up and do it a total of 5 times. 2. Shoto nodded as Pixie went to Kuwaro. The shadow man of Ua. You need to stop hiding in shadows and start controlling them. I don't know if you can, but you're trying. Jump in my shadow and force me to do something. Maybe take my top off Fufu. Pixie laughed as Kuwaro blushed. Kidding kitty. But yes, force me to walk or to stop walking. The idea of a shadow being the soul of a person is very interesting and perhaps it's possible. Pixie explains with Kuwaro nodding and jumping in. 2. One of the 2 ladies in this group. I want you to find 10 items in the storage container. And make them as big as you can. Before then as small as you can. Before doing that over and over and over again. When the items have gone big and small 100 times each. You can start fighting with them. Throw them. Use them as cover. Defend with them. Have a mental battle with yourself and find ways to creatively use your quirk. I will stop by once I want to fight you and see how well you are able to use your quirk. 1. Pixie smiled at the next 3. Bondo. Glue boy. I want you to basically do everything with your quirk. Make weapons. Covers. Use it to move or to stop moving. I want you to continue making glue for hours on end. I want you to make a glue mountain the size of that mountain over there. I want it to be even bigger. I don't want you to ever stop making that mountain. Understood? Bondo nodded. Started working. Making armor and weapons sounded smart. He tried making a glue shield and club. Which was harder than it looked. 3. Saburaba, you can go ahead and blow me. His eyes went wide. You want me to do what? Pixie Bob started laughing. Your shields are too small. I want you to force yourself to create a shield big enough for me to stand behind. And I want you to do that a dozen times in a row. And no, you can't sit doing it. I want you to run around as you do so. Because if you can't do that, then how will you ever be able to save anyone? Saburaba nodded his head. Yes, Pixiebob. I swear I won't fail. 4. Lastly, miss I die if I overuse my quirk. Thankfully. Killing you during training is a tiger thing to do. So instead, here follow. Pixie Bob and Nejire went to the storage container. As Pixie Bob gave the large pan to Shoto and the 10 items to Yui. She also pulled an old workout bike out for Nejire. It is an air bike. You not only move your legs but also your arms. I want you to bike as hard as you can for 1 minute, before then have a minute's rest. You will do this for an hour. After that hour, you will get 20 minutes of rest, before you will continue to bike for 40 minutes. That's a 2-hour workout. Repeat that till I come back to get you all for lunch. After that, keep going. 2. Nejire nodded in fear. Pixie Bob says she is not planning to kill her, but 2 hours of cardio is already attempted murder, being asked to do what 4 to 8 possibly. That was an assassination attempt. But Jutsu's Izuku would not give in with such a request. Neither would Nejire. She was Nejire Hado, a hero in training, not someone who would surrender easily. 1. As everyone went hard into their training, Pixie Bob walked nearby. Before sitting down on her spot, a lawn chair with pillows, a wooden table next to her, allowing her to put on her hat and sunglasses. She grabbed her book and took a sip of her drink, relaxing in the warm sunlight as the students slaved away at their ridiculous training. Pixie Bob often looked up. to see if everyone was still breathing and working hard. They had more than enough water to use. Water breaks were always allowed and encouraged. Pixie Bob even called some out for not drinking enough water. They had to survive long enough to grow their quirks at least. Mandalay smiled as she looked at the group of kids she was in charge of. They would end up being in the same role as herself. The group parent. In her group, you had Kyoka, Momo, Tsuyu, Honi, Abara, Honanuki, Monoma, and Mei. Each one could if needed fight on their own, but their real power came if they had a group to work with. That was their entire strong point. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, I am Mandalay. I am the leader of the Wild Pussycats. Mandalay introduced herself. 2. She sat in front of her group on the floor, each of them catching their breath as they had just finished the workout torture program Tiger and forced them to wake up too. As you may know, I make most of the decisions in our group. Can anyone tell me why a group needs a leader and why they chose me? This was her first lesson. As she asked it in a soft and sweet voice, with this calm aura around her, everyone felt a need to answer right away. Each of them spouted what they believed to be correct, which resulted in a mess of words and chaos. 2. Mandalay raised her finger, a simple pointer finger in the sky, and all of them grew silent instantly. None even released they had stopped talking. They just did. This is why I was chosen. And you showed why a group needs a leader. Well done each of you. She praised them. Now then, let's try that again. Instead of spouting your answer, raise your hands and I will allow you to speak, okay? Everyone nodded. Mandalay smiled, her joyous face causing everyone to feel warm. 1. Can someone tell me the job of a leader? The hands went up. Miss Jiro. It's to make the decision of the group. Yes and no. Oh, Miss Shiosaki perhaps. It's to make sure there is no unrest in the group. Mandalay shook her head. While these are all right, they are not fully correct. You see, if I tell Pixie Bob to jump, and her leg hurts, that will cause unrest. I made the decision and it caused problems. The real reason a leader is needed, so that the group can move as one. That's the whole idea of why groups are strong. 4. Mandalay smiled as she used her sharp nail paw glove to draw in the dirt. Think of a group as a human body. Let's take my group for example. You can see Ragdoll as the brains of the group. We go off her quirk to assess the enemy. Then we can take Pixie Bob as the lower body. She makes sure we are safe and we get to where we need to be. Then Tiger is the arms, protecting the main body and doing a lot of damage with attacks. Then what would I be? Mandalay asked with Pony excitedly saying body. No yelling out answers. Raise your hand before okay. Pony nodded. But wrong. I don't hold the body together. 1. Mei raised her hand. Miss Hatsume. You are like the nervous system. You tell everyone where to go and how to act. So the body acts in sync. Then you are able to walk and not hurt yourself. Mandalay beamed as she patted Mei's head. Correct, Miss Hatsume. Very well done. Mei blushed at the praise. Something she had never done before. This feeling was strange. You see, most people focus mostly on themselves and the enemy. It's how most are trained. I will teach you how to focus on everything at the same time. 2. Mandalay spoke as if it would be the easiest thing in the world. Then again, for her it was. Decorated pro heroes already listened to her advice in battle. Part of why they were one of the best pro hero teams in the world. Very few groups that were able to outperform them. Now then. I have here some rope. Find yourself a partner and tie your legs together. At the ankle. Above the knee. At the hip, and an arm over the shoulder, with it being tied around one shoulder and the other wrist. 2. They had 8 people, so 4 duos. Momo teamed up with Kyoka. Both have a good friendship, believing they would be able to work together perfectly. Pony and Abara did the same. Both have a good connection. Mei and Tsuyu were next, with lastly the 2 boys teaming up themselves. Honanuki and Monoma. Now that you are all tied nicely together, we will work out together. But there is a special point. Mandalay smiled. While this training would not be as evil as Pixie Bob's or as weird as Ragdoll, nowhere near as painful as Tiger's, it would cause plenty of problems. All around the area I have hidden small pieces of paper. Some of them are hidden well. Some are hidden not at all. During our training, I want each of you to find as many as you can. All while we train. So no going off and searching for them. We will do this as we hold a full conversation. So we will do a lot at once. I want your full focus on each of them. Good. Now then, let's start to get our muscles warmed up by a soft jog around the area. Do keep up. The first problem came instantly. None of the groups could move, let alone run. Kyoka comes on. It's first inside then outside. First inside then outside. It's you who is doing those massive steps. Shorten them. Monoma, come on dude. Move in rhythm, not before me. I don't want to be dragged around. Nor drag you around. There were dozens of problems that caused the group to stop not 10 meters in. Ma'am, is this even possible? Monoma asked. Was she just pulling their legs? Mandalay looked around. Oh Vlad sweetie, can you please assist me here for a moment? Vlad King was sitting near the camp just observing. He stood up and walked over. Of course, we will walk in sync, yes. We will do a small jog around this area. And we will then proceed to do an overhead lift with 60 kilos, okay? Vlad nodded as they were tied together. Students assumed this was going to fail hard. Mandalay was a head shorter and like half his weight. But as the first step happened, it was smooth. Vlad King lowered his gait to accommodate Mandalay. Mandalay quickened her steps to keep up. Both moved perfectly together. Almost as if they had worked together for years. The jog went perfectly. It took them the normal time to run it. It didn't take them much longer than it would do alone. But with that, they were at the lift. The 60 kilograms bar was placed on the ground. Both had one arm to grab the bar. Bring it up to their chest. And then press it over their head. Both grabbed the bar. Without a sound, both moved in sync. First, they rolled it forward and back a little. Before grasping it strongly and lifting it to their chest. As they swung the weight up to their chest, Vlad bent slightly at the knee. They moved their arms under the weight before slightly lowering the weight. Only to in an explosive movement throw the weight up. Mandalay had her arm completely stretched. While Vlad was bending his arm slightly, they held it there for a bit before dropping the weight in front of themselves. Thank you, Vlad. You are a sweetheart for helping right away, Mandalay said with a lovely smile. It made the normally stone-cold and kind of scary teacher smile. Softening up the nearly stone-cold monster they had come to love. Vlad walked away. 1 inch I didn't know Vlad could smile, Pony said softly with Vlad staring at her, causing the American lady to eep and try to duck. Only for Ibarra to not move and them nearly falling face first into the group caused the weight change in gravity. How did you do that? Momo asked. She and Momo just couldn't agree. A leader doesn't always make the orders. They also make a compromise. Vlad was taller, so he shortened his behavior. I was smaller, so I sped up. Both did something we don't normally do to find common ground. Because Vlad was the more aggressive persona. I as the leader chose to have him lead the movements. As Mandalay said this. It made no sense to any of them, ma'am. How does that even make sense? As the leader, you gave up leadership. Mandalay smiled. Very good question. But if I give you all the answers you won't grow. I will tell you at the end of the day. But you all must come up with an answer yourself as well. All while we work out, you search for those papers and we talk, of course. Mandalay said, starting to walk. The group followed. They tried to follow. But Mandalay and Vlad King made it look way too easy. They even had to take into effect where their feet were placed. They needed to be placed at the exact place. But they couldn't just focus on walking. So May, what have you been working with? My latest baby was It's like did this thing. May was unable to focus. There was too much going on. Pony, what were your favorite things to do in America? Mandalay went and asked instead. Pony was able to answer. Only not in Japanese. I totally love going to my uncle's ranch. It's where I learned to shoot my first gun. I have 2 at his ranch. A Glock 17, and a Remington 870, now in Japanese. Pony. I fire pew-pew often at uncle. Pony was able to say as her brain could not find the correct words to describe what she had been doing. I heard you were a Christian, Ibarra. Were you born as one? Or did you perhaps find your faith later in life? Mandalay asked as Ibarra struggled to walk. I found my phi paper. Pony left. What did you say? Oh sorry I found my faith, huh? Abara and Pony crashed to the ground, their legs tangled up as they tried going for the piece of paper hidden near a bush. 3. It was absolute chaos. But thankfully, as they went walking speed, it was a lot easier to do. Slowly they started to amp up the speed. And before long the entire group was able to jog at a slow speed. They were all able to jog with the group. Now then, students of mine. Seeing we can all run around. Why don't we go to our workout now? Perhaps weights are a little too advanced. Mandalay said, seeing how long it took them to get used to normal running. 1 inch. Let's start simple with a burpee. We will raise our hands up high. Then bring them to our hips. Tap the hips. Bring our hands to the floor. Kick your feet back. Then into a push-up. Go back up. Feet back to the body. Kick them back once more. Push up. Jump back up and arms up. I want you to do a total of 20 burpees together. Please try your best, and if any problems arise, tell me. 1. Mandalay had looked at all 3 groups at the same time. Ragdoll was her own crazy self, bullying the kitties as she was playing her queen as chaos. Pixie Bob had started torturing her kitties by abusing their quirks to the next level, and then the kitties with Tiger. Those poor little fools. Being beaten and thrown around like training toys. Abused by Tiger in pursuit to make them dangerous fighters. While Tiger had no extra damage, he was trained to perfection. And his quirk made it nearly impossible to hit him. Unless you were way faster than him. Which was rare. Tiger looked down at his group of students. He by far had the biggest group. But that was because the entire group needed to learn how to fight. They knew how to swing their arms, they knew how to take a punch, but how to throw one. That is what Tiger would beat into them, even if it meant killing them. His group was Sato, Ojiro, Kirishima, Ochako, Izuku, Katsuki, Rin, Awase, Kamakiri, Tetsu, Shishida, Kaibara, Kendo, Himiko, Shinso, Nana, Rumi, and Ryuko. A large group. Almost a normal class of students. 1 inch. Now you bunch of pussies. You were able to keep up with the warm-up, but now the real training will happen. If you don't think you can handle the training I will force upon you, get down on your belly and crawl away like the pathetic worm you want to be. None of the students moved. None would ever back down. Most took this and got excited. We're here for it all, sir. Yeah, that is the manly way. Tiger rushed into their faces. I didn't allow you pussies to speak now, did it? Get down and start giving my push-ups. I want your face in the dirt. Am I fucking understood? Tiger yelled with both Kirishima and Kamakiri nodding. 1. Both dropped down, laying face in the dirt before pushing themselves up. I want at least 20. Am I understood? Sir. Yes, sir. Both yelled. Tiger smirked. Now then, for the rest of you spineless weaklings. To see what you all have. I will take you all on. Does anyone think they can beat me solo? Bakugo and Izuku raised their hands. Nana followed as she saw Izuku do it, and Rumi raised both. Why think so, brat? Think a dragon is stronger than a tiger? No, sir. It's just that you are a normal man. You won't really be able to hurt me. 2. Tiger released an aura that almost brought people to their knees. Oh really now? Then try me. Tiger crossed his arms. Izuku shrugged as he went for Tiger. Izuku knew a bit about his quirk. He was flexible. So Izuku wanted to limit his mobility, rushing to tackle Tiger, but failing as Tiger easily jumped over him. At least I can touch you. Pussy. Tiger smirked as Izuku punched the ground, before pushing himself up again. Don't think I will stay down. 1. Izuku rushed Tiger. He didn't care about being hit, so he just swung haymaker after haymaker. It was that mistake that caused him to lose. As Izuku swung, Tiger easily sidestepped it, or caused his body to bend in an inhuman fashion. But with 1, Tiger twisted himself, his spine going around as his arm bends nearly 720 degrees. Before he swung with force and let himself return to normal. The blow landed square on Izuku's jaw. While Izuku was prepared to be hit, he had not guarded himself. As Tiger landed the blow, Izuku got rocked. 1. He dropped to his knees, breathing heavy. Wah. Strength is but a small world of pain. Tiger slithered around Izuku, before quickly choking Izuku out, wrapping his arms around Izuku. This was Tiger's mistake. This was his first clash with a dragon, and his first ever meeting with a dragon of Izuku's caliber. Izuku's hand grabbed Tiger's wrist. Oh wow. Tiger wanted to assure Izuku that it wouldn't work. That was before Izuku with force pulled apart his arms. Tiger for the first time in his life was really being overpowered. I ain't that easy. Izuku rolled off Tiger. Well, you won't win, but more of a shot than these losers. Alright brats. First, we train the fist. One Tiger walked toward the woods. Each of you will take a tree. Apart from the two dragons. Each of you will then repeatedly punch the tree. Either until your hands bleed or break. And then we will keep going. Then move it now. Tiger yelled as the entire group ran to the trees. Each of them started swinging their fist. And it hurt. Sir, but what about me? I don't use my fist. I use my pads. You mistaken me for someone that cares. Run Uraraka before I make you run 100 laps. Sorry sir. Ochako screamed as she ran to the trees. 1 inch now you two brat come with me. Tiger took Ryuko and Izuku with him to the mountain area. You both are a lot stronger than you see. So instead of breaking trees, your punching bag will be walls. The mountain walls. You will be done. When you have carved out a nice large chunk, move it to the trees and break that in half. I expect you to be done with that in 5 hours. Any hour extra and I will require 100 more push-ups. Rumi grunted as her fist took a beating. Looking around her she noticed nobody was backing down. You rabbit, what the fuck are you doing? Have you never thrown a single punch in your fucking shitty life? Rumi nearly dropped down at the loud yell. What? Your fucking wrist, idiot bunny. Keep it fucking straight. Next time I see it move, I will break it myself. Tiger walked around before grabbing Bakugo. We're sparing. Tiger threw Bakugo easily 20 meters. What the fuck you pussy? Don't fucking throw me, I ain't a fucking ball. One Tiger showed his teeth as veins showed up on his head. I will use you any fucking way I want to, brat. You have earned the right to be anything but what I deem you to be. Tiger screamed as he started to run for Bakugo. Fight me, you sack of shit. Show me what you can do. Bakugo used an explosion to jump back, easily creating distance, before more explosions made Bakugo fly. Now you can do shit. Tiger shook his head. Idiot. Only dead heroes can't fight those in the air. Tiger grabbed a rock and threw it. One just like how Tiger threw Bakugo with ease. This rock was a bullet in speed. It slammed Bakugo in the arm. He was too slow to dodge. How the fuck did you throw that so hard? Bakugo was having a hard time. While normally dodging stuff wasn't the hardest. With Tiger it was impossible. Bakugo didn't even notice the throw before it was too late. Try and find out yourself. Tiger threw 2 rocks this time. Right at Bakugo. A blast in front stopped the rockets from slamming into his chest. But the rocks explode and hit his hands. One Bakugo fell down to the ground. Landing roughly, he barely was able to roll to not break anything. Aw fuck. No, as he looked up. The only thing Bakugo saw was a fist. Tiger had jumped on him and swung. It nearly took Bakugo's head off. But it did knock Bakugo out completely. He was seeing God with how hard Tiger knocked him out. What a weakling. Grabbing Bakugo's leg, he threw him out the way. Mantis boy, you're next. Kamakiri rushed with joy. Yes sir. I will cut you up nicely. Kamakiri created 2 large blades on his forearms before swinging them at Tiger. 2 inches if your opponent is faster. You are nothing but a fool for allowing him to grab more. Tiger spoke as he grabbed the blades, before swinging around and throwing Kamakiri away. At this point that Dragon Boy will be the most fun I get, so each of you is just a pathetic worm compared to him. Nana now on accident nearly broke the tree. She hated being called weak. Especially when Izuku was in the same sentence. She was strong enough to stand nearby, not trail along. Kamakiri rushed as well. Don't think that about me. I will castrate you. Kamakiri screamed, dashing forward. One Tiger just kicked Kamakiri. Yoshimura, you're my next victim. Tiger was getting in their heads. Not only was he talking a lot of smack, he was also just kicking their ass. Kicking their ass hard. They looked around. Why did everyone else train normally? Why did they all just seem to be training, but now? Right now each of them was dying at the hands of Tiger. Did they really just pull the worst name out of the hat? It was true. Tiger was the worst, but their training would show the most. 2 Nana gladly would beat Tiger up. I won't hold back, sir. Just be ready. For weak little maggots like you all are. I can beat you all up in my sleep. Get real and hurry up. Others need to learn. Nana charged up her quirk. OFA coursing through her body. Her power turning to the max. Her skin almost glowing as power coursed through her. Then here I come, she ran forward. Her feet leave an imprint on the ground. She was on Tiger in seconds. Before he should have expected. But she was going against an expert in hand-to-hand combat. This man knew how to fight, and he knew how to fight well. That is what these students didn't understand. While each of them was strong, they all fought to their own advantage. And when they had a disadvantage, they would lose. Tiger liked being the underdog. It always gave those he fought that extra mental edge. They became sloppy. Which gave him the advantage. Even now. Yes. Nana had everything on him. She was so fast, but she leaned into it. She forgot to guard up. So twisting his body. The attack was missed. And instead what landed was his fist. One slamming his fist deep into the guts of Nana. The air was forced out of her body as in a single second her moment changed completely. She was thrown back. Rolling over the ground as she breathes in and out. Trying to gain some air back in her lungs. Fufik. She struggled up once more. But just like with Izuku. Tiger slid over her. Wrapping his nimble limbs around Nana and choking her out. The only difference. Nana wasn't able to get out of it. So Tiger took her back. His elbow snuggly found a way to get under her chin. And he applied pressure. 1. Nana passed out. Her eyes rolled in the back of her head as her brain was deprived of oxygen. She lost easily. Throw to the side. Tiger stood up. Now let's see who gets to be hurt next. Tiger systematically took each and every student he had. And beat them into submission. Only 4 hours later, Izuku came walking with a large human-sized boulder on his back. Throwing it down. What the fuck happened here? Izuku asked, seeing the bodies of his classmates thrown around. It looked like a slaughter. 1. They were weak. Now will you fight? Izuku turned his hand dragonic. Scales taking form as he punched the rock. It crumbled into nothingness. Sorry. It was hard not breaking the mountain as I carved the rock. Izuku said, getting ready again. Even if he would lose, he would at least land one attack on Tiger. Bring it, kitty cat. Izuku instead didn't move. He was smarter than that. He brought his arms up instead, holding up a guard as he slowly walked forward. How pathetic. Tiger rushed this time. He would show this dragon boy how to fight. 2. He threw his first punch. Of course, Izuku would dodge. The dragon felt his punches before. He wouldn't take one again. But much to Tiger's shock, Izuku tanked it, the blow right in his guts. Izuku took it and smiled. Now you're close enough, with his insane speed. Izuku swung. While he knew he wouldn't be able to hit Tiger's head, he did account for his moving. Right as Izuku's fist landed on Tiger's shoulder, Tiger jumped. He smirked. Well done, brat. You're the first to hit me in 2 whole years. So I should get serious. Tiger spoke, flexing his muscles. Izuku jumped forward again. His fist swung low. Tiger jabbed his fist right at Izuku. Both fists collide with each other. Izuku of course would have won. If Tiger played that game. His fist quickly changed into just grabbing his wrist. And with a jerk down. Izuku was going to the floor. Tiger kneed up. His knee collided with Izuku's face, but Izuku took it. He tanked it. Not that painful for someone like Izuku. Izuku stepped forward. His shoulder jammed into Tiger's gut. His arms wrapped around Tiger's waist. Now it's over, Izuku said, starting to apply a lot of pressure. 5. For normal people, this would have been it. Their backs would break or they would tap. But Tiger was anything but normal. His quirk is Pillabody. It allowed Tiger to stretch and flatten their own body at will, granting them inhuman flexibility. He bent and stretched his back, easily now going to grab Izuku's ankles. Perhaps it is pussy. Izuku's eyes went wide as Tiger let go of his ankles, and instead grabbed the ground. Before then Tiger used his near-inhuman strength to flip Izuku from his standing position into an almost suplex. 1. Izuku's body hit the floor hard. It caused his grip to escape and Tiger to be able to sneak out without altering his body even more. Tiger stood above Izuku before stomping down on Izuku's chest. But again Izuku felt it. it didn't really hurt that much. His durability had gone up. Izuku jumped up. I will just brute force my way into kicking your ass, Izuku said, dashing forward again. Fast, but wrong. Tiger punched Izuku in the face, using his own speed against him. Tiger's fist was now felt. Izuku stumbled back. Being hurt still annoyed him more than it should. 1. Izuku dashed forward again, but Tiger had his number. Izuku started punching over and over again, but none of the attacks landed. With each attack, Izuku threw. Tiger sidestepped it, blocked it or deflected it, and then he would counterattack. Tiger would punch Izuku back, and with each attack, Izuku's durability started to get less and less. Tiger was repeatedly attacking the same spot and Izuku was getting more annoyed with the second. Tiger hated the fact Izuku had too much confidence in his ability, and thus when he was getting hurt by someone who shouldn't, it annoyed him. 2. Tiger had no idea why, but that would need to be addressed. If it was some deep-seated thing that Izuku held within his own heart. A hearted for anyone weaker than him. Or perhaps Izuku grew up knowing he was better and when he was shown to be worse it made him angry. But as Tiger punched Izuku again, he dropped on his ass, his nose bleeding. It's done, go back to training. Izuku, steaming with rage, ignored it. He rushed for Tiger. Tiger saw it coming. He sidestepped Izuku, ducking under the arm, jumping on the back. His arm wrapped around his neck and he started choking out Izuku. 1. Rage and pride are useful in moments, don't let your actions control them. Tiger caused Izuku to pass out right as Aizawa walked past. Why did you do that? Aizawa said, while he understood the pussycat's skills. This was a little much. He chose to attack me after our fights. I rather him cool down than break apart. Aizawa sighed as he grabbed Izuku. I will talk to him. Grabbing his scarf, Aizawa wrapped it around Izuku, before dragging him into the woods. 2. Throwing one part of it over a big branch, Izuku was lifted up. Hanging a little higher than normal, his feet were off the floor. Aizawa sat down. He was scared of this exact moment. Aizawa knew exactly what was going on with Izuku. As Izuku got his quirk, he was hated for it. He was basically tortured by those around him during school for the simple fact he had a dragon quirk. He was made to feel weak and pathetic. He was made to feel like a worm, by those far weaker than him. That was why it has happened only recently. Before he could be defeated and he didn't care. But now these weeks. 1. Izuku had been around heroes, the strong of the strong, and he was stronger. So whenever he lost a real fight against someone weaker than him, while they were talking smack, Izuku mentally linked that with those who bullied him. And that anger that he held within himself, that hatred he had for those who bullied him, was brought forth. Aizawa needed Izuku to get rid of that anger. If that anger grew, Izuku would, even without knowing it, turn into the villain everyone assumed he was. What? Shut it. Aizawa spoke. He was not letting Izuku speak. Hate me after this, call me Aizawa from now on. Do what you want after this. But this is for your own good. You want to be a hero. You want to break the stigma of being a dragon. Then stop being stupid. Your rage needs to stop. You attacked your teacher in your rage. No, we were F. Izuku was silenced by Aizawa's stare. After the fight you lost your temper and attacked a teacher. I will personally kick you out of UA if that happens ever again. You are also going to lose that rage. I don't care how. 1. Izuku's head dropped down. He understood what Aizawa was talking about. I'm sorry. You don't know what happened. I am sorry, Izuku said, ashamed. He had forgotten why he was becoming a hero. He forgot what a hero was truly about. I will leave it at now. But you going to apologize to Tiger, and then you going to train with Pixie Bob. Am I understood? Izuku nodded as Aizawa let him go. Izuku, with his head down low, walked forward. He went right for Tiger. Sir, I apologize for my actions. I am ashamed it happened and I swear it won't ever happen again. 2. Kurogiri, where the hell is he? I want my brother here now. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Shigaraki screamed like a child throwing a temper tantrum. It had been a full day and those last few members were still not there. How could they ever get his brother back from those villains if this group would not be able to form? Please, Shigaraki. I understand your impatience, but please contain yourself. Kurogiri tried calming Shigaraki, but it was without use. He maintained his rage. The television turned on again. 1. Shigaraki, behave. It will all happen soon enough. The television turned off again. Shigaraki this time calmed down. He went back to his room. It was almost like a shrine to Izuku. Dozens of pictures of him. Most from him during Stain and during sports festival. But it wasn't just Izuku. Almost done like a child. Shigaraki had taped and glued together pictures of himself and Izuku. The pictures were done terribly. But to Shigaraki they were perfect. He dropped on his bed, grabbing his game and playing on it, ignoring the sounds around him. 5. From the team of 10 villains that they wanted, they had a total of 7. Spinner. The gecko quirked villain was silent. A gamer as well, but he never made a sound apart from the rage-filled scream. Twice of course had a flurry of sounds. Loud yells, screams of hatred and joy, and a headache, but most of the time you could ignore it. Muscular was thankfully not with them 24/7. The boss took care of him personally. Which meant no idiot screaming about killing the entire day. Then the leader of that group would be Ash. A wooded area with a flame quirk was too easy. Only Izuku would survive. 2. The loudest and most annoying by far was Lilith. The 40-year-old succubus quirk slut. Not only did she try and fuck everyone all the time. When she wasn't fucking someone, she was in her room masturbating while moaning as loud as she could. Shigaraki hated it. How could he focus when that whore kept moaning? He had no time for that. He had noobs to own online. Last to mustard. A brat younger than even him. A child on everything but his kills. Shigaraki liked how he murdered people. It was brutal. He gassed them. His family. Gassed to death. Scratching the door begging to be opened as mustard left them to die. 3. And compress. Shigaraki didn't hate compress. He was nice. He understood Shigaraki's and Izuku's connection. Plus he knew magic. Shigaraki enjoyed magic. But there were still 3 missing members. Once they were all together they could head to Izuku and get Shigaraki his brother back. They would have so much fun. They would hunt down all those that hated him and kill them. Oh, how they would kill them joyfully. 2. Izuku could use his dragon claws to dig into their flesh. Ripping off chunks of flesh. Blood and gut spilling out as it covered them. Shigaraki's hand would make contact with them. Their skin would turn to try before it would crack and turn gray before turning to dust. They would die painfully. Everyone would suffer. Izuku and Shigaraki would quickly take over the world for their boss. They would take over the entire world. Both would be kings. Both would be gods of the entire world. Shigaraki giggled as he rolled around his bed. Oh, the fun they could have together. If only Izuku would finally see the light. 2. Damn, I am lightheaded. Izuku was on the floor looking up at the sky. Pixie Bob had instantly put his ass to train. He needed to master that flame breath. And he wasn't used to that. He couldn't use that during a normal fight. So he was gonna be forced to use it over and over and then over again. So as he was on the floor, he took a deep breath before again, blasting out a flame breathe again. A massive cone of flame was summoned forth, but less than before. Izuku was having more problems with summoning forth those flames. 3. Izuku fainted shortly after. He had technically choked himself out. He had used all the oxygen within his body with the flame breathes. And he had not given himself enough time to regain that oxygen, so after 5 large breaths he had passed out. Bahhhhhhwa. Izuku shot up. His face wet. Pixie Bob with a coy smile and a large bucket stood above him. Ice cubes all over the place and himself dripping wet. Focus on getting the flames smaller and don't pass out again, little man. I don't enjoy being your alarm clock. Sorry Pixie, I will try to do better. 1. Pixie Bob smiled as she walked away. He is a total hottie. Would not mind a taste of that lion. Pixie Bob joked to herself as she went back to her seat. Forgetting Kuwar heard it and cringed within her shadow. Still trying his best to force a different action from her, but damn, it was hard. Smaller breaths. How can I do that? Izuku spoke to himself as focused on getting some oxygen back. He was still short of breath. I wonder who could help with this. Do I know any heroes that use oxygen during their fights? 3. Izuku started thinking about heroes. All Might just fought. Endeavor was never confirmed on how he used his fire. Most did assume it used his oxygen, but he had never seen to be out of breath. So Izuku wasn't sure who he could contact about it. Perhaps Kai or Rush could help with it. Rush was the closest to that in his mind. He was the only one who used up oxygen at an increased pace. But that just had to wait until they came back from camp. Only a couple more days and they could go home. He was missing his mother's food. The first day of training was over. The wild pussycats all their students that they were free to do as they pleased. Today training was over and they had a total of 3 hours free. At 7 they would start cooking, but until then they were free. Most died. They lay on the floor feeling like absolute death. None of them had the energy to do more. Each of them went through the trouble of pain. Tiger beating them into puss. Pixie Bob torture of their quirks. Ragdoll's constant attacks of randomness. Mandalay's sweet yet tortuous actions. They were evil. 100% evil. The heroes in training understood that now. 1. Izuku lifted himself up. He was tired. But Aizawa's and Tiger's words burned themselves into his mind. Somehow, for whatever reason, Izuku's heart held on to hatred. It held on and contained that hatred. He knew that if that hate was able to gain a footing in Izuku's mentality, all his work to be a hero would be for naught, and he would join Shigaraki in his villainous actions. Hey Kota, I know I might be a little too old, but wanna throw a ball around. 1. Kota looked him up and down. Only a dumb loser like you keeps his mouth shut. I don't want to talk with the likes of you, Kota said. He hated the fact he was here. Kota loved his aunt. She was a massive help and someone he cared deeply for. Her friends were meh. He didn't like nor hate them. They were cool people but dumb heroes. It was the only thing he hated from his aunt. The fact she was a hero. Heroes were dumb. Izuku just nodded, before signaling him locking his mouth and throwing away the key. 2. Kota grabbed his ball. A normal baseball. Kota stepped a couple of meters away before throwing the ball. It went a little high but Izuku caught it without much trouble. Without any strength, he threw the ball back. Both stood in the camp softly throwing the baseball over at each other. And for the very first time since they arrived, Kota seemed like a normal kid. Most of the time, Kota seemed almost like a broody adult. Just a full emo dude at 45 years old who just had the height of a child. But now he was looking like the kid he was. 2. The small action that barely took effort started to bring joy to the group. Mina skipped over. Can I join? I promise to not talk as well. Kota pouted slightly as he stared at her. Mina had kept a soft smile. Kota nodded before throwing the ball at her. The three quickly started to have fun. Bro Kota is legit like way better at throwing the ball than both Midoriya and Ishido. Kirishima said. Tetsu nodded. The little man is totally manly. He responded. This got the normal stone-faced kid to smile. 1. And before long Kota started to get more excited in his throwing. He threw one hard, slightly over Mina, which landed right in front of Katsuki. He grabbed the ball and stared back. Give it back, Kota asked Katsuki without shouting, cussing or anything, just chucked the ball back. Before joining the group. Wait, if Bakubro joins, I will too. Yeah, totally manly. Kirishima and Tetsu joined. Within a couple of minutes, the small game of catch played with Kota and Izuku was turned into a massive group undertaking. Mr. Aizawa catch. 1. A stray ball from the hands of Kaminari had gone off course and landed near the area of the teachers. Aizawa ran out before jumping and catching the ball. He with insane precision threw the ball back only right at Kota. The whole thing had turned into a group activity. That Aizawa, Vlad, and Ragdoll joined in. The entire group had started laughing and talking. Without a problem, they talked with Kota. Only small sentences were able to be heard, but they heard him talk normally with them. Man, I haven't had this amount of fun ever since joining UA to be a hero. As Nemuri said these words, the entire mood changed. 1. Kota's smile dropped. He ran toward Izuku, who had the ball. Grabbing the ball out of his hand, he with a frown walked away. Stupid heroes, he grumbled. Whaaa. I am sorry. Nemuri screamed. She did not know what she said, which caused him to be angry at them. Mandalay walked toward them. A soft apologetic smile at them. Sorry, Kota doesn't really like heroes. We try, but he just doesn't like any of them. Izuku laughed. Oh, Mandalay asked confused. While Izuku might not be aware, Kota's behavior was not a laughing matter. Sorry, I just assumed the kid hated me for being a dragon. Seems he hates us all for wanting to be heroes. The group split apart again. It had been like 30 minutes of fun. So they still had an hour or two to fill in until there was dinner. The group split apart. Juzo walked back to his bags. Shuffling around he found the box. A small wooden box. Grabbing it with him, he started walking back to the main group. He had found a nice good block of wood. Opening the box, there were all sorts of different knives in the box. 1. Juzo started to carve in the wood. It was a hobby he had gotten from camping with his dad. He hadn't gone camping in a couple of years, but he remained an avid wood carver. As people took note, some started looking at Jozu doing this. Bro, can you teach me? Kirishima asked. It was a very manly activity. Jozu looked up a little confused. Wait, this? Kirishima nodded. Sure. This got some of the class to realize. While they were classmates, while they were relying on each of them to have their back in a matter of life and death, they knew very little about each other. 2. Boom bro, I am the faster potato peeler, Kirishima said with a smirk. His group of potato peelers was just him, Tetsu, Pony, and Ochako. Kirishima. You're supposed to only remove the peel, not the entire potato, Ochako said softly. She had removed the skin. Only the skin. She had peeled potatoes a lot. It wasn't hard and normally she would only peel off the really weird dark parts. The rest she would leave on and eat. Extra fiber and nothing went to waste. But the pussycats did not do that. They threw the peels in the woods and allowed the animals to snack on them. 1. But Kirishima had indeed dropped nearly the entire potato in weight to win in speed. Ha, see, mine are better. Tetsu said, proud like he was the winner. But indeed his potatoes had more flesh on them, but it wasn't barely any more. Both Pony and Ochako's were perfectly peeled, with still a good amount of potato left. Each potato was placed in a large pot. As the entire 10 kilograms bag of potatoes was peeled and the pot was filled, it was moved by Izuku over to the next area. 1. They cooked in tandem. Each helped and worked together to make the curry as edible as possible. None wanted to poison themselves. And thankfully they did not. With Mandalay looking over them. The curry, although bad, it was edible, and how hungry the training made each of them. None of them cared. Each swallowed plate after plate, which made it time for something each of them wanted. The pussycats told them to find some dead trees. Bring them over and they can make a large campfire. They got some marshmallows and they can tell ghost stories. 1. They went in groups to the woods. It wasn't hard finding dropped trees. And soon 3 trees were brought. Grab some sticks. We will do this. Kamakiri popped out some blades before with a quick burst he sliced up his tree. Izuku stretched his fingers, turning them draconic, and the nails sharper. He stabbed through the trees, breaking them in half of sorts. Lastly, Rumi and Ryuko. Ryuko held the tree up as Rumi kicked through it. A couple minutes and the fire was able to be lit. Normally it took effort and skill. But not now. After the base layer was placed, Shoto turned the heat on. 6. Now have some marshmallows. Each one had already found their stick. Some had gone for a normal straight stick, like Pony and Nana. Some had gone a little over the top like Bakugo, who just had a stick with multiple pointy ends, almost like he wanted to roast 14 marshmallows at once. And then you had the idiotic groups that wanted to outdo their friends, which resulted in Mineta walking out with a stick around 4 times his size. It was a stick-sized tree, laughing around the campfire as they roasted. 1. Okay, I got a good story, Ragdoll said. She loved scary stories. And to her, this one was part of the reason she was afraid to pee alone. This girl had invited her friends into the log cabin of her grandfather. She remembered going there when she was younger, but as her grandfather disappeared she had not thought about it at all. That was until her father brought it up. How she should spend spring break there instead of in the city and getting extremely drunk. She agreed. Arriving at the camp, it was clean. Too clean. Almost like there was activity there. She did not see this, forgetting it is even a thing. 4. Of course, the girls started drinking and being loud. But their loud words and fun music fell deaf into the dark empty abyss that was these woods. The dark woods that held mystery and secrets. Countless creatures crawled around, stalking in the shadows waiting for their moment to party. One of the girlfriends had to pee, as she walked over toward the outside. The loud music and the dense woods stifled her screams, as her butt made contact with the toiler. Out from the water, crawling through the pipes, a massive monster alligator bit down on her. His large teeth sank into her flesh before it with force ripped her through the pipes. The large self-made hole that took care of the outhouse. And with that, her friend was never seen again. Ragdoll laughed as she finished her story. Mostly everyone looked bored and not at all scared. Really? That was the scary story. Ragdoll shrugged and laughed. That happened right here. A large green humanoid alligator showed up and ate 9 different people. That is why we live here. It was cheap and we are still searching for the killer. Tiger added on top. This got the group to swallow deeply. Well, good nighty. Don't be eaten by the monster of the woods when you need to urinate. Tiger said as he walked to bed. Everyone else slowly moved over to bed as well. Each of them had started growing tired and before long most were asleep. Kaminari stood in front of the toilet area. He had to take a shit. But her story had made him nervous. Why did that story suck so much that it seemed so real? You just scaring yourself. It's dumb, no alligator could fit through that. As Kaminari spoke to himself he did not hear Monoma walk up. Yo, you good? Aw damn it Monoma don't sneak up on me. Kaminari said. Just screaming like a girl at the touch. I did not. I just needed to pee before bed. Wait, are you waiting on the toilet? Is it full? Kaminari did not know what to say. You scared? No, I am not. Kaminari quickly defended the truth-filled accusation. Here nothing to fear. Monoma stepped into the toilet area. He looked at his watch. Before waiting 30 seconds. Should be long enough. Monoma took a deep breath. The alligator man got me, he got me, help aw. Screaming as loud as he could in the middle of the room. He heard Kaminari's scream as she ran away. Monoma started loudly laughing. Before he screamed and ran away he heard grumbling and growling coming from one of the toilets. Only for Aizawa to step out with a smirk. Idiots. He smirked as he started walking to his bed. Well done you bunch of pussies. You almost turning into kittens. Tiger spoke standing over everyone in the classes. It had been 3 days of training. They showed up on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today Thursday had been hard training. Each student was tired and wanted to sleep for a week. Now you all just need one more day of hard training to be kittens. But because the other cats believe play is just as important, you get to have fun today. By doing 999 push-ups. So get started. Tiger screamed. Many students yelled in fear before they sluggishly started. Only for Mandalay to smack Tiger. No, you get really play. Today after dinner we set up a fun thing. You will split into groups of 2. Half of you get to hide in the forest and scare others while the other half need to walk through the entire forest before making it back. The group loved this idea. But, Aizawa spoke. Each of them shook. The late night training. The students that failed. Each and every night they spent in a building studying. It was by far hell. The lesson won't happen today. You all improved and I am proud. I will give you this thing once. Fail again and my wrath will be worse than before. All the students yelled. Yes sir. Their yell was tired. The training was molten them to the core. They were only a puddle of flesh. But thankfully they had nothing else to do apart from having fun. Hey Kota, wanna throw the ball again? Izuku tried reconnecting with Kota again. He really wanted to try and connect with Kota again. He understood that hatred for heroes. At a certain point, Izuku hated heroes. But Kota ignored him. Hang around your own loser kind. There ain't a loser like him here. Bakugo said, mostly meaning Izuku was a loser like no loser. Kota just stared back. I see 2 of the biggest losers now. Bakugo nearly rushed Kota. Come here you little. Bakugo was being held back by Kirishima and Tetsu. Try me loser, you weak heroes wannabes or suckers. Kota ran into the woods. Kota don't run in the woods at night. Mandalay yelled. She started chasing him, but Izuku started following. I will get him back. I swear. Mandalay nodded, allowing Izuku to be the one chasing him instead. She went back to the group. But Izuku was at a massive disadvantage. He had no idea what was where. Kota had lived in these woods and knew the area. Izuku was having trouble figuring out which way was up. 2. Now with everyone here, go have fun, and bring me back my brother. Shigaraki screamed as they stepped through Kurogiri's portal. All 10 members together. Okay, we need to act smart here. Don't kill anyone. That dragon brat might be stronger than all of us. Don't fight him alone. Don't yet kill any hero. Use them hostage to get him to join us. That way we do our job and we won't die. Muscular sighed. Fuck that, I am gonna have some fun. Need to scout it first. He ran away. Through the forest. He knew just the mountain to look down from to spot the fun. Well then, us 9 can work smarter. Mustard. You take the south side. Push the pass north but try and create a barrier around the area to lock them in. I will do the same. Ash spoke, embers sparking from his hands. 1. Twice. Make a copy of me. We will close in the north and east. Compress. You hide. Try and snatch that ragdoll for the big boss. Then the rest of you are on collection duty. Subdue and funnel them into the west. That open area, that gives us the best shot at MidoRyuu. Ash had a clear game plan. 1. It was the exact reason he was chosen. He liked to have a game plan to win the fight. Fine, I will listen only because tasting MidoRyuu is so close. I wonder how his seed feels entering my body. Lilith spoke, touching her breast at the idea of Izuku. But they spread out. They won't yet fight. They needed a smart plan and a correct moment. Keep in the shadows for now. There are way too many of those brats. We might not walk away if we fight now. 7. Dumb losers. Thinks they are cool for being heroes. Like heroes are cool, Kota said with his arms crossed. He had his legs dangled over the side of the mountain. It was his boy cave. He had hidden some snacks, toys and comics in the cave. Whenever the wild pussycats were being to hero, he escaped there. Oi brat, you know a fucker called Izuku MidoRyuu. I wanna kill him a little. Muscular spoke as he stepped up the mountain, blocking Kota off. Kota shriveled up. He looked back. A mountain of man. Nearly dozens of meters tall. Pure muscles. That evil smirk. Ryuu. Kota knew him. That man was the same villain who was responsible for killing Kota's parents. It was the reason for Kota's hatred of heroes. In his child's mind, if heroes didn't exist, his parents would have still been alive. Quirks were the problem. What? Do you know me or something? Wait, don't tell me. I killed your family. Who was it? Your mom, or dad? Wait, could it have been a sister? Maybe even a brother. I killed so many I can't remember, ha 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 ha. Muscular laughed darkly, his loud laugh banging through the forest. 1. Izuku heard it. That wasn't a laugh he should be hearing. Help. He heard right after. That was Kota. Kota screamed for help. Instantly Izuku used his quirk. Just like the fight against Shoto. He grew slightly bigger. His skin turned black. The scales formed, thickening his skin. His large wings formed, his nails growing longer and sharper. The horns grew large on his forehead, his teeth growing sharp. Izuku dashed forward, before he dodged the trees. But now, Izuku steamrolled the trees. 1. Shut it, kid. Cry again and I will kick hard. Kota held his arm, tears in his eyes. Muscular had just kicked Kota in the arm. The small child rolled down the side of the path. Thankfully Kota wasn't kicked downward. Come on. Let me hurt you for a bit. Then I will send you to your family. Muscular said, his muscles building. He wanted to hurt Kota for a bit to enjoy beating Izuku after that. Get away from him, you bastard. Izuku dashed forward, the flap of the wings, holding a tree in his hands. Izuku swung the tree like a bat. Muscular barely blocked it. His arms hurt and his back slammed against the wall. 1. Kota, get back. Don't worry, I will keep you safe. Izuku clenched his fist, knuckles cracking. Oh, please let me kill you for a bit. Muscular muscles and skin broke apart, his muscles growing in the side. Before long he looked like All Might in size alone. He dashed at Izuku. Incredible speed. He swung low, hoping to uppercut him in the gut. Izuku, however, placed his hand in the way. He blocked it with a single hand. Muscular stopped fully. Oh, he spoke as Izuku stopped him. Muscular had never dealt with a dragon before, and he had underestimated the dragon's abilities and overestimated his own. 2. Izuku threw a wide hook. Muscular was able to block it with his arm. The muscles growing massive, almost like a shield. But even then, Izuku rammed it hard. Muscular got knocked back. Your way fun. I can finally let loose for a good fight. Don't die easy now. Kota sat back. He was terrified. How could this hero student be so strong? Muscular ran forward again. His fist was thrown wide. This time Izuku didn't block. He went on the offense himself. Both landed a right straight jab. Both landed on the face. Both were kicked back. 1. He stayed on his feet. His lips slightly bleeding. Muscular got kicked back on his ass. Ha, this is fun. Muscular muscles grew, even bigger than All Might now. He dashed forward, slamming his fist into Izuku. Izuku wanted that. He grabbed Muscular by the shoulders. Try and take this. I ain't losing to anyone. Izuku's fingers dug into Muscular's skin. The muscle fibers were the worst part. Izuku was able to hold on to the fibers. He was able to grab the muscles. Fuck. Muscular got out before Izuku attacked. 2. Using all his might, his dense bones, hard skin and powerful muscles. Izuku headbutted Muscular. The first time his head bounced back. Muscular nose broke. Spat flying out. The second time his nose cracked more. Blood running down. The horns causing damage. A total of 7 headbutts landed. He fell back. His face bloodied and ruined. Izuku's face was covered in blood. He turned around, looking at Kota, but instead, he saw more problems. Out from his location and distance. He noticed the smoke. White smoke rising from the clouds. A soft pink almost purple smoke. A thicker version of MidoRyuu's quirk. 1. Oh no, Izuku said. He wanted to start helping. Watch out. Muscular got up again, his nearly round of muscles as he slammed his fist into Izuku. A left hook of Muscular to Izuku's face. The force alone was powerful. A force of All Might. It had to be how All Might attacked. The strength of the Nomu was like that. Izuku ragdolled into the mountain. The stone caved at the impact. His face hurt, bleeding as he was cut by the force. We ain't done yet, fucker. Muscular screamed angrily. Stop, don't hurt him. No, Kota screamed. Kota didn't want Izuku to die. Muscular was going to kill him. 1. Brat, shut up before I kill you. I fucking dare you. Izuku like a beast jumped forward. Rage clear. Izuku slammed his fist into Muscular's chest. Izuku's fist dug deep into his flesh. He was rocketed back. He was shot down into the woods. I won't let you fucking touch anyone here. Try and kill me, you bastard. Izuku's rage took point. He roared. His deep dark voice rang through the entire woods. Everyone was able to hear it. Everyone felt that chill. The shiver of fear. Each felt. 1. Wah, Aizawa said. Never having felt that before. He felt fear. That was terrifying. Everyone felt it. A large group had already left the group. They were getting ready for the scare fest. Damn, I don't want to fight him. Ash spoke, hiding behind some trees. His hand shaking. He had never felt something like that. Oh yes. Yes. Lilith had started fully masturbating as she felt scared. She instantly got horny when she heard that roar. Oh, she needed Izuku in her. She needed Izuku inside of her. 3. Oh dear, I know that feeling. The older dragon Kai had spoken to before. The leader of the Thunder is more than 200 years old. Pop, did you also feel that? His granddaughter. Toru peeked her head out the living room. I did, sweetheart. Please get Rex for me. You called. A semi-tall, well-built man stepped out. He was holding his daughter in his hand. He wore a nice suit with slightly messy hair. Toru stepped into the kitchen as well. Her blonde hair was tied in a twin ponytail and reached her hands, with a slight red tint at the bottom. 2 horns at the side, wearing what most would see as a maid outfit. Their daughter Kana. Silver-haired, with a purple tint at the bottom reaching down to her hands. 2. Also 2 horns on her head. Get free next week. I want you to contact that boy I told you about before. He has piqued my interest. The older man spoke. That yell he knew. It was something a lot of dragons felt. Especially if they were higher ranked. Like him. Minutes before the muscular fight. 2. Mustard ran into position. Not even 20 years old. Still wearing a school uniform, one that looked like a copy of Yue's own outfit. A helmet covering his face. Extremely high-tech and part of his support gear. Just like heroes had their own. So did the villains. Mustard had a bunch, but none of his support gear was as important as one of his tools. Pressing his hand against his chest. He felt it. A revolver. 6 shots are able to take down even the strongest of heroes. He looked at his wrist. It pinged all the locations of the allies he had. He was in a perfect position. 2. A gust of pink smoke exploded from him. Thick pink smoke. It circulated around himself. He smiled under his mask. His quirk was wonderful, as more smoke seeped out and swirled around him like a whirlwind. He felt each tree. He felt each disturbance in his smoke. The exact reason why Mustard was a dangerous villain and why the League of Villains was lucky to have someone as great as him. The real Ash stepped out from the east side. His hand was smoking before turning red. Ash started to be made. 4. He pressed his hands against the trees. The heat quickly caused them to catch fire, easily igniting one tree, that bursted into flame, which caused the trees around him to catch fire as well. He was unaffected by the trees. Flames meant nothing to him. He walked through the woods, burning tree after tree, and so did the fake Ash on the north side. In mere moments, the south, east, and north sides were completely cut off. Their plan was in effect, right as Muscular had started making noise. 1. Everyone was alerted at the same time. The roar of Izuku was heard for miles. The teachers knew something was wrong, and as they started noticing the things around them. The class that was 45 strong was no longer that. Around 14 students had gone to their bags to grab some items for the scare walk. Flashlights, snacks, they were at the north area of the camp. Half of the class had gone east, in the middle of the woods hiding around the trail, ready to scare the remaining 20. And the last 10 were around the middle. Fuck, Aizawa said. Sweat already forming on the back of his neck in fear and worry. 1. He wanted to rush and save his students, run to his son. But he had to make sure everyone was fine. Mandalay, what is the game plan? The Pussycats own this area. Nobody knew it better and none could lead as well as Mandalay. Okay. Tiger, you go north and collect the students. Pixie, go check to see if anyone is south. Vlad, move east. Aizawa, you stay here with me protecting the students. We will stay here as long as we can, but the fallback point is west. There will be a fight there. They are leading us in a trap. Ragdoll, make it back to West Camp while you meet up with Vlad. Mandalay mentally messaged each hero there. 1. She had been a hero long enough to see their plan. Each hero followed her order. Mandalay was not finished though. She sent a mental message to each student. She hoped they were still all in her range. Students, this is Mandalay. Please make your way to camp. There is a villain attack. MidoRyuu, please make sure Kota is safe. Please. Mandalay tried sounding professional, but she was nearly breaking in panic. It was something the students didn't know. 2. Something barely anyone knew. The reason Kota lived with Mandalay and the Pussycats was because his mom and dad were heroes. Both were well-ranked hero teams. The water hose heroes. Both had a very similar quirk. Both were a team because of that. But one day as they were on patrol, they came close to a man Mandalay wanted dead. A man she hated. The man who took her sister from her. Muscular. Ever since then, Kota hated heroes. He blamed the job for the fact his parents were no longer with him. She couldn't lose her nephew as well. Her heart would break. 1. The students themselves were also in a slight panic. They were in 4 groups. The 14 then had gone toward their bags. They noticed the fire and were worried. Do not worry. Move in a singular group. Quick and fast, follow the path and we should be safe. Ida said. His group listened. Ida, Denki, Sato, Rin, Abara, Mei, Manga, Kyoka, Mineta, Reiko, Tetsu, Rumi, Ochako, and Shishida. They all bundled up before they started walking back. The clone of Ash stalked them. He didn't want to hurt them. This was to lure the sheep into the slaughterhouse. The 20 students who had gone to scare the people in the woods had all split up. They were all spread thin and few. But they all noticed the pink smoke sneak up toward them. The first barely noticeable mist turned thicker. Each student had started running away from it. The east group that had mustered to deal with was Kamakiri, Kaibara, Itsuka, Himiko, Hitoshi, Nana, Ryuko, Momo, Tsuyu, Honi, Honanuki, Tokiyami, Todoroki, Bondo, Saburaba, Toru, Hanta, Mina, Kinako, and Setsuna. The entire group was massive, but they were all spread thin. At least there were 3 people in a single group. 1. Which made it hard to fight or run away. Each group didn't know if they should head into the mist and go looking for their friends or to fight the cause of the smoke. What if it would turn into a bigger problem? I am gonna go in. It's what a hero does. Nana yelled to Tsuyu and Shiro. Her group. While I am not against it. How are we even breathing in that? We just need to head back. Get a head count and listen to Mandalay. Shiro said. 1. Just like Nana, he wanted to rush in for his friends. But that could just end up killing more students. That was until Momo ran into the group. Momo, Ryuko, and Kamakiri. Wanna kill that gassy fuck. Kamakiri screamed, 2 blades popping out of his fist. Nana nodded right away. And so did Tsuyu and Shiro. Now they could. Momo showed her belly. 3 high-end gas masks showed up. There is 10 minutes worth of mask. Here, this is a single swap. Just in case, Momo gave them a filter swap, leaving them to have 20 minutes in total. 2. Nana charged 1 for all. Her skin almost shone as it coursed through her body. Ryuko's skin turned scaly as her eyes turned to slits. Momo created 2 metal sticks. Shiro rolled his sleeves up. They were ready. Their team of 6 sprinted deep into the gas. It might not be the smartest plan. They all knew this. But Izuku would never leave someone behind in danger, so why would they? Oh, fools try and run up on me. Well, 6 idiots and 6 shots. Will be a phase highlight. Muscular said, showing just how immature he still was. 2. Come on, let me fucking kill them. I will blow up any villain that tries fucking shit. Katsuki screamed with explosions out of his hand. Bakugo, enough. We are worried enough, stop your whining and listen. You can defend yourself, but that is it. Katsuki smirked. Haha, let me take a walk then. I will have them start the fight, I swear. Katsuki wanted to fight. These scared pussies dared to sneak attack. He would show them why even a sneak attack would cause their deaths. He knew he would win. Let's just stay here. Be smart about it. If anything, they will end up arriving here sooner or later. So if we just fortify this location, we have a lot more of a chance, right? 1. Monoma was exactly right. Secure a place that wasn't the west where they wanted them to go. That was their plan. They had enough to secure the location, but villains jumped out. 2 heroes against 4 villains. Spinner held a large sword. It was a mix of nearly 2 dozen other blades. Swords, daggers, knives. All tied together and held together by a single handle. Twice who was holding a support item. A simple measure meant a stick that had a sharp edge. One he used as a knife. 1. Magna is holding a large beam in their hands. One hidden by cloth. And lastly Collider. 2 large mechanical pistons on his arms. All of them villains that would be a slight fight, but all 4. Now that could cause them to end up losing. Back up or die. Katsuki screamed. He stood right next to Aizawa. Manga raised the beam. Katsuki felt himself being pulled forward. Manga believed this would cause a panic. Whenever she used her quirk, those that were cocky often grew scared. But Katsuki smirked. 1. He exploded behind him, being pulled faster. So fast in fact that in a single second, he had his foot buried deep inside Manga's stomach. Kicking her back slightly. You started it, you fucking bitch. This is self-defense MAHAHAHAHA. Katsuki bragged, unaware that the other 3 would not let it slide. Spinner swung his extremely large blade at Katsuki. He ain't alone, we are all here. Kirishima yelled, his arms turning hard as he punched the blades, breaking them into dozens of normal blades. Nice work, shitty hair. Teach you got the others right. We can fuck up some ourselves. Katsuki said. 2. While he believed in himself. They were all tired. This was using their last energy. Each of the 10 students could barely move, but they would have to fight. They could not back down now and die sitting down. Fine, just don't get hurt. Back off if you are tired. I will show you why I am a hero. Aizawa said, more than ready to face all 4 at once if it meant his students would end up being saved. Collect not kill, Collider spoke. This only turned Katsuki's smirk into a feral smile. 2. If you don't even try to kill, you will end up dead. Katsuki rushed him. Explosions in his palm add to his speed. The Collider did not move. He stayed calm and collected. Even when Katsuki jumped up in the air, his arms go to his side, causing him to spin aggressively, going toward Collider like a wheel. Collision break. A shield formed around Collider that stopped Katsuki. Before he swung his fist right into the ribcage, the punch itself was normal, but the piston activated at the same time. As if All Might through Bakugo, he flew back toward the group, spitting blood as he felt his ribs broken. Alive and death. Much in between. 1. Aizawa dashed himself. Twice was his target. He had stood still and seemed like a threat if not taken down fast. Don't try it, loser. Try it, cool hero man. Twice screamed as he swung his ruler blade at Aizawa. He slid under, allowing a little piece of cloth to slip. Aizawa slid through twice his legs, hopping up behind him, before dashing beside him and pulling on the cloth. It was wrapped around his legs. Twice his foundation was gone, and in a single moment, he was on the floor. 2. That would have been fine, if not for Aizawa kicking him in the gut. But he wasn't just some newbie bad guy. He expected it. Thus he stabbed right into Aizawa's belly. Slowly Aizawa started leaking blood. Something the students started to worry about, causing them to lose just as quickly. And in a single moment, the momentum the heroes had, that factor that they had more manpower, was turned into panic as some of their strongest force had been crushed in seconds. Aizawa was pierced and bleeding. Bakugo is bleeding and broken. Force them back. No time waste. Collider spoke as he started walking forward. Again he slams his fist into Kirishima. He tried blocking it, but it was just not enough. Too tired and not strong enough. 2. Fuck. Back off, go west, we need to regroup. Aizawa said. This was needed. Everyone would be funneled in the west, and then as the group is complete, then they fight back. Each group came together around the same time. The group of 14 first. Ida led them there fast and without problem. Next Aizawa and his group came. Aizawa with his scarf around his gut. Bakugo and Kirishima are being helped. And lastly a group of 13. The group that Nana had left. Yet they were still missing one from that group. Which was Himiko, who had completely disappeared from the group. The last everyone knew was that she went to look for Ragdoll before the attack. 1. The villains came together at the same time. Perfectly timed. 2 versions of Ash, Spinner, twice, Collider, Lilith, Magna, and Moonfish, a total of 7 different people. Compress had his mission. Muscular was doing whatever that idiot was doing. Most likely something with MidoRyuu. And lastly Mustard. Still dealing with those 6 brats. 1. Now to beat you down before the main show starts, Ash spoke with confidence. 35 plus students dead tired. 1 hero stabbed and bleeding. 1 non-fighter. 2 fighters. This would be an easy slaughter. That was until a mountain of sand and dust was brought up. An impact was slammed in front of them. Something Magna was able to get rid of with her quirk. It showed a small crater and Muscular within the crater. 1 arm burned into charcoal, defeated and bleeding. Must be the man of the hour's work. Ash said before he started sweating like mad. He felt something. A heavy thud landed behind them. He and the villain slowly turned. Which was the first time they were able to see one. The thing people feared. And they understood why. A true dragon. We need to be smart about this. We are all still tired and we don't know how many villains we are going to go up against. So we will fight smart. Momo said. Each had a rough understanding of where they were. The gas was thicker in the middle. So they knew where the villain was that made this gas. Our visibility is low. Wait, Nana, can you cause it to move? Nana nodded. Don't worry, it will be easy with this. Momo pulled her shirt up, showing her belly, popping out a large beam-like thing. 2. As she grabbed it from the floor, she held onto one location. She shook it, and the large object folded out, showing it was a massive fan. Here, Momo gave it to Nana with a charge of OFA. Started swinging it around as hard as she could. 2. What the fuck? Mustard said, annoyed. He was able to feel his gas. He was able to read the gas. He felt the 6 people enter his gas. The 6 victims that would die soon, but now, his gas was being pushed aside. They were making a large gap and that was getting closer. 1. Mustard shook his head. They might have more visibility, but it would not save them in the end. Unzipping the top of his jacket and reaching down, he pulled out his gun. A very simple revolver. 6 shots in total. He looked at the area where the quirk stopped working. The large open spot of air. He held his gun up. Now it was a guess. They had to be around the center. Die, losers. Mustard pulled the trigger. He pulled the trigger twice. Bang bang. Quickly after each other, the 2 bullets flew forward. Out of shock, all 6 nearly dropped to the ground. That was a gunshot. What the fuck, is anyone hit? Each started checking the other out. Thankfully, one of the many trees in the area had blocked the bullet. 2. Fuck. They are toying with us. Let's kill them quickly. Kamakiri pressed a blade out of his fist. The same thickness as his fist, almost as if his fingers were straight. Tsuyu. Go in the trees, you're the scout. Zero. Please try and fire your tape forward, we need to locate them quickly. Momo created a large shield. 2. The only one who did not hide behind the single shield was Nana, who had been cutting a way through the gas herself. Mustard was annoyed. The gas kept being displayed. So he stopped. He cut the gas off. He would play dirty. The gas lingered but it quickly lessened and with the help of Nana the gas was fully gone. And before long they noticed Mustard. Oi villain fuck, you're dying next. Kamakiri screamed. Mustard placed his hand next to the area of his ear. What, I can't understand you. Mustard had a single plan that was completely dirty. 1. Kamakiri pulled off his mask. There was no gas anyway. He ran out. It just muffled him. This was not even true. They had talked with each other perfectly fine, but Kamakiri's adrenaline rushed to his head, stopping him from thinking clearly. As he threw the mask on the floor, Mustard smiled under his mask. Before anyone was able to scream before they wanted to yell out for him not to do it. It was too late. Mustard turned his quirk on again. Out of him, the gas exploded. Instantly the entire area was covered in pink smoke. Each one of them was engulfed in smoke. 2. And Kamakiri took a full breath from it. He felt the effects quickly. His entire head turned light. His stomach felt heavy. The world started spinning, and he collapsed. Kamakiri no. Momo rushed at him. She dropped her shield. She needed to get his mask on him as fast as possible. Mustard raised his gun again. His other hand supports the gun, aimed right at Momo's body. Before he pulled the trigger, bang. Damn. Nana had swung the large fan. The wind pressure pushes the gun out of the way, causing him to miss again. I won't let you hurt any of my friends. Nana dashed forward. 1. Mustard however was not worried. Thicker smoke engulfed Mustard. Before he just disappeared fully. Nana's attack missing. You won't be able to harm me, I am my smoke. Smoke is me. Mustard was playing tricks. He knew their locations and he had killed plenty of people because of this. You and your friends will die a painful death, normally I wouldn't be allowed to. It's that dragon's job to kill you, but I don't think anyone will miss you. The 5 hero trainees shared the same thought. They were here because of Izuku, they were going for Izuku. Mustard uses this small moment to fire his gun twice. Even with Tsuyu hitting Nana once, she was still shot. 1 bullet pierced her shoulder. She fell to the floor in pain. The heroes needed to go on the offense. You bastard. Momo made a shield once more. She really couldn't do any more. She was reaching the bottom of her tank. Holding it up to protect herself, she started running forward. Tsuyu used her tongue as a poker, stabbing it in the thick smoke to try and get a feel. Zero did the same thing. 2. Yet unlike Mustard, they hit trees. Mustard felt the trees around him. He knew where to stand to attack. He felt safe there. Momo's running had caused some problems with feeling what was where, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. That was until the smoke stopped. Nana used the other shield. She slammed it down with OFA. Her arm broke, her skin ripping as she started bleeding. The bone broke as she went over her limit. But all the pink gas was forced out of the area. Found you. Zero wrapped his tape around Mustard's legs. He raised his gun, but Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around it and pulled it out of his hand. 2. And it was over. Nana dashed for him. She jumped forward, her one arm already shot with a gun. The pain is incredible. The only thing that kept her from passing out was to find out if Izuku was fine. Her fist connected with the mask. Mustard had one singular final support gear. The mask popped out spikes all around it, easily piercing Nana's hands, her hands bleeding and unusable as Mustard's head snapped back. The tape broke as he flew back, breaking through one of the trees nearby. The hero's victories. 1. Muscular was punched into the lower woods. His ribs hurt, he coughed up blood, the air pressed out his body. Fuck that bastard. The muscle fibers grew thicker. He got back up, before then jumping up, dashing forward back at Izuku, who stood waiting in his dragon hybrid form. He saw Muscular's movements easily. He sidestepped Muscular's speed, shocking himself, but still slamming his fist in Muscular's ribs. He flew into the wall. Die evil bastard. Izuku dashed at Muscular. He held his arms up, his forearm muscles growing more and more. He needed to protect himself. 1. Muscular's arms felt each and every punch. The muscles took the brunt, but still, each punch cracked Muscular arms. Stop, Muscular said softly, a pathetic turn from the killer he was supposed to be. It stopped Izuku. Was he turning into a villain? Was he taking it too far once again? His hand shook in fear and doubt. Muscular in fear pushed Izuku. Kota, who stood watching this, thought Izuku was losing now. He needed to help. Izuku needed to survive. He couldn't die like his parents. Raising his arms, he with all his might pressed outward. 1. A small soft spray of water hit the both of them. Don't hurt him. For Izuku this was the last straw. He was a villain. He was so bad that even Kota thought this had to stop. Don't hurt MidoRyuu. Kota screamed, a new spray of water hitting Muscular. Kid, fuck off or I will kill you. Izuku snapped again. Muscular felt it. Izuku was on him again. Muscular tried swinging his fist at Izuku's head, but he saw the embers come out of Izuku's mouth. Izuku's hand on his chest, his fingers digging into the flesh and muscles of Muscular. 1. He breathes out. The flames forced out of Izuku's mouth. The flames covered and burned Muscular's arm. The muscles charred and black as Izuku stopped. The mountain nearly melted at the heat. Muscular, barely awake, Izuku threw him away in the air. Kota, come. Izuku transformed into a massive dragon. The massive being flew up as it grabbed Kota, holding him in his paw, to protect him. Izuku flew up at Muscular, before slamming his head down at Muscular, shooting him down. Izuku follows behind, seeing the large group of people together. Hide as we land. Izuku landed, hiding Kota so he could run behind the trees without being seen. 1. Everyone saw Izuku and was worried. Hello MidoRyuu-sama. Ash spoke. Worried he was going to die. He had met a couple of dragons in his time and each reacted weirdly. Some wanted to be treated like kings, others barely wanted to be alive. This could go really well or really bad. Izuku transformed back into his hybrid form. His wings spread wide. The villains could feel the aura around him. It was the aura of death. We are here at the request of Shigaraki in order for you to join our ranks. Izuku looked. Your ranks. 1. Ash started shaking. Mentally he yelled at himself. Not like that. We will join you. You would take your rightful place at the top, working only under the big boss. Shigaraki. Ash quickly shook his head. No, you would be equal. Shigaraki has assured us. What are you talking about, Izuku? You're gonna be a hero, right? We both were gonna be heroes, right? Shinso screamed angrily. Why was his brother talking with these villains like this? Shut your mouth, scum. Keep yelling or die. Twice screamed angrily as he stood over the group. 2. Izuku looked down. Why would I join you? Izuku asked, making eye contact with Ash. He felt the pressure of Izuku. He almost wanted to take a knee with that look. Why not? I have been assured you would be given anything you want. Power, women, men, money. It does not matter, we offer you it all. Yes, take me, Please ruin me. Lilith started walking up. My body is yours. She pulled her breast out, not caring who saw anything. She came close to Izuku. He without care grabbed her head and slammed it into the floor. Ah, yeesh, destroy me, master. Lilith moaned. 1. She was barely awake. Izuku hurt her a lot, but that was exactly what she liked. Mission accomplished, a voice said, popping out the back of the woods. On Izuku's side, the side Kota was at. With a snap, the voice threw a marble and popped out near Ash. What mission was that? Ash looked worried. If I join you, I would be above you. So what is the mission? Ash nodded. Izuku had a point. Compress here, was ordered to capture Ragdoll. Tomoko. Mandalay stepped up. She and the others wanted to fight back. But just like that, she was kicked back. Collision slam. An air bullet slammed her down. 1. Release any person you have on you right now. Wah. What do you mean? Compress right. Release each and every person you have in your quirk. Release them. If you want me to join. I need to be the only one. I want to see how important I am. Ash couldn't make that decision himself. He clutched his hand. Embers already forming there. He might have to fight Izuku right now. But then, like a speaker, everyone heard the voice. Do as he says. The villains knew that voice. The voice of the big boss. But of course, my pleasure, good sir. 7 different marbles were pulled out. Mr. Compress's coat. He threw them forward before snapping his fingers. Out came Ragdoll, Himiko, and Kota. As well as 4 other people. 2 heroes that Aizawa knew of. 2. Well then, let's go, Izuku said, walking forward toward Ash. He remained guarded. Not like it would have mattered, but he would not die easy. As the portal opened, Izuku walked right up to it. Sorry for this, but it's impossible to fight your nature. You are what your quirk is. Tell Mom I love her. Right. Then Izuku stepped into the portal, disappearing into the black mist, the other villains taken with him as the mist covered them. Leaving the heroes alone, barely awake, unable to move or act, shocked as one of their own, just left to join the villains. Izuku stepped into the bar, confused as to where I was. He looked around. The dark mist that he had seen before during the USJ stood behind the bar. Shigaraki looked like a child finally getting his Christmas gift. And the TV saying audio only placed nearly on the bar. Hey, you joined US, yes, we are together, yes yes yes. Shigaraki bounced up and down in his chair. He was extremely glad at the fact his brother was joining him. Hello MidoRyuu, the TV spoke. Izuku felt the heaviness of the voice. 1. Izuku kept silent. He kept looking around. The people around him. He was almost surrounded by the villains. Now a test. I will require you to kill someone. The voice said. No, Izuku instantly said. Bro, I don't need to be tested. I left my life for this. I gave up my family for this. My friends. The one that needs to be tested. That you. You need to prove to me that it's worth me being here. Moss, calm down Shigaraki. You're just what I expected. The voice spoke. Kurogiri. Open a gate. A portal opened up. 2. Out of the portal, a man stepped. Wearing an expensive suit. The black fabric looks perfect and pristine. His face, Izuku saw it clearly. I am your father Izuku. The man said. He looked almost like a more mature version of Izuku. His hair was pristine and combed. His face was clean. His eyes are deep slits. White teeth are visible in a smirk. Izuku was slightly taken aback. I have been trying for one of my children to be like me for years, and I found you. The man sat down on one of the stools. I have taken the name of my old master. I go by All for One. 4. Izuku was extremely unsure. This sounded way too weird. My father was the first dragon of his kind. He was a mean man. He craved destruction. I killed him, but confused and wondering about the world, I was left alone. Until that day, a man found me, offered me the same offer I offer you, a high rank in his army, a place as king in the New World Order. Izuku continued eye contact. My master fought and lost. In a last effort, he tried taking over my body. By doing so I took his quirk. I gained the ability to steal quirks. The evil smirk caused a shiver to run down Izuku's spine. That's my proof, a story very few have heard, and even less and lived through. Izuku nodded. I will train you. I will train you in your quirk. You are but on a stool for a journey toward the moon. With my training, you will become more powerful than All Might or whatever pathetic successor took his quirk. Izuku's eyes went wide. Nana. He was talking about Nana. So what about them? I don't care about them. They however will need to die in the future. You will do as much. 2. Izuku nodded. That will then be my final showing of proof. I will kill All Might for you. That man has done nothing but hate on me and try and hold me back. Good. Now I will apologize, but you will take the revenge you can choose. Izuku looked confused. I am the reason you were nearly kicked out of school. I have taken control of that silly HPSC. I forced them to try and kick you out. I apologize, but I need my son with me. Relax today. Have Lilith take care of your needs if you wish. Sleep, eat, we shall train soon. 2. Izuku nodded. He walked away. Lilith was on the floor, her face bleeding as Izuku had spiked her before. Her breasts were out in the open as she had started masturbating fully and everyone was able to watch. Izuku sat down in a room. He heard the footsteps come past his room. Clearly, Shigaraki as he heard someone lean against the door. He looked down at the floor as he thought of everyone he was leaving behind. Tears fell down to his hands. 1. Back at camp, it was completely silence. Izuku just joined the villains. Their classmate, the student that was supposed to be on their side. One of the most powerful students they had. One that personified heroics more than most. How could he do that? The ladies that recently dated him were breaking mentally. Help arrived not that long after everything. A SOS was sent quickly after everything. Nezu showed up with multiple teachers. Where is Mr. MidoRyuu? He was the only student who was not part of the group. A broken Aizawa spoke. He joined them. The teachers felt the same heaviness as the students. Izuku sat in the strange warehouse. His eyes closed, his legs crossed as he took deep breaths in and out. AFO had told him to spend each morning meditating. He had to grow his energy within itself. It was a combination of both his physical strength and his spiritual. Both had to grow in order for him to be able to put more energy, meaning bigger and better attacks. But they were lucky. The fire was Izuku's main element. It meant it was his strong suit. And everything that came with fire and that was associated with fire. Destruction, power. He should be glad, even a foe's main element had not been fire. It had been wind, meaning he was faster and more agile, yet not something he cared for. Izuku recently had been given a test. Nothing major. Izuku after a couple of hours of meditating, would start hand-to-hand combat training. This training was against a Nomu. A high-end Nomu, specifically created to help Izuku. But as Izuku meditated, his mind cleared itself. Energy for all dragons differed. Some saw it as a treasure they could take from. Some like AFO saw it as a never-ending tap of power. Izuku never saw his energy. He felt it, but it always felt to be behind a wall of sorts, always around the corner. It's time, sir. The naked Lilith spoke. She had been on her knees in front of Izuku, looking at him. A puddle of fluid right below her. She was helping him. Anything she would need to do. She would. Izuku hated it. He disliked the fact she was throwing herself at him. But she never stopped. Izuku stood up, pulling off the shirt he had on, and stretching his arms. The Nomu stepped forward, waiting for Izuku to move. 2. Izuku transformed into his hybrid form. The dark black scales cover head to toe. The horns growing on his forehead only now there were 13. Each looked stronger and slightly bigger than before. Izuku dashed forward. His fist went low as he slammed it into the Nomu's ribs, lifting the beast off his feet slightly. But the Nomu roared into action, bringing its two massive claws together before hammering it down on its back. Izuku stayed up. He stayed on his 2 feet. The Nomu tried the same action again. Quickly Izuku brought his arms up, intercepting the Nomu. 1. Izuku knew that he was equal in strength to the Nomu. It's how it was created. Just as strong as Izuku. Regeneration. And even heat resistance. Some of the powers that AFO had maintained over the years, but in his words, for the training of his son. It was worth the use. Izuku pushed the arms apart, before slamming his fist down like hammers on the Nomu's shoulders. The ground cracked as the force pushed the Nomu down. But Izuku didn't see the double punch of the Nomu. He shot back, both fists implanted deeply in Izuku's gut. The pillar he landed at, breaking as his body ragdolled through it. He got back up quickly enough to see the Nomu rush him. Izuku sidestepped him, before throwing a high kick. His speed and strength of the kick forced the Nomu back. A dent in his chest where Izuku's foot was. Rog! Izuku yelled angrily as he shot out a flame breath, swallowing the Nomu. Gasping for air shortly after the flames stopped, showing Izuku was lightheaded. The Nomu's flesh burned yet regenerated. The Nomu rushed forward again, yet stopped with a simple command. Halt. AFO stepped toward Izuku. You have done well so far, my son. Sorry, it took a while, but here. Izuku looked at the book AFO held in his hands. Thuum, Speech of Dragons. Izuku asked. The book seemed slightly old, yet well maintained. Yes, I simply forgot with time. Your flame breathes. It is powerful but lacks control. At first, I forgot because it's been so many years. But when I first started, apart from some wind attacks, I had to use this book for other attacks. Once you find your energy within yourself, you will understand. Just read the book. Look through the runes and incantations. 4. Izuku didn't understand. Why, what does it do? Other attacks. Look. AFO turned toward the Nomu. With a small breath, a thin line of flames came forth, removing the shoulder of the Nomu. It quickly healed itself, but the power was there. But y'all. AFO did the same breath, yet now the line of fire, before a baseball, now a volleyball, almost deleting half the Nomu. The incantations make it stronger. Not only that, it also makes it so you can force other attacks forward like some you haven't known before. Study well, my son, but carry on training if you please. AFO walked away again. Izuku looked at the book in wonder. A tome of knowledge that he could use for years. That he could use to learn more and useful attacks. Plopping down on the floor, Izuku opened the book. It was more than just a language book. It had pages of information on dragons. Pages of what the attacks could do. Ryuu, meaning run. The first in the line attacks. Ryuu can force those who are nearby to start running in fear. The difference in power must be large for it to work. Fast, meaning fear. The second state for the attack, making those fearful and more likely to run. The power difference has to be less. Mar, meaning terror. The last line in the group, making those very likely to run away, run, or pass out. How cool, Izuku said. 2. Dragons earn their power from their name. Know and learn the name of your dragon to open the doors toward mastery of your power. I wonder what that even means, Izuku wondered, confused. Dragon name. Was that something like his hero or villain name? Was that it, or did it hold some other meaning that he still had yet to figure out? Hey, has brother come back from training yet? Shigaraki asked with the group shaking their head. The media still had yet to catch wind of this. But the heroes had gone out looking. It didn't matter. They had moved from the bar they first came toward, to know a location somewhere deep in Russia. Hidden from everyone. Everyone was still terrified of Izuku. While he showed no day-to-day hatred toward any of them, they were able to catch glimpses of unbridled anger in his eyes. Lilith loved that. She came because of that. 1. Yet those like Ash feared it. He was planning on surviving any and all that happened. That was his goal. It did not matter if everyone died here as painfully as could be. He, however, was going to make it out. Yet those eyes made it hard to think of running. AFO explained why he was the way he was. He had done research into him. That hatred, of course, came from the brainwashing the heroes had done to him, yet a lot came from within Izuku. It's the hatred he felt for those who bullied and fought him before, those that suppressed his might. 2. Damn. Wanted to play games with him, Shigaraki said. He never wanted to train. If master or brother asked him to, he would. That's only right for him. But apart from that, he just wanted to play video games and eat and sleep. Walking back into his room, he started playing games again. Smiling, he thought of his brother Izuku. Both in his mind were the bestest of friends. Nothing would ever come in between them. They were friends forever and ever. Brother Izuku, Shigaraki said with a large smile on his face. 4. Lilith, can I try some on you? Yes, yes, you can use me however you want, sir. Lilith bit her lips as she spread her arms, showing everything she had to Izuku. "Ryuu," he yelled. He felt the energy being used, yet Lilith didn't show fear. Instead, she orgasmed. Her body fell forward as her ass went in the air, twitching as her eyes rolled in the back of her head. "Oh master, that was so good. I felt terrified. Do it again please, I will be a good girl," she begged, confusing Izuku slightly. But she was a good test subject. 3. Fast. Izuku collapsed himself instead. Most of his energy was drained. And Lilith still in the same state. "But that one was supposed to be better, right sir?" Lilith asked. In reality, it felt the same or even slightly worse than before. Izuku felt his nose bleeding and his entire body shook in pain. He dropped to his side. Before he threw up, puking out everything he had. Almost a minute of pure pain went through his body as he lay there. Nearly 20 minutes later Izuku awoke. Lilith sitting next to him, licking her fingers. What happened?" Izuku struggled to get up. "You tried using a skill you have no right to use." AFO spoke, standing over him. "What?" "Lilith told me, you used fast, after using Ryuu once. Your energy is too low to use that. Your skill even lower, it backlashed against you. Be glad you did not use Mar, it would have killed you." Oh, Izuku felt the effects. His entire body hurt, his head was pounding. All his muscles were sore and it felt like his entire body broke. "It's good though. In pain, we can learn. Push your limits, go plus ultra." AFO chuckled at the use of the UA slogan. "To understand. I can't move, could you help me back?" Izuku asked AFO. He nodded. A portal opened and Izuku was swallowed. Back into his room, he went right to bed. He was too broken to do anything else. His entire body felt ruined. And sadly there was no recovery girl there to save him. Nor Inko's food to keep him full, but he threw them away. But he knew, he had to do this. If they truly cared for him, they would understand. They would have to understand. 1. Inko had not left the house since the news. The blinds were closed 24/7 and she was unheard of. Thankfully Aizawa and Hitoshi assured everyone that she was still fine. She was just having it hard. Something everyone understood. Izuku was her son. She cared for him more than anything else. And he left. He called her evil by association. Yet that never made sense to Hitoshi. He loved Inko. Everyone did. She was the furthest thing from evil. She was by all means an angel. So why say that you are your quirk? He called himself, Ryuko, his mom, and even the number 5th hero's wife evil. 2. It didn't sound like an Izuku thing. But he wasn't the only one that was confused. You don't honestly think that's the case, right Kai? She shook her head. I don't know what to think, Raven. It's just what he told me. It could be that he is evil. He might want power. Before believed heroes had more power, but then I learned it was villains. It could be that is the reason he joined them. I don't want to believe it. I like the kid, but we have to be open to the option. Kai said. She hated the fact she even thought about it. Izuku was a great kid. She loved the little bugger. She texted him memes and gifs. Sending over TikTok, game request. Hell, even the information they shared. She did that and she felt like she understood Izuku, but then he did this. She felt betrayed. I know. Raven dropped on the couch. He did seem very eager to get stronger when he was under him. Was it true, or was this all some sort of plan? Well, the only thing we can really do about it is just sit and wait it out. See if we can get some answers out of him sooner or later. Raven said, leaning back annoyed. The only one that didn't react one bit was Nezu. He nodded before he walked away. It was the end of the week. Each student was checked by the hospital, making sure each one was healthy and was able to be sent home to be with the family. They were not asked to school for a week. Each of them had trouble believing what happened. What will we do about this? We have to find him and arrest him. This cannot be left opened. All Might yelled. AFO was behind this. That voice Aizawa talked about. Toshinori, I understand what you mean. But we don't have the force to take that group down, nor do we have the understatement of what and where they are. We will need to get an understanding first. Let's get an understanding of what went on and how they were able to locate the camp. How they were able to sneak up on us. Nezu stood up on the desk. We all share the same feelings of betrayal. MidoRyuu was a wonderful student and a great young man. He showed pride, kindness, and heroism. It's a shock to us all that he went with them. For the next 2 days, Izuku had done nothing but sit in his room and talk with the others. He befriended them. Shigaraki wasn't the worst. Ignoring the fact they used to be on the other side, he wasn't that bad to be around. Almost like a younger brother. He shared the video games he often played. He liked to show Izuku the things he was capable of in games, running toward him each time he got the win for his team, or when he did something cool. The others were unique in Izuku's eyes. 1. Spinner and Magna were just like Izuku. Both were hated for something they could not control. Spinner because he had a gecko quirk. His skin was scaly. They instantly snapped to the factor of him being a dragon. He was attacked and hated. Until he fought back, he went the route they said he would always take. Magna is a trans woman trapped in the body of a man. She was seen as sick in the head by those who were supposed to support her. Her family left her to die, thus she fought back. She became a villain. Izuku could connect with them to an extent. The others were villains because they wanted to be. Ash never wanted to fit in. He wanted to do what he wanted when he wanted and how he wanted. Being a villain gave him that freedom. Twice never fit in, and with the voices he had screaming at him in his head, it was just the only route he could take. Lilith wanted to be evil. She wanted to have many women and men to suck dry, until Izuku. She felt a way that she could not describe. She acted like a slave to him. She brought him food, water, anything, and all she got was a stone face. Lilith had never been more aroused. 3. But after that, Izuku asked to be trained. He wanted to get stronger. He needed that strength if he wanted to kill All Might. Good. With your new transformation, we figured out your horde. Izuku looked confused. He was in a warehouse. It didn't look Japanese, but he had transformed in his hybrid form. Those horns on your head. That crown you have. That's what happens with a horde. Mine was power. It grew more with strength. What is yours? Izuku taught about it. He knew what it was. Power. The same as you, father. Izuku said, clutching his fist. AFO smiled. Good. I will give you a new power after you have killed All Might. The final test reward. You shall make me proud, but before that training. From that video, I have noticed that you have unlocked a single ability. Izuku nodded. That's one of many. First, what do you know about dragons? There are 4 ranks. Common folk. Dragons without abilities. Only the strength and the ability to turn into a dragon. Then lords. They can use one ability and often have the ability to transform into a hybrid form. High lords have 2 abilities and are a lot stronger. Lastly, dragon emperors. What we are. Unlimited potential. AFO laughed loudly. He sounded slightly offended. Wrong. In reality, there are 6 rankings. Next to an emperor, you have an arch-dragon. One is much stronger than an emperor as long as they have their horde. And lastly, a divine dragon. AFO scoffed. It's a horrible name, but that is what my father named them, and you must always honor thy father. AFO spoke. Izuku just nodded as he listened. I am not sure which you are. Sadly, a dragon child can always be below their parents, yet they can never grow above them. 1. That energy you feel within your chest. That energy will give you power. Harness it correctly and AFO showed his hand. It turned almost demonic. A pure black scaly glove. Nails long and sharp. It will allow you greater feats than you ever dreamed possible. Your first training will be simple. Use that energy to strengthen yourself. That's one of the more common ways to use it. Pour it into your muscles, into your being. Then look at what you can do. With enough skill, you can do it like me. 4. AFO had mastered it. He had the energy run through himself constantly. He had always used it. His strength and durability for that reason were sky high. It was the reason he could fight and deal with All Might. I do have one question for you, father. Not related to training. Sure. My child, what do you want to know? Izuku looked him in the eyes. Almost like he was challenging him. The air turned heavy. If you are that powerful, why not kill All Might alone? Why keep him alive? Why allow him to find a successor like you said? While I am more powerful than that blonde baboon, he sadly is as hard to kill as weeds. While I am in a better state than he is, I did not leave the battlefield without injuries. AFO placed his hand over his ribs. Just like All Might, he was not healthy. And now that I have you, the death will allow you to grow. Be grateful for the opportunity. Izuku nodded. I am father. I will get stronger, strong enough to defeat him. Izuku walked away. He went to train. 1. And he did. Each day, after eating with Shigaraki, he went and trained. Until Lilith came to him, naked, offering herself and food to her master. Then more training until around 6, when he went with the group and learned more about them, their quirks, their behaviors. Then he went into his room and slept, only to redo it the next day. 7. And the training paid off. Izuku felt his strength increase with the new technique. But then again, he wasn't the only one that was training. The entire hero class was back at school. Each one felt the knife still in their back. Each one needed to get stronger. Some, like Rumi, Bakugo, they wanted to get stronger and kill Izuku. How dare he do that to them? 2. Some, like Ryuko and Ochako, needed to get stronger. They needed to bring back Izuku, bringing him back to his senses. And lastly, the ones like Nana, Momo, and Kirishima, they wanted to bring down the League. They had something to do with this. There was no way Izuku MidoRyuu would join villains willfully. He was too heroic and too kind to do that. And just like before, the class was split. Those who believed that this was some sort of ruse, some sort of plan he came up with in his insane mind, and those that, just like those before him, that he, just like most dragons, could not resist the power and join the villains. If you all will work for me, I will have to know how you all fight. So you will spar. Izuku did not ask the villains. Each of them was forced to. He stared each of them down, yet some still believed they were above him. Collider does not train. Izuku grabbed him by the neck, squeezing the air out of him as he lifted him up. It wasn't a fucking question. You do as I fucking say. I understood. Izuku's hand transformed into his dragonic version. The slices feeling cold and hard as the nails scratched the skin. Collider tried breathing but without luck. He was tempted to attack Izuku, but it felt like he would die if he tried. For the first time, he didn't see Izuku as a hero student anymore. He saw him as the monster he truly was. He nodded and was dropped to the floor. Kurogiri opens a portal. The purple mist nodded as a portal opened and the remaining League of Villains members walked through. Izuku sat down on one side. Shigi, you go first, fight the Nomu. Shigaraki nodded. If his brother wanted it, sure. 2. Of course, big brother, I will show you just how strong I am. He was glad about it. He would be the bestest fighter in the group. The Nomu rushed. Fast speeds, but Shigaraki was able to react. He sidestepped it. A speed Izuku was shocked by. His hand pressed against the Nomu's chest, decaying it as it missed the punch. The Nomu regenerated as the decay stopped. The Nomu jumped back, a smart move, just how it was programmed. And Shigi followed at incredible speeds. Speeds most people wouldn't be able to obtain. Good job, Shigi, you are pretty strong. He gave a sick smile as he enjoyed the praise from his brother. Ash was up next, but instead of fighting the Nomu, he would fight Collider. Embers and smoke poured out from Ash's hands. Collider just stood still, both waiting on the other to move. Like a message was sent, both moved at the same time. Ash threw the smoke like ash forward. Before with a single ember. It exploded in a large flame. But with a bash of air, Collider blocked it, and Izuku noted how they fought. Both had experience for sure. Both kept their distance. Both didn't want to get in each other's range, and kept busy blocking all their attacks. It's fine, you can stop. Izuku had noted all he needed to. Spinner, twice you're up next. Both nodded as they stepped in. Spinner grabbed a knife he had, twice using a ruler blade. Both ran to each other. You are dead, boy, live and learn, twice screamed, as he swung his ruler. Spinner jumped over it. Knife drawn, only to now be outnumbered. Twice threw out a carbon copy of Ash. Ash was able to use his quirk and Spinner quickly was losing. Only for the fight to stop again. 3. Lilith and Compress were next in line. The fight was a lot different than Izuku assumed. Lilith sprouted demon-like wings and rushed Compress, missing his hand and pressing a sharp nail against his neck. Did I do well, master? She spoke, needingly, very impressive Lilith, just don't think you had the win that easily. If Izuku didn't have it paused, Compress would have marbelled Lilith just as quickly as she was on his back. Both were a lot faster and way more impressive than he first gave them credit for. Izuku understood how Compress was able to capture Ragdoll and Himiko now. 1. The last fight was Moonfish vs Magna. The only fight that drew blood. Moonfish acted to kill, like he would any fight. His razor-sharp metal teeth flew forward, slashing through the air, but Magna shot out a wave of magnetism. The teeth were unable to reach her, and Moonfish was slammed back before Izuku could say stop. Moonfish bleeding slightly. You were all powerful enough, I guess. Izuku said. He had enough information on them. This was really all he would need. Writing it down in one of the new notebooks he was given. He had a couple of notebooks now. Most of them were about his dragon abilities. Writing down how to train his powers, the explanations he was given before by AFO, and most importantly he wrote everything he read from that dragon book. He now also had notes on all the villains. Something he would use to help them get stronger. Some didn't want to train. But with a growl, he looked them all down. He wasn't giving them an option. If they were going to his soldiers, if they wanted to work under him, they would have to get stronger, far, far stronger. The day nothing happened, but the next day, Izuku asked to go out. He had some stuff he wanted to do. I can't just allow my son to be captured. Ash, Kurogiri, go with him. Listen to each order, like they were mine. AFO spoke through the television. Izuku bit his lip. He wasn't happy with an escort, but if his AFO asked, he would have to obey. Izuku didn't go anywhere special. He went to an arts and crafts store, getting some drawing and writing supplies. The stuff he wanted to get, but they also went in the direction of a store. It was there, by faith and chance, the worst meeting they could have. Nana Shimura stood face to face with Izuku. She dropped her bag in shock as she noticed Izuku, Kurogiri, and Ash. She was now face to face with the man she had fallen in love with. But he betrayed not only her, but he betrayed the entire hero society. Izuku smirked as he tapped the two next to him. Let's run. Izuku smirked as he ran. He knew exactly where to go. A secluded, underground parking garage. Where Nana followed, she stood face to face. She was alone. Against 3. Let's burn this corpse, send a message. Ash said, itching to act. Don't think you will act alone. A group of villains stepped out. Izuku had seen them before. It was a group that showed up to Shigaraki before. Izuku scowled as Nana grew scared. She was way too outnumbered. Why did she act so rash? She saw Izuku and he ran. She had to follow. Why did she act like that? Why? Back off. Ua is of the menu, Izuku said as he looked at the villains. He stared down everyone, now with Nana on her back. Ua is my prey. If I so much as hear you attack one of them, I will rip you in half. 1. Nana swallowed deeply as the villains backed off. He turned to look back at Nana, walking closer and closer. He was face to face and he smirked. Nana, hope you have been well. Nana swung her fist, tears dripped down her face. Each punch landed in his face, and Izuku grabbed her by the neck. Reminds me of our first meeting, you punching me and me able to kill you. The good old days. Izuku smiled at the memory. What do you want? Why you're going to kill me? No, why would I? What, kill her now, be known, if why? Izuku turned his head. Ryuu, he yelled angrily. The villains all felt the fear. They all wanted to run, they wanted to flee, nearly shitting themselves. Silence, he said with a tone that did not allow for backtalk. Why ruin the main course? I was hoping to just have a day out, and was hoping to be left alone. Izuku smirked as Nana looked at him in fear and confusion. But I can now finally say something I have been wanting to say. Just wait for me, I will come back to you. To the villains, he just made a threat. He was coming back, and he was going to come back to kill her. But I have a more important target to face now. Nana had worries. Was he talking about All Might? He then squeezed her neck shut, strangling her slightly. Slowly Nana lost consciousness, passing out as Izuku dropped her back on the ground, softly laying her head down, before walking away. Why not kill her instantly? Ash asked, confused about the actions. 2. I plan on making my name known by killing All Might. That will be my grand entrance. If you are told you will get a thick juicy tomahawk steak for dinner, why oh why would you fill up on cheap store-bought ham? Izuku explained to the villains who were still in fear. Now remember, Ua is still mine. Any one of them, Bakugo, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, any student or even teacher, they are all mine. The message was clear. And with Kurogiri opening a portal and the villains sending that message clear to all the other villains. Ua was no longer on the table. 5. After the villains left, Nana woke up, an hour later, confused and hurt. Nezu was one of the fastest on the scene, he had used his connections to get this matter silenced. Nana, don't speak on who you saw. Okay, tell me what he told you, exactly. As Nana explained what he said, how he said it, and who he was with, Nezu looked through the area. Smiling as Nana was finished. That's all I needed to hear. I apologize for what happened. It's truly my fault and I will make sure it will never happen again. Nezu said, walking away, his hands behind his back. Care to explain why the entirety of Ua is under your protection? AFO asked Izuku, who was lying on a chair, his eyes closed as he sipped from a glass of water. I didn't know I had to explain every and all my actions. It's more like Ua than before. AFO sighed. Don't use that tone, boy. I may give you slack, but you're not on your own yet. Sorry, father. Izuku sat back and looked him in the eyes. An annoyed, yet angry look. Since I entered Ua, each and every one of the students hated and feared me. 1. Izuku cracked his neck. I got attacked and bullied, none of the teachers did anything. I was alone against them all, yet stronger than all of them combined. I would be able to destroy all of them, break them into pieces like they were nothing at all. So I will, after I get done with All Might. I will find each of them, I will give each exactly what they deserve. Izuku said, AFO smiling as he detected the truth behind his statement. Then I apologize for my rude actions, son. Your reason is valid, I will make sure it's enforced. 4. Don't worry, son, we are close to finishing all preparations. Then, we can have you enjoy dining on All Might. His corpse will fuel you, I have the perfect power for you to be stronger than ever before. He said with a smirk as he walked away in a portal. Leaving Izuku and the League of Villains in the bar. I don't get it, brother, if you want them dead, why not kill them? Izuku looked at Shigaraki. You don't have to get it. But it's important for me, you got known during the USJ, remember, you made a statement there. Shigaraki nodded. That's exactly what I plan. My message will be just like that. Izuku said with Shigaraki starting to understand. It was a trigger discipline. Sometimes in games, you had to hold off on the easy kill first, so the rest of the team could walk with and you earned more and more. That was Izuku's plan, kill one and the rest go on lockdown, but let the one run away and kill them all together. Oh, brother, you are so smart, you are COOOOL. Shigaraki said with clear praise, proud of his big brother. Now students, I understand the worry and shock you all must feel. Not only did a student you all trusted and rely on leave, but it seemed he might have attacked one of your fellow students. I ain't fucking shocked, I am pissed off, let us find his ass and kick it. Bakugo yelled. He was extremely fucking pissed. Half the school was. Please, refrain from such outbursts. As of right now, Izuku Midoriya's location is unknown, and so is the League of Villains. Nezu spoke as he stood in front of the entire school. 2. Sir, what about the villains running from us? Why is that? One of the seniors asked. One of Aizawa's old students, Mirio Tagata, asked with Nezu nodding. I am not fully aware of why, but from the information I have gathered, Midoriya has placed the entire school on a no-touch list. The reason why, we don't fully know. Nezu said. He tried calming everyone, as this of course brought worries and confusion. But I did not come to talk about that. Because of the recent developments and actions taken, Ua will change slightly. This worried some. What change were they talking about? Ua will change into a housing school. As of right now, the dorms have already been made. I understand it's a big change, but for the safety of both the teachers and students, I decided this was the safest course of action. We will also now enforce something else. If you want to leave UA grounds, you will need written permission from your homeroom teacher, and depending on the matter, you will be required to bring a friend along. This is purely for protection. I understand it is a big change. Nezu understood their reactions, but thankfully they all accepted it. 1. On the weekends they were able to head home if they wanted. But during the weeks, they had to stay at UA. And students and parents agreed, which allowed them all to move in not a week later. Oh wow, UA dormitory was something none of the students had expected. While they expected a large brick-like building, the buildings were perfectly round. A weird, but great-looking building. As they entered the ground floor, it was a massive open space with only a couple of pillars around to support the large building. In the large area, there was a set of 4 large TVs. With them, a large couch is able to fit more than enough people. Bookcases that at the moment were empty, shelves decked out with basic plants. Dining room table and perfectly in the middle, a seating area. A large couch pit for people to sit and relax. Oh wow, yes, welcome to UA dorms, aka the Heights Alliance. President Mike said as he walked the students in. First floor you can see mostly the common room. Right there you have the kitchen. President Mike showed the massive kitchen. It made for 8 people cooking, so take that into account when making food. 2. Most food will be delivered and taken care of by UA themselves. Snacks and extra will have to be done by all of you, not then, left if the guy showers, right as the girls showers. Keep it separate, I don't care if you dating or not. Shower in your own area. It's just showers as well, then up toward the rooms. So each floor as you can see has 12 rooms. Now just because the outside looks round, that doesn't mean the rooms are. Each of your rooms is just nice and square, the balcony is roundish. 2. President Mike walked them toward the middle which was open. Now listen up, there are 12 rooms on each floor. This means, the 24 boys will be on the first and second floor, and the 20 girls will be on the third and fourth floor. The girls will have 4 rooms extra, but that doesn't matter, just don't use them. Now these middle areas are not rooms, they are all the washing areas. Here you can brush your teeth and take a piss. Just keep the area clean. Now as for your rooms, do anything you like with them. In the pamphlet given to you before, we have given you all the option to either use the basic furniture or take it from home, so yeah. President Mike started walking away. There is a phone at the door and at every floor right here. He showed the white phone. This is only able to call to the teacher's louche. Just use it for emergencies, aka someone getting hurt or fire. There are cameras in the common rooms. This is again done in case you all die by fire and are too dead to call out for help. There is no sound and only black and white video. Now enjoy your stay. President Mike walked away as the students stood looking at the amazing sight. Single quote. I guess we divide up the rooms right. Shinso didn't talk. He just stepped into a random room and closed the door. He wasn't one for talking recently and they all understood. He had lost his brother. He looked even more tired than before. The only ones who had the same thing were Nana, who had started behaving like that since her last meeting with Izuku, and the girls who still believed 100% in Izuku. With the rooms divided, Momo made everyone a simple door plate, just one that read their name room. Something simple yet effective. They sat down in their rooms. Sato had chosen a simple dorm. He had taken the furniture UA offered. He put on his own bed sheet and placed his large collection of cookbooks on the shelves he had. And lastly, placed his own kitchen stuff into his room. An oven, electric stove, some mixers, everything he needed in order to make cake and food in his own room. Ojiro had done the basic room. He hung up a couple of posters of martial arts. He didn't really want a lot in his room as he kept a space open for a yoga mat where he could do some free weight training. Hiroshima smiled as he saw his room, dragging his own workout equipment inside the room. He wanted to always be ready for a quick workout. He had his own dumbbells, barbells, extra plates, and a large sandbag. He smiled as he also posted a bunch of pictures of manly men, like Crimson Riot, Chuck Norris, and the like. 7. Ochako had kept her room the basic UA gave it. She only had some posters and a fan she brought from home, as well as pictures. She had dozens and dozens of pictures. She posted most of them, but in a box under her bed. She hid the ones of Izuku and the group. The ones she looked at but didn't want to hang up. Katsuki had brought his own mattress and blanket. He didn't care what else was in the room. His mattress was specially made for better rest and allowed his shoulders to rest. The same for his blanket as it was weighted. He was also in a box that had written death on top of it and no touching on each side. A large area of romance manga. One he hid on his shelves with a sleeve of books that had action titles. 1. Rin had altered nearly his entire room, allowing it to fit more with his Chinese roots than the basic room. Awase had kept it simple. The only thing he brought with him was his gaming laptop and his TV with game station. Something he was going to bring back and forth. Kamakuri's room was overall very basic, that was if you ignored the dozens of books about blades and how to use them as well as the collection of different insects. Tetsu's room was covered in manly posters, but he didn't have a bed. He instead slept on a mattress on the floor, as hard times made harder men. And he sort of liked sleeping that way. 2. Shishida's room was filled with hair products, as well as books. His fur was hard to properly take care of and he was a nerd who liked to study. Smiling at the large photo he had on his desk of him and all his friends and their families, sitting in the park when they were 10. Kaibara's room was covered in pictures. All the pictures he had taken. Kaibara loved photographs and cameras. He had spent way too much on impressive equipment, which allowed him to take these photos. Kendo's room was simple and sweet. Apart from the motorcycle repair books, and the martial arts books. It was a normal girl's room. She also pulled out 3 large containers of coffee, and an electric kettle, so she could enjoy her cup of coffee in peace. Himiko had dozens of plushies, she had made herself. She loved to crochet, but also quilting, anything she could do with a needle she tried, but as soon as she entered her room and had her plushies out, she grabbed the green dragon and hugged it as she crawled under her blankets. 1. Shinso's room had nothing in it. He had left it blank and he slept on a simple bed, that Aizawa himself had to bring in. Shinso did nothing but either lay in his bed or sit on the floor, he couldn't sleep. 2. Nana had the exact same reaction, although All Might had forced more stuff in her room, he gave her a whole home away from home. Rumi had workout gear, leg weights, and sandbags. It was all business, as she tried her best to ignore the large box under her bed with cute items that reminded her too much of the trader to look at. 1. Ryuko was the same. Ryuko had turned her normally normal room into an insane person's room. On the wall, she quickly unpacked all she could. All the information she could on dragons and their nature. Fantasy, Reddit boards, anything she could find she went and looked into. Some way to get Izuku back. 5. Kyoka tried her best to keep herself calm. Having a totally self-made room, custom bed, mattress, blankets. A load of CDs and instruments in her room. As well as some soundproofing on the walls. Something that would allow her to sing and scream her heart out without causing others to worry. 2. Momo was ashamed. How could she fail this extremely? She had done extremely rough calculations which resulted in a bed that touched 3 walls at once. You opened the door, and bed, instantly. But then after you crawled a little there was a small area to stand and to get outside, which meant the balcony was where she could stand. 1. Suyu with her extremely basic room had just turned the room green. Her bed was green, with carpet and even walls. She smiled as she started hanging up pictures of her family. Pony smiled as her room was mirified. The large American flag on her wall. A cowboy hat on the shelves. She even had a fake gun safe she used as a mini fridge. And most important to her, the nearly wall-sized collection of manga and manga figurines. Abara like herself had kept the room simple, with a couple of crosses and the Holy Bible in her room. That and a lot of plants, which for her meant a simple room. Honanuki had a collection of letters on his desk. He was a pen pal with a lot of different people. It was just something he liked doing, giving and receiving messages. He also had his laptop open, where he was again messaging loads of people. Monoma was a little extreme, his room felt over the top and extra, but he loved it. The curtains, the flare. It fits with Monoma. May's room day 1 had turned into a mess. She had her bed and a desk, but everywhere, she had books on robotics, humans, and anything she could use to create babies. She even had some crackpot book on how dragonquirk users were apparently not fully human, thus with the correct configuration of temperature and sound, it was able to locate that. This idiot wanted it to kill them off. May hoped it might have some basis so she could find Izuku again. Mineta smiled at his room. Dozens of sexy calendars, porn star posters, and dirty doujins covered his room. Nodding his head at the proud coolness he had. Smiling as he pulled out his prized possession. A framed picture of half a dozen panties, his first 7 some. He totally didn't buy them and framed them and decided to lie to everyone about it. Of course not, Minoru Mineta was the man that got all the ladies he wanted. 3. Aoyama had to give everyone a flash warning before they could enter. He had dozens of lights and mirrors in his room, and every inch was visible from every location. He had posters of France, as well as a mini fridge filled with cheese. His laptop is still in its case, hidden under his desk. Kaminari felt he had the coolest room out there. He had a hip and cool flooring. He had games and CDs on the wall. He had nunchucks. His room was by far the coolest. Tokiyami's room was as if the sun didn't exist. Thick, sun-blocking curtains, a purple dark light, allowing barely any visibility, but through that, his room was filled with the some contains you could find in a 14-year-old edgelord room. Shoto's room completely transformed. He had ripped out the floor and placed mats. He had changed the glass door into a wooden one that rolled. Hell, his room felt longer and wider. It was weird how he was able to make all those changes alone and in like 2 hours. Kuwaro's room was nearly exactly the same as Tokiyami's, apart from some small changes as Kuwaro held no weapons in his room. Yui's room was just like Ochako's. Nothing had changed, apart from a single poster of her favorite TV show, Ultraman. In Bando's room, he had 2 desks. One had his school supplies, and on the other one, he had a stack of model cars and planes. He loved putting them together, and in a few weeks that would be visible as his entire room had gaps, perfectly spaced, for the plastic models he was going to be creating. Saburaba smiled as he looked at his room. His laptop still stood on the live action of the American superhero Flash, but the coolest he found, they used an actor without a speed quirk. They used special effects, his favorite thing. Under his bed, he held a variety of different balls for sport, his other hobby. Najire's room was as cute could be in her eyes. It was sparkly and cute, but most importantly in her eyes, it had books. Najire loved information. She was curious about everything. While at her school before UA, they disliked it. Teachers yelled at her to stop asking questions, and people walked away and stopped being her friends as they felt they were questioned by police every day. But at UA that was different. She was able to ask questions as much as she wanted to. Hell, the teachers even supported it. Toru's room was pink, covered in stuffed animals and cute things. She had pink stuff everywhere, small unicorns, chibi versions of most things, and weirdly enough, she had some googly eyes on things along with funny mouths. And sometimes hats, such as her hairbrush, which had a tongue sticking out of it, and wore a top hat. Just like Shoto, Shiro had given his room a full 180. Only Shiro's room seemed like it could be placed in a style and decoration magazine. Everything worked together 100%. Nothing overpowered the room, yet nothing was glossed over. He smiled as he nodded at his work. Mina had the pink rock vibe down. She had a large spot open in the middle, allowing her to dance. She had some speakers and a TV, which was used for dancing. Something she did to keep her mind off things, and keep her in shape. Ida looked with great pride upon his room. On one side, apart from his closet, the wall was covered head to toe in books. On the other side of the room, he had a shelf filled with exact copies of his glasses. Once he cleaned daily. 1. Kineko's was a garden almost, apart from her bed and her desk and closet. She had planters everywhere, just for her mushrooms. Because there was much room for mushrooms. Reiko's room seemed dead. There were cobwebs in the corners, torn wallpapers, and dust. Exactly how she wanted it to. Her room looked like that of a haunted house, the only thing it needed. He grabbed a knife, before dipping it in paint and swinging it as if she was stabbing someone, causing blood spatter-like drips on the walls. Setsuna's room almost looked like one of a 4-year-old boy. A dino-styled blanket cover and pillow cover. Shelves filled with dinosaur toys and replica dino bones. And dinosaur books. She herself, as soon as she finished, went behind her expensive gaming PC and started playing Ark, where she was now creating an army of dodos to get too pink enough for her pink dodo army. 4. Nemuri smiled as her room was complete. She had some cool toys and posters she made herself of her being a model. Her in sexy outfits posing like girls she had seen before, even placing the key to her locked toy box under her bed. 2. Izuku sat in his barren room. His bed and blanket were the only thing there, the notes in front of him as he read back all the stuff about dragons. It was the one way he would for sure remember it. He had to write it down and read it again. Once he did that, he would never forget it. But as he heard the knock on the door, "Son, I believe it's time." AFO spoke as Izuku stood up. "All right father, let's kill All Might." AFO smiled as he opened the portal. It was placed in the middle of the docks, according to Izuku's suggestions, and AFO was pleased by it. Out of the way enough to not be disrupted by those foolish heroes. AFO raised his hands, using one of the many quirks to break the surrounding area. A massive explosion happened. AFO stood on top of the rubble in front of him. Izuku, Shigaraki, Lilith, Spinner, Twice, Magna, and all the members of Love. They were all going to witness the birth of the new villain MidoRyuu. "Now what, master?" Shigaraki asked. "Now we wait. Some heroes will show up. Then we kill them and wait for All Might. He won't be long. I will handle them all," Izuku said as he started walking toward the front. "But sir, did you not want to start with All Might?" Ash asked, but with a glare, he was silenced. "For the likes of All Might I will need to be warmed up," Izuku said before walking. It did not take long before two heroes showed up. They were heroes that often patrolled in the area. Blaster and Alman. "Halt, you cannot be here after this hour. Call All Might and walk away," Izuku said, not looking them in the eyes. 1-inch trespassing is a criminal offense. Stop your actions and walk away. Izuku looked up, his eyes now slid, permanently, one part that happened during his training with AFO. The hero's instinctively took a step back. "Villain, this is your FI final chance to surrender. I told you to call All Might for support, use this." Izuku threw a paper at their feet. Blaster grabbed it, but Alman just rushed at Izuku. His talon hands were ready to strike. Izuku grabbed his wrist. "Not what I told you to do, you made me do this." Izuku with an open hand slapped Alman across the face, so hard his mask nearly came off. Izuku held him up, now grabbing him by the neck and throwing him back. "Call All Might. I need All Might here." Blaster nodded. From the two, Alman was the higher-ranked hero. His senior in every sense of the word. "Hello All Might sir, sorry sir." Blaster spoke around the corner on his knees, whispering as he held his phone with both hands. "I am sorry, this is Nezu. How did you get this number?" One Nezu said, confused in his office chair, looking out the window. "I am so sorry sir, I was given this number by a dragon villain. He is asking for All Might." "Where?" Nezu didn't need to know more. "East Province, the port. It was destroyed." "I see, do not fret, don't call anyone else. Keep this to yourself. UA will be grateful," Nezu said as he instantly contacted All Might. Nezu smiled. Finally, it was time to place that villain back behind bars. He hoped with all the emotional weight All Might had, it would be a fight he could win. All Might himself was on the couch. He sat in his suit pants scrolling through the TV as he ate his dinner. "A call is here, a call is here. Yes, hello, Toshinori speaking. We have located AFO and MidoRyuu. East Province, docks. I will go now." All Might instantly stood up, buffing up as he dashed out of his home. Nana none the wiser as she sat in her dorm room, hugging her pillow as she had the news on as white noise. All Might used OFA, allowing the embers that remained in his body to course as much as they could. His powerful feet slammed into the ground. His mighty legs pushed themselves off the floor, leaving a light imprint on the pavement. Cracks formed as he jumped, nearly floating through the sky like his late master's quirk. His hair fluttered in the wind as he clutched his fist as tightly as he could. His face filled with rage. He was going to end this. Not only will Nana never be forced to fight the evil that is known as AFO, the evil that took her real father from her, but also Izuku, the bastard that broke her heart. All Might would get his revenge on both of them. As he finally made it toward the dock, His feet crashed into the floor, the entire dock shook, he saw it clear. AFO standing on top of the rubble. His face was proud, his almost glowing eyes staring right at him, his fangs visible, his posture calm. All Might hated him, he could feel his wound hurt at the memory. "Hello All Might," Izuku said, a tone of sadness and respect still visible in his voice. "I will defeat you MidoRyuu, you can't defeat me." Izuku nodded. "I could not, yes, but I don't have to. I just have to outlive you. Your time with OFA is running out." Tashi's eyes went wide. "Yes, AFO told me. Unlike him, I also know about you-know-who." "Nah. Not right now. More important things," Izuku said, cutting All Might off. Izuku walked forward. "To kill you, I just have to wait until your time runs out and you turn back into that husk of a person. Then I kill you. That's what AFO wants of me. That is my task to earn my new power, to get even more powerful. 1 inch, it's my shortcut to power. It's my shortcut to be the king of the world. To fulfill my dream of becoming the strongest ever." Izuku now stood face to face with All Might, and to succeed in that dream. "I need you to die, so do me a favor and die." Mole, Izuku's hand turned dragonic. Mole allows his strength to increase. His sharp nails dug into the flesh. Blood dripped down Izuku's hand. All Might's eyes went wide as he felt the sting of the nails. He couldn't find his words as he dropped to his knees before his eyes closed. 3 inches, I want to make a world where everyone smiles, where everyone lives together happily. For that to happen, people need a symbol. A 17-year-old All Might said, his hair blonde and messy. He looked at the man in front of him. His big smile looked down at All Might. His fist was clutched as he spoke. "A symbol, you say?" The taller man, a hero, spoke. "Yes, a symbol of peace." He turned to look at the river, slowly freezing over as snow dropped around them. The reason crime is on the rise everywhere is because the citizens have no one to believe in. They need to rely on someone. The young Toshinori turned to face the man once more. His bright eyes filled with a fire of pure determination. His voice carried his will forward. "That's why I want to become the pillar that gives those people hope." "Ha ha ha, you are a funny kid, you know that. A quirkless nobody wants to be the pillar to keep society protected, ha ha ha." The man yelled. "But kid, I like you. I like your spunk. I will help you fulfill your dream, so take my quirk, ha ha ha." Toshinori from that day trained as hard as he could. Each week he would meet up with the man known as Paragon. "Come on newbie, where is your spunk? Where is all your might?" Paragon yelled at Toshi. He struggled in the basement of the man. He was struggling to bench press. While Toshi was strong, he lacked real training, and Paragon believed to save the people you must set an example for them to want to be. They will never follow someone who does not follow his teachings. 1 inch, I don't know why you bother, Gran Torino spoke. Standing at 6 feet 2. He was in his prime. "Don't be like that, Torino. He has the exact things I am looking for in a successor. He has the drive, he has the will, he has everything the world needs, but who knows, maybe after I have defeated AFO, I will take an early retirement." "No master, please, don't go alone. You can't, no, think of your family, no," Toshinori screamed, tears running down his face as he struggled to move, being pulled back. The slight blood ran down his lips as he fought against Gran Torino, biting his lips to struggle. "Do not worry, Toshinori. I know you will take care of all of it in my stead. Be proud and show the world all your might. Face them with a smile, and always go beyond." Paragon yelled as he raised both his fists and fought AFO once more. Both struggling to survive. Both end the fight. Toshinori sat in his room. Everyone was destroyed. Toshinori had done so himself. Swiping everything off the desk, breaking his closet and dresser. "Why, master, why did you have to fight him alone? We could have fought him side by side." All Might cried, his fist bloodied as he punched the ground once more. One Toshi bit his lip as he swallowed his words. He looked down at the young child. His master's daughter. His wife, his kind angel of a wife, treated Toshi as one of their own. Died during childbirth. The small child would be alone in the world. If not for Toshinori, he would do his best for this child. He would go beyond. He would become the greatest for this child, an image that Nana could be proud of. Nana Shimura, daughter of the greatest hero Paragon. 1 inch, Nana, please, be careful. The very muscular monster that was Toshinori said as he stood at the playground. Toshi, I love you like a brother, but no, I am not going to make you something to pay attention to Nana. I got my kid and I know you want to protect them, but that is not the way. Toshi frowned. I am not asking for a lot, a full bodysuit, that is invisible to the naked eye, yet strong enough that I can't cause damage to it. How is that too much to ask? Toshi said, showing he was a worried man. Don't cry, okay? It's gonna be fine, only for a couple hours and I will be back. Toshinori cried from the car as a 6-year-old Nana laughed and nodded. She was going to school for the first time, and unlike Nana, Toshinori was a mess. He was crying, and he had snot down his nose. He was a mess among messes. And he did not move. The entire time he had stayed outside the school, peeking in from the windows to look how Nana was doing, running away as he was shooed by the teachers. 2 inches, I want to be a hero. A 10-year-old Nana said. Nana, you know this is not a job for most. All Might said. Yes, it is very dangerous, you might want to reconsider, Sir Night Eye said. He sat at the dinner table with Nana and All Might. Nana shook. No, I want to. I want to be just like both of you. I want to be like my dad and the stories you told me. I want to save people. I want to come down from the skies, with a smile on my face, and make sure people are safe, like All Might. One Toshinori fell out of his hospital bed, completely bandaged up. His body was sore and broken from his fight. He crawled forward, trying to move out. His master had seemingly killed AFO, yet just as OFA had a successor, it seemed AFO did as well. His fight with the new AFO was hard. The city they met at was nearly leveled. Broken buildings and destroyed houses. Blood from both of them was everywhere. In the end, the claw of that dragon ripped into his body and tore out organs and guts. All Might himself obliterated the dragon AFO's lungs, breaking all his bones. Both barely got out alive. But as he looked up, he saw the feet, the nice tailored shoes, the custom-fitted pants. Izuku dropped All Might's body at the feet of AFO. I have done what you asked of me. Izuku's hands dripping in blood, a trail of it from All Might's old location to where he was dragged. AFO smiled. Well done, son, well done, you have done perfectly, now let's reward you, shall we? What the fuck? The news crew yelled. They were there filming a shit piece of Ghosts at the harbor when a large massive explosion took place north of them. The cameraman quickly looked over. Seeing the aftermath. We need to check that out. The journalist yelled as they ran over. As they hid in the shadows. Using the broken buildings and the zoom-in feature of the large camera, they came right as All Might landed. As you can see behind me, we see that All Might reached the large explosion first. Now we don't know what happened, but it seems like he just killed All Might. They had instantly started live broadcasting. They needed the views badly, right as they saw Izuku's hand move. They could just see his arm to the side. All Might dropped to his knees. Their shock was everywhere. Thousands of people at home felt the same shock. Damn it, they should not be there. Nezu said as he saw the news. He tapped on his desk. I hope this will still work out. Nezu said with worry. His calculations were done as he tapped on the small folded piece of paper. But even with calculations, this would have outcomes he could have never predicted. 2 inches he didn't. Raven yelled out as he slammed his hand on the table. He rushed out of his house. He needed to go there. He needed to hear from Izuku himself why he did what he did. Kai followed suit. She wasn't about to sit back and look. Both quickly went over. Taking the bullet train, forcing themselves to watch it through their phones, not wanting to miss a moment. I can't believe it, there is no way he would write. Kai said worried. Did the power corrupt Izuku? 1 inch that is not Izuku. Chi-Chi yelled as she nearly kicked the table in half. She had gotten the entire street together in the MidoRyuu household. They watched the news when they saw it change. Izuku. Inko said, tears in her eyes as she saw her son kill All Might. We are missing something. We have to be. Mina said. There was not a way that Izuku did that. Yes, he might not have loved All Might, but he wouldn't kill him. Izuku was too good for that. He wasn't evil, he couldn't be evil. No, no, no. Nana screamed as her legs lost strength. Now she did not only lose her real parents, but now she also lost All Might, the man who raised her as his own. The man she could call father. I don't believe it. What am I missing, Izuku? Tell me. Tell me, what don't I see? What is your plan? There has to be some sort of plan. She screamed at her television, hoping her voice would somehow carry through the machine and reach Izuku. Everyone at UA did. Each one tried to yell, trying someone reaching out to Izuku. They hoped their words reached him. 3 inches, let's reward you, shall we? AFO spoke as he reached his hand out. His arm goes for Izuku's head. Izuku saw it, behind AFO's eyes. His real goal. He was going to take over Izuku's body, just like his master had tried before. Yes, but I will earn it with my own 2 hands. Izuku grabbed AFO's wrist. Wah. Brother, what are you doing? I am doing what I wanted to do from the moment I saw you. Izuku's left leg moved forward, his right hand turned back before with a quick twist, still under the effects of Mul. Izuku implanted his fist deep in the ribs of AFO. The force kicked AFO up. Spit and blood were forced out of his mouth as he was lifted off his feet. Izuku held his arm tightly, now all might, with tears still in his eyes as he remembered his life. With rage as he stood in front of the man who tried to kill him, All Might roared, alive. All Might is alive. Everyone reacted in shock. The villains didn't know what to do. The news nearly fainted. But then they noticed. Izuku's left hand still bleeding. Izuku had stabbed himself. He had pierced his hand, bleeding himself to make it seem like All Might was hurt. Mul. Izuku said again. Now straining slightly as he applied a strength boost to All Might. 2. He felt his muscles bust with life. His arms were strong enough to crush the mountains. First powerful enough to turn coal into diamond. All Might felt like himself again, for one last time. All Might pushed fuel into the fire. The last remaining embers burned brightly. The tame and small light now turned back into the raging inferno it once was. His body felt like his again. Today is your last day, all for one. All Might's loud voice roared. It bounced around the area, its sound amplified by his might. AFO still struggled to breathe. Leave. He spoke. Instantly Kurogiri opened a portal. Each and all the villains are forced into the portal. They would be of no use here for AFO. He kicked himself back. Using an air bullet at a weak strength, but it allowed for distance. I will not forgive you, son. You are not my father. Shota Aizawa is my father, Izuku said, finally allowing his rage to be set free. He had acted enough. He was done. 1. Nezu tapped his intercom. Now. He called out, instantly back at the hideout. The bar that the villains hid in within Japan. Heroes bursted through the walls. Kicking the walls in. Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Gang Orca, Shishido, Wash, Edgeshot, Kamui Woods, Yoroi Musha, and Hawks. All the high-rank Nezu could contact were there. Each one moved at the same time All Might did. Your information planned out perfectly, MidoRyuu. Nezu said as he opened the paper on his desk. 2. A detailed map for them to follow and an explanation of all the quirks of the League of Villains. You are all under arrest. Endeavor spoke. They had a dozen extra lesser-known heroes with them, dozens of police officers at the ready. They were prepared. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he betrayed us. Brother betrayed us. Shigaraki yelled before in a fast moment. Kurogiri opened a portal again, only now just for him and Shigaraki. Just barely Edge shot and Hawks missed. Damn, no matter, we will find them sooner or later. Endeavor stepped forth. Go down quietly. Lilith shook. She was confused. No, he betrayed me. If I can't have him, no one can. She sprouted wings. Bat-like, nearly demonic wings, horns formed on her head. Quickly wash. A large stream of bubbled water rushed out. She was pushed against the wall. 3. Her clothing wrapped around itself as Best Jeanist captured her. No contact with her. She can drain energy and has incredible speed. That's why he wanted us to train. Fuuck, he is smarter than he looked. Ash said, embers already dripping. Well, let go down in a blaze of glow. Endeavor rushed forward, slamming his large and powerful fist in the face of Ash. Fire might not work, but first do. Ash was thrown back, his body ragdolled over the bar and into the glass behind it. Crashing into it and back on the floor. Die. Moonfish showed his teeth, about to slice them all open, slice them into pieces. That was before his mouth was shot closed as a claw and a fin slammed into him. That was my kill sushit. Shut it, cat, we are working together now. Gang Orca said as both he and Shishido attacked. We surrender. No, we don't. Twice created a clone of Izuku. He had studied him. But just like Twice, the clones always had a mind of their own, they were perfect copies. Oops, Twice said as Izuku turned around and punched him. 1. The heroes were confused. He was a villain, right? Give up and don't struggle. It's best for you all to just give in. Some wanted to, some could, and some could not stand to be betrayed. Lilith struggled against her binds. Lilith, stop, down, Izuku yelled, like he had done before, and even if her mind wanted to kill him, she listened. She went slack. That was until she broke free. Her clothing ripped apart as she dashed forth naked. Her nails were sharp as they pierced his chest. Tears in her face. You traitor. 1. The fight did not last long. The heroes all moved. Manga and Spinner quickly gave in. They would not want to fight against a force like that. Maybe Izuku was right, maybe it was for the best. Collider never surrenders. He sent out wave after wave, trying to cause harm to others, trying to free himself, but as Hawks flew past, dodging the waves and slamming one of his large feathers in him, he dropped. Compress tried fleeing, but as he turned into a marble, he was quickly caught by Edgeshot. Twice was the only one that stood a chance, after Izuku died off. Twice quickly tried making a Shigaraki, but he tried. An ice spear destroyed the clone before in a blur. Twice was kicked back. Rush stood there with a smile as Kai pushed her way through the police and heroes. Oh, do I have some news? Rush smiled. Nezu called. He and MidoRyuu planned the whole thing. Rush said. Nezu and Izuku sat in Nezu's office. What I am going to ask of you is not easy. You will have all right to refuse, and perhaps I should not even ask you this at all, but for the sake of a dear friend that I have lost. I will still have to. Nezu said. He remembered Paragon with fond memories. One of the only people that did not act scared or disgusted by Nezu. The day the world lost that man, they lost a hero like no other. A gap none could replace in Nezu's heart. I want you to accept the villain's request to join them. Nezu said with Izuku being confused. What, I am not a villain. I want to be a hero. 3. Nezu nodded. I am aware, and you will make a fine hero. But the League of Villains is an organization that is being run by a man who has been the force of evil for many, many years. He had killed countless people. Murdered heroes, civilians, everyone. He is scum and evil, but he is clever. He barely leaves traces, and until the USJ, we all assumed he had died. But he lives, and we need to defeat him. The best shot we have is for you to join the villains. Build their trust and then, call us. To take them all down in one go. They will hate you. The students. They will hate you if you do this. They will feel betrayed. They can't know. Your parents can't know. Nobody is allowed to know that you will do this. They could end up revealing the whole thing. I will do it, Izuku said. I don't like it. I hate that you asked, but I want to be a hero. I want to save people. If you say this is a way to do so, I will. You have my complete support, MidoRyuu. Your spot at UA shall always remain open. Izuku nodded. He and Nezu planned the whole thing. All to find the big bad and end this once and for all. Rush said. A large smile. He nearly jumped out of the train in excitement when Nezu told him. He instantly needed to know how to help. I knew it. I knew that boy was no villain. Endeavor said, relieved. He was conflicted by the thing, and always held out hope. But where is he now? Hawks asked. From what Nezu told me. With all might. Let's see if we can aid the two heroes in their job. Best, Jeanist said, tying the villains together and allowing the police to cuff them. Don't think you can win this, All Might. You were left in worse shape than I at the end of our fight. All Might nodded, but as his muscles pulsed with life, as his strength rushed through his body, he felt like himself again. He was back and running at 100%. Let's even the playing field then. Izuku said. All Might still had the effects of Mull on himself. Gone. Valak, the words for stamina and guard. All Might felt a shot of adrenaline. Before he felt he had but seconds, now he had minutes. He had time to spare. His body felt more durable. 3. Izuku dropped to a knee. Blood dripped out his nose as he pushed his limits. Boy, I can do the same. AFO was about to boost himself, only for All Might to act. Their speed surprised all of them, even All Might was shocked with the speed. His large fist went overhead. A large bang was heard as All Might broke the sound barrier. AFO blocked it barely. The extra quirks he had stored over the years helped him. The thicker bones he took from a young girl in Argentina. The dense muscle fibers he stole from an older gentleman in London. The thicker skin he took from a young child, not 2 kilometers from their current location. Each of them helped AFO in this fight. But All Might didn't let up. He dashed to his side. AFO had no time to react as All Might slammed his fist deep into his ribs again. The same spot that Izuku attacked. The same spot that was already weakened. He spat out blood as his body ragdolled over the ground. Your reign of terror is over, All for One. All Might spoke as he crouched slightly. Jumping forward, cracking the ground, he threw his fist at All for One, only for a completely black arm to grab it. Almost looking like a dark suit of armor, AFO used his hybrid form. A form that was not used in years. His scales were small, thousands of small scales lapped over each other as they acted like armor. Nearly nothing would be able to pierce it. 2 large pure black wings. Demonic more than dragonic. His sharp teeth visible as his face transformed, and most importantly the large horns on top of his face. 2 simple demon horns. 2. Izuku now understood why some dragons were seen as pure evil. Because All for One's transformation was 100% a demon. Let's see how you like to be thrown around. A foe backhanded All Might. Right on his injury. It hurt. Nowhere as much as he would taught. Izuku's buffs worked wonders on him. As he tried looking for Izuku, he was lost. That was until All Might looked back at AFO. Izuku had rushed him, in his own hybrid form. Their hands intertwined as they fought for dominance. Izuku thankfully still under the effects of his own mull. But even then, AFO was older and stronger, and he had fully unlocked his horde. 2. It was not close. AFO pushed his hands down, snapping Izuku's wrist back, forcing him to take a knee. You really believe you could win against me, boy? I am your father, and I will just beat some respect into you. You're nothing of mine, and I can't beat you, but I can sure as hell keep you busy. Even if it meant that Izuku would die. Even if he lost all his limbs. He would have to keep fighting. He could not allow All Might to die. He could not allow AFO to win this. 1. Sul. Izuku knew that word. Sulik, the word for power, is the second stage of the strength boost. Izuku could now let that happen. Izuku breathed out the hot flames, now more condensed as they covered AFO's face. Ah, you brat. AFO got mad. How dare his child do this? He brought his head down, forehead clashing against Izuku's face. Again and again, yet Izuku remained with his grip on AFO. Well done, young MidoRyuu. All Might jumped up from behind AFO. He spun around, rotating as fast as he could, before slamming his fist deep into AFO's shoulders. AFO stood still, able to handle the weight, even if it hurt. He did not buckle. The floor, however, could not handle it. The ground broke under All Might's power. The ground caved in, spider-webbed under them. AFO tried turning around, but Izuku held onto him. No, you fucking don't. You're going to die. AFO took a deep breath in. Bring it. Kill me. I ain't letting go. Izuku gritted his teeth as he closed his eyes. This was it. But nothing happened. I will not allow you to touch my student, All for One. All Might spoke in a calm and rage-filled tone. His hands were fully on his chin, closing his mouth with force. Backup has arrived. Izuku turned to look. He saw them. Rush. Best Jeanist. Endeavor. The top 10 heroes had arrived on the scene. AFO, however, was not playing fair anymore. He transformed once again. The most destructive and powerful the full dragon form, transforming into a massive beast. Easily as big as the zero-pointer. Its monstrous look caused the watchers at home to recoil in fear. Oh fuck, Hawks said. He wasn't able to do much against that. Two can play that game. Izuku transformed himself. Slightly smaller, his large claws jumped forward. Izuku slammed himself into AFO. The larger dragon, however, bit down on Izuku's neck. His large teeth, barely passed through the skin. Blood dripped down his neck as Izuku was lifted and thrown away, crashing in the buildings nearby. Bleeding from the neck, "I shall kill you all." AFO took a deep breath, breathing a ray of flames toward everyone. Wash stopped it, forcing out extreme amounts of water. Barely able to clash against the flames, Burn Lizard. Endeavor engulfed his fist with flames before pushing out as high of heat as he could. "Don't think flames can do much against me," AFO roared. Now breathing again, but instead of fire, it was a pure lightning beam. "Fuck," the group yelled as they were forced to dodge. The explosion easily removed the area they were on. "I forgot that higher-ranked dragons don't just stop at one element. Truly fucking scary," Hawks said before planting 2 feathers in everyone's costume. Right behind their shoulders. "I will play support," Hawks said as Izuku dashed forth again. Drops of blood ran down his body as he and All Might clashed against the large beast. Both Izuku's large dragon claws went and grabbed AFO's throat. All Might's mighty fist slammed against its body. "You just made a larger target for me," All Might said. Izuku felt his boost run out. He was planning a last-ditch effort soon. "All Might, I have to go, sorry." Izuku ran. He needed time. AFO laughed. "Too weak to fight, too weak to join the battle. You were a mistake, and I will kill all those you love, after getting done here." Izuku dropped his transformation, falling to the floor, hiding in the rubble, closing his eyes as he took deep breaths. He would need a lot of energy to try and do what he wanted. He had been training. He knew he could. The countless hours he had spent training nearly daily paid off. He was able to use the second stage of saying. But even when he did, it was scraping the barrel. He would need time to get back to full. "I will not allow you to lay a finger on him." All Might slammed his fist hard against the chin of AFO. Its face looked up. Flame spear. Endeavor threw his spear at the throat. This dragon would have to die. Best Jeanist and Edgeshot worked together, but Best Jeanist used the carbon fiber undershirt. The denim fibers from his jacket and turned them into points, combining that with Edgeshot turning himself paper thing, a needle. Both shot forward together, combined, yet they could not pass through the skin. Gang Orca sent out a sonic wave, trying to scramble the brain of AFO slightly, but the larger beast was unaffected. Shishido rushed forward, his claws trying to rip apart the thick hide of AFO, yet without luck. Wash sends out a strong thin jet stream of water, trying to harm the large dragon. Yoroi pulled out his blade, swinging it fast and with skill sending out air waves at AFO. Each one again doing nothing. That was as Izuku ran. AFO used the strongest protection spell there was. You had Valak, meaning guard, then you had Spawn for shield, and lastly, the one he used Ka armor. The highest level of protection. Now only allowing All Might to harm him, and even then it was minimal and thanks to Mull. "You won't be able to lay a hand on me, I will kill you all." AFO roared with pride and rage. That was until Izuku came back. Then try this on for size. Izuku mentally took every one of the heroes in. Suleyk. Izuku used power, the second form of Mull. Instantly Izuku threw up blood. He strained himself beyond his limits, barely holding on as blood dripped out his nose, ears, and even eyes. His brain felt like it was splitting apart. His body hurt, but the effects worked. Everyone felt it. "Oh God." All Might said. His strength had reached a level even he never knew was possible. His muscles felt energized. He felt the might of the entire world in his hands. He rammed his fist into AFO. The large dragon forced back and loudly groaned in pain. Burn. Endeavor once again threw a flame spear, easily doubled in size as it landed on AFO's arm, piercing it and leaving a burn mark, again forcing him to groan in pain. Once more. Best Jeanist screamed as he and Edgeshot worked together, now easily piercing the large monster's scales, going through his arms and tying the beast stuck. Gang Orca shot a new sonic wave. Now the effects felt clearly as AFO could not move, his body shot down. Shishido pulled off a chunk of scale, his claws easily digging into the large skin. Yoroi now easily leaves scars, and bleeding wounds with each slash of his blade. Rush also dove in. His body moved faster than the eye could track. With a simple blink, he had teleported on top of AFO standing at the large beast. On his nose. His skin was bright red as he pushed his quirk, going nearly 10x the normal limit. Smoke formed as he started punching. His already fast punches were now a blur. He landed thousands of punches all at the same spot at the top of the skull of the beast. One after the other, banging against the head. Dense skull cracked under the constant hammering of Rush. I will show you the true meaning of going beyond all for one. I shall show you the pain I felt after you killed my master. I will show you, just what I am fighting for. All Might focused purely on this punch. Folding each finger in, first his pinky, ring finger, middle finger, and his pointer, holding those in with his thumb. His fist pulled back, his bicep flexed, his tricep contracted, keeping his arm in place. 2. His wrist was straight, slightly turning his fist as he leaned back. His left foot is placed in front. His fist glowed, a power he didn't think he had in him. The power of the millions watching. The millions at home. Each one screamed his name. Each yell empowered All Might. The kids at home, screaming for the number one to fight. The adults reaching the edge of their seats, screaming to not be let down. Don't try it, All Might. AFO screamed. His armor was running out. Weaker than before. As the other heroes still went and attacked. At least he was still in his dragon form. That was until he wasn't. He transformed out of it. Back into his human form. Aizawa stood at the edge, barely able to see him, removing his quirk. 2. Plus Ultra. All Might yelled as he threw his fist. A hard turn of the hips. His arm was held tightly as he swung. His massive fist strengthened beyond its limits. A loud bang was heard as it easily broke the sound barrier, nearly moving at the speed of light, before it landed right on AFO's chest. An imprint was left as the villain was shot back. His body broke the sound barrier as it was flung back. Down in the dirt, leaving a massive crater as his body laid still, half dead, but broken completely. They did it. The heroes won. The news anchor yelled, before almost forgetting he was on the news as he saw All Might fight for his life. They all felt the cheers. Each hero could hear the cheers from all over the country as they stood victorious. But they all did not waste time. They ran. Where Aizawa was. Standing over Izuku. Passed out, laying in a puddle of blood. He is still alive, Aizawa said, his hand on his pulse, feeling it beat, softly but there. Aizawa collapsed on Izuku, tears running down his face. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop green hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.